What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Thursday, November 16th, 2023, and we are broadcasting live from the brand new Academy Sports and Outdoors in Hutto, Texas. 250 Alliance Boulevard is the address. This place is beautiful. They are fully stocked with all the sports gear, the outdoors gear, the grilling gear, whatever you need. If you want to take care of your holiday shopping before we even get to Thanksgiving, there is no better place to do that than right here at this Academy, Buck.
And you know that, I'm the guy who does that before next week. I get all my Christmas shopping done before Thanksgiving. I'm that kind of girl. So you know what I'm saying? I'm going to get it done. And I don't have trucks rolling up to my house 3 times a day. You know, I just get it done. I go do it. And this is the place to do it, especially if your kids are in the sports or you're in the sports or fishing or you need a license, you can get it all here at Academy Sports and Outdoors. And this location is absolutely beautiful. Brand spanking new. And look at all the baseball, football gear all around us, the gloves. Now, I don't deal with that anymore, but I do deal with that fishing equipment and that golf. See those golf balls over there, all those Titleist golf balls? Because I am a professional golfer.
Says who?
My friends. My friends tell me that.
No, I know your friends. They say the exact opposite of that. There's no chance.
You're an old man golfer. Yes.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. But they've got everything here. And, of course, plenty of Longhorn gear, plenty of Austin FC gear. They've got the Cowboys swag as well.
Got Aggie swag.
Aggie stuff, too, if you want to celebrate the firing of Jimbo Fisher. If you're proud of him finally being gone from A&M, then you can come get your Aggie gear here. We've got some stuff we're going to be giving away as well. We've got plenty of Texas Sports Unfiltered koozies. Got a couple of Last Stand hats as well that we'll be giving to the people. And a couple of our lucky listeners who show up here to Academy in Hutto will be walking away with $150 Academy gift cards. You want to talk about your holiday shopping?
There you go.
You can get that done thanks to our friends at Academy Sports and Outdoors for hooking us up with those. And they've got stuff going on all weekend long. It's not just a grand opening day. It's a grand opening week here at Academy Sports and Outdoors. How about this? Tomorrow, they'll be giving away free mystery gift cards for some of the first customers who are in line. They're going to be giving away more than $15,000 in weekend prizes from tomorrow through Sunday. Mystery gift cards, free Texas State Park gift cards. They're going to be giving away some food on Saturday out here as well, hooking you up all weekend long. So your Black Friday savings can start early here.
That's right.
Once again, your holiday shopping can get taken care of right here at the brand new Academy in Hutto.
Well, you know, the folks at Academy have been helping me out for over 20 years now with the Mullet Open, the 23rd annual Mullet Open to happen in May. And it all started with Academy and Tito's. These are the first people I went to. I've never been denied, and the folks here are magnificent. You know, Casey's done a fine job, and she's excited. She's up early in the morning, as a matter of fact, here.
Yeah.
Met us here. I mean, it was early, dude.
This place doesn't even open until 9.
Yes.
But there were folks out here at like 6:30.
This is a new facility out here. You know, Starbucks must open up at 3 o'clock out here.
Oh, right. Yeah, they've got to be. All those construction workers outside
goodness.
Getting stuff done. They've got to be open early. But we're here, and Texas Sports Unfiltered will be here until 1 o'clock this afternoon. So once again, don't come see us yet because this place doesn't open until 9 a.m. But obviously, if you are watching us on YouTube, we appreciate that. If you're tuning in on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app, we appreciate that as well. And then, yeah, from 9 to 1, come out and see us at Academy Sports and Outdoors. We're right by the fan area. So walk in, take a left, and you will stumble upon us, and we'll have some stuff to give you just for showing
Absolutely.
up. Plenty to get to today. Of course, we're 2 days away from Texas football taking on Iowa State in Ames. The Longhorn basketball team took care of business last night. We'll talk some Cowboys. We'll talk some Texans. We'll have some fun like we always do. I got to show the Buck a weird picture of Trey that he posted on Twitter from out in Vegas.
I thought it was one of those, another airplane video you're about to hand to me. By the way, congratulations to Texas women's volleyball team, Big 12 champions once again.
I mean, death taxes and Texas volleyball winning the Big 12.
7th in a row.
It is what they do.
Yeah. And also, good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to be where we are right now, of course, here at Academy Sports and Outdoors. And thank you to your families for sending you to us. We do appreciate it. And please, please safe out there.
Absolutely.
Well, and it is a misty kind of monkey morning, isn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't a smooth drive up here.
Oh, no.
Dark, misty, foggy.
That's why old men like me stay overnight. I don't like that. I don't like that morning drive.
Would you sleep here last night?
Slept in a cabin over there in a tent.
I was going to say, they got plenty of space and plenty of stuff here to where you could.
Oh, yeah.
You did that?
Got a little tent there, Magellan tent. Yeah, of course.
Oh, my God. Yeah, no. But we're out here. I'm sure the fog's probably breaking up right now.
Oh, yeah, it's nice. It's going to be a nice, as a matter of fact, we're going to have a nice weekend. 80 tomorrow.
There you go.
80 degrees.
Classic November weather.
I did not call for a little bit of drizzle this morning. I'm sorry I didn't let you people know what was happening. Next week, I'll let you know. It's going to be a beautiful week going into your Thanksgiving weekend. Yes.
I love that. That's what we're looking for. Hey, as our guy Rue says, smash the like button. If you are watching on YouTube, please give us a thumbs up. We really do appreciate it. It helps our channel continue to grow. You mentioned that the Texas volleyball team winning the Big 12 again last night, 7 years in a row for Jared Elliott and company. Congrats to them. They took down Iowa State at Gregg to get that done. How about the Texas basketball team? What a day it was for Texas basketball yesterday. You could really argue it was an incredible day for Texas athletics as a whole, but the Texas basketball team beat Rice at the Moody Center last night, 80-64, the final score there. With the win, the Longhorns improved to 3-0 on the season. That's the good. The great was what had happened earlier in the day, as Texas picked up a massive commitment for the class of 2024, the number one shooting guard in the country, the number one player in the state of Texas, Trey Johnson, who's now playing at a prep academy in Missouri, but is from the Lake Highlands area up in the Metroplex. One of my rival high schools back in the day, but, I'm cool with it now. Trey Johnson commits to the University of Texas. Texas and Baylor were his final two schools. Trey's dad actually played at Baylor back in the day, but ironically enough, Rodney Terry was an assistant coach at Baylor when Trey Johnson's dad played there, so there was that relationship between the two already built in. And yesterday on the Pat McAfee show, oddly enough, Trey Johnson announced that he had committed to Texas. That is a massive get for Rodney Terry.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, guards are, you're going to lose a bunch of them this year, and to have a young guy like that is one of the best in the nation come to and become a part of the fold is fantastic for this coach. It really is for this program. That's a big day. Win all over the place for Texas basketball and Texas athletics in general yesterday.
Absolutely. All right, let's let you hear some of the Q&A. So once again, Trey Johnson announced the commitment on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. We've got a little back and forth between Pat and his crew and Trey Johnson right after the announcement was made. Bucky, hopefully this doesn't blow your ears off. Stand by.
Dad going to be happy about this? How's the family going to respond, do you think?
I talked to him about it. He'll be okay with it. He'll live.
When you talked to Kevin Durant and got to work out with him, how much did he have say in this entire thing or influence in this all? And what do you expect out of your time at Texas when you get down there?
Yeah, I talked to him, bounced some ideas off his head. He said it's a good place to come in and hoop and just play, great atmosphere, and just be looking forward to getting down there on campus.
Dad going to be happy about this? How's the family going to respond, do you think?
I talked to him about it. He'll be okay with it. He'll live.
When you talked to Kevin Durant and got to work out.
I guess we don't need to play that twice.
I love the fact that he said Dad'll live.
Yeah, Dad'll live.
Yeah, he'll live.
He'll be all right.
Yeah.
I'm sure Pops was probably hoping Trey was going to commit to Baylor. But once again, he knows Rodney Terry.
Yes.
And he wouldn't have let his son commit to Texas if he didn't think super highly of Rodney Terry. So that's big time, man. I mean, the Longhorns brought in 3 signees for this class of 2024. And by the way, Trey Johnson has signed. This is not he's committed. We've got to wait a couple of months and hope that he puts pen to paper. No, this thing is set in stone. The ink is dry. He will be on the University of Texas basketball team next season, which is awesome.
Yeah, that's fantastic for Texas. It really, really is. And that puts them in, I think, maybe the top 5 in recruiting.
Yes.
Immediately.
I think they do have the 5th-ranked recruiting class now in this class of 2024.
What a start.
Big time for Gus Fring from Breaking Bad, as we like to call him, because Rodney Terry looks exactly like that guy. I'm going to show you and I'm going to show the people some Trey Johnson highlights, and we can talk while these things are playing. But I saw our man Zay tweet this out yesterday. Of course, Chip and Zay every weekday from 1 to 3 right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Zay was comparing Trey Johnson to Bradley Beal, who is now with the Phoenix Suns.
That's okay.
Multi-time All-Star with the Washington Wizards. Just a 2-guard who can absolutely get buckets from anywhere on the floor. And look, I mean, we've got windmill dunks here. We've got pulling up from 3. Trey Johnson's got a little badass to his game,
Boy,
too.
he's got that Euro step.
Oh, yeah. He'll dunk in your face, and then he'll let you know about it as well. So this dude could play. He can also talk a little bit, too. And, yeah, it's going to be fun to have this guy on the 40 acres. It might just be, 3 or 4 months where we get to watch Trey Johnson in a Texas uniform, but we will take it, man. This is a game-changing, a program-changing type of talent that's going to be walking into Austin next year.
Wow. NBA skills.
NBA skills. Yeah. I mean, this dude is expected to be a lottery pick here in a couple of years. So this is just a little bit of what Texas is getting. Rodney Terry, after the game, was talking about how Trey Johnson can be a two-way player when he gets to Austin. Obviously, these highlights are all from Trey on the offensive end of the floor, and you were seeing his ability to score at all three levels. But Rodney Terry believes that he's going to be a good defensive player once he gets here to Austin as well. So this is awesome, man. I mean, this was obviously a question. Hell, there were a lot of questions about what Texas basketball was going to be after. Funny enough, when Texas played Rice last year, Buck, that was the day Chris Beard got arrested.
That's right.
And, boy, Rice took Texas to overtime. It was obviously a tumultuous day for the Texas basketball program. I know Texas was way better than Rice, but it kind of felt like a minor miracle that they were able to win that game last year, just considering everything that had been going on that day and the uncertainty for the future of the Texas basketball program. Now, a year later, taking on Rice again, you get big-time news that Rodney Terry was able to bring in a big-time recruit, the number one player in the state of Texas, and like you said, put the bow on a top 5 class. That's as good as it gets, and it feels like to this point, Buck, Rodney Terry has answered all of the questions that have been asked about him.
Yeah, because there was always going to be questions. Can he recruit to the level of what was going on with Chris Beard? Could he recruit like Chris Beard?
Yeah.
And we found out that he can coach like it last year. I thought, as far as they went last year, they've got an even better opportunity this year. Some would say, can you do that? Can you get back to where you were last year? Why not? I mean, they've got some guys, some big men that haven't even played yet to get on the court and get themselves totally in 100%, not in shape, but get over some of the injuries. This should be a fantastic basketball team for years to come, I believe.
That's the hope. That is the hope. And you're right. I mean, Chris Beard put the roster together last year. He deserves some credit for that, but Rodney Terry deserves a ton of credit for keeping this roster together and leading Texas to the second weekend of the NCAA tournament for the first time in 15 years, and obviously getting Texas all the way to the Elite Eight. And if it weren't for Uncle Luke paying off the refs, Texas would have been in the Final Four for the first time in 20 years. So that's big time right there. You're excited about what he did last year. A very good offseason. Texas brought in a number of different transfers. So it's going to take a while for this year's team to kind of find its way. The Longhorns are 3-0. They haven't really played anybody yet, but they're taking care of their business to this point. 3 pretty comfortable wins. You feel like this team's only going to get better as this year goes along, especially when Dylan DeSue comes back.
Absolutely.
But yeah, man, it feels like Texas basketball is in a very, very good spot right now. And like you said, for years to come.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those kind of slow building processes where you're taking your time. You're making sure these guys are healthy enough to get back there. But they're spending an awful lot of time with their teammates, even though they're probably in the practice mode, but they're not going full speed. They're not going to have these guys get out there and hurt themselves, because that would then be a setback for this program. They can't have Dylan DeSue. Once he gets out there, he needs to be 100% ready to go. And that doesn't have to be in play until you get to conference play anyway.
Right. I'm with you. Yeah, Texas's next game is actually at Madison Square Garden this Sunday against Louisville. That's a game Texas better win. I always say this, like, you never want to put too much stock into an early season basketball game. Whether you're talking about
bad. They've been bad for the last 2 years.
Exactly. Yeah, whether you're talking about high school or college or the NBA, there are just so many games that, okay, if you slip up early in the season, that's not going to define how good of a season you're going to have. But Louisville is awful, man. They are awful. They lost to a D2 team in a scrimmage before the year started. They nearly lost to UMBC. And I know UMBC beat Virginia in the tournament a couple of years ago, but come on, that was a colossal upset, and that's not a team that Louisville should ever be close to losing to. It's a bad Louisville team. Kenny Payne is in over his head as the head coach out there. This would be a disappointing loss. Normally, you play Louisville at a neutral site, you lose to them, okay, whatever, no big deal. But Texas should win this game on Sunday at the Garden against Louisville. If they do, they could play the defending champion UConn Huskies.
Now, that'll be a different type of game.
That will be a different type of game.
Yes, for sure.
We were all hoping we were going to see that last year, right?
That dog will bite.
That dog does bite. If Texas beat Miami, and, if Texas beat the refs, then Texas would have gotten to play UConn in the semifinal in Houston last year. We didn't get to see it then. We might get to see it. I think Texas, if they beat Louisville, will get the winner of UConn and Indiana. So either way, you're playing a blue blood type of program. But man, it'd be fun to get to test your mettle against the defending
of course
champs.
it would. In Madison Square Garden, that'd be great.
Yeah. Oh man, that would be awesome. You going up there?
No, not for that.
Okay.
I'm surprised you haven't made it. You were invited to that.
I was invited to that.
Yes.
It's still football season, though,
Absolutely. We got a lot of football left.
We got some work on Saturday at Covert BK doing the pregame show, and I can't be going to the Garden just yet. But nice win for Texas, 80-64 the final. We'll talk more about that game a little bit later in the show. But obviously the super exciting news, if you are a Longhorn basketball fan, is the fact that Trey Johnson has not only committed but signed to the University of Texas. Once again, the number 1 2-guard in the country for the class of 2024. 3 signees for Texas, all top 50 players in the nation. Big time recruiting class by Rodney Terry. All right, before we shift gears and talk some Texas football, of course, we're 2 days away from the Longhorns trying to keep their Big 12 and college football playoff hopes alive at Jack Trice Stadium in Ames, Iowa this Saturday night. Some love to some of our great sponsors.
How about Dr. Greg Eckert, for sure? That guy has been doing this dentistry for over 28 years in our area, over 1,400 cases of restoring teeth. Did mine in just 2 visits. I got these beautiful veneers that you are seeing on this camera. That's right. Smile like you love everybody, Buck. Yes, and I got that done in just 2 visits. But Dr. Eckert does also general dentistry, extractions, teeth cleaning, teeth whitening, the whole works. And if you don't want to do veneers, you know what you can do? How about dental implants? If you do want to smile in just 1 day, that means when you go in his office, you may not be smiling, but when you leave, he's going to give you that smile that you deserve. Find out if you're a candidate by giving him a call today at 512-345-3166, folks. And if you've got dental anxiety, this is the dude that you want to go to. He and his staff will make you feel very, very comfortable about having your teeth done. I mean, there are those that won't go and haven't gone for years because they're just afraid. Now, don't be afraid. I mean, your dental care, it adds into your whole physical care. So please make sure that if you need IV sedation to get your teeth clean, I know that sounds weird. I mean, everybody gets a teeth cleaning, but there are folks that just, even for a simple cleaning, won't do it. Dr. Eckert will give you IV sedation just to have that done. Now, he doesn't want to, but if you want to, he'll do that for you because that's very, very important. As I said, 512-345-3166. If you've got dental insurance, let's start to use it or you're going to lose it, and you don't want to do that. The new year is just around the corner, so if you've got that dental insurance, please call Dr. Eckert and find out if he takes most insurance. So most likely he's going to take your dental insurance, but you don't want to lose that. Give him a call today at 512-345-3166. He's our dentist, should be your dentist also.
I might go by Doc U's office this afternoon.
Go ahead and say hello.
Just to get sedated.
There you go.
I don't need to have any dental
Dude,
work
it may
done.
help you if you got that cold coming on. You'd be surprised that when you go under and you come back, some of that misery that you have inside of your body may be gone.
Hold on now.
Did you get your green tea?
Yeah, I had some hot tea.
How was it?
It tastes like ass, dude. Tea sucks. I don't know why people pretend to like tea.
That's the British. The British brought that over there to us.
Yeah, well, the redcoats keep trying to tax it.
Yeah,
man.
that's right.
It's absurd. I don't get tea, even sweet tea, right? I know that's a Southern thing, and a lot of
You don't
Texans
even like
love
sweet
sweet tea.
no?
I don't love sweet tea, man. It all just tastes
You'd
like.
rather have an All-Star anyway.
I'd rather have an Altstadt beer. I'd
That's
rather
right.
have an Ollie Pop.
There you go.
Give me either of those things over tea. But yeah, we are getting there. And shout out to centextickets.com. Hey, if you are going to the Garden this weekend, you can get tickets to watch Texas play Louisville on Sunday at centextickets.com. If you're trying to watch the Longhorns play Iowa State on the road, they've got tickets there. If you just want to get your tickets for next Friday's game against Texas Tech back here in Austin, all the sports all year round right there online at centextickets.com. Plus concert tickets, Broadway show tickets. They've got it all for you right there. Just pull out your phone, open up your browser, go to centextickets.com. All of the tickets are right there at your fingertips. It is that simple. Shout out to our man Shelby over there at centextickets.com. All right, an early comment from Daddy Trill on the YouTube comment line, Buck, says no playoffs without Jonathan Brooks. So that's obviously a huge, huge storyline for the Longhorns going into these final couple of games of the regular season and hopefully a Big 12 championship as well. But this will be the first game that Texas plays without its star running back. What's your confidence level in this Longhorn team going up to Ames and finding a win without Jay Brooks?
Well, I think they can win this football game. I'm almost in the same line with him. I don't know if they can win a championship without Jonathan Brooks. But if they win this game and they win the next game, guess what? That means to me they're getting better because they're going to have to do some different things without that kid playing, which means, okay, if you can do some different things and still win the next 2 games and get to the championship game, then as I said, in championship play, anything goes, anything can happen. But when I found out about that injury, BK, I thought that was it. This team can win a couple games, but they can't win a championship without Jonathan Brooks. I didn't believe, but we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, how quick can the young running back, who everybody thought was going to be the starter anyway, the coaching staff thought he was good enough to start.
Yep.
You know, they had that kind of faith in him. I mean, maybe over the next 2 games, you see this guy become a real live star, you know, because if he's old enough, he's good enough.
Yeah. I hate that expression. I don't even think that is an expression.
Of course it is.
Only R. Kelly has said that.
If he's old enough, he should be good enough. And this was the #1 running back in the nation 2 years ago. So you're talking about a kid who's not just a running back. He's not just any, run-of-the-mill guy that they just, decided, oh, I'm a 4-star, 3-star. No, this is a 5-star running back, one of the best players in the country. So he's just got to show that over the next 2 weeks. There's a couple things he's going to have to grow up and do. He's going to have to carry a real load. But it's not just him. I mean, they've got Blue. They've got a number of guys that they can, put out some of these carries to, but none of them are like Jonathan Brooks. They're just not. It wasn't in the beginning of the season when this coaching staff thought that C.J. Baxter was the best back that they had. They were wrong. I said they were wrong at that time, and they're still wrong at this time if they believe that to be true. He's a legitimate running back that needed to have experience. He's going to get all the experience he needs right here over the next 2 games, and he's played well. He's played pretty well for a freshman out of high school to come in at this level and do some nice things. There's some things that you like to see from him, but he's going to have to get that done over the next 2 or 3 games in order to get them to a championship. But can they win a championship without Jonathan Brooks? We'll find out. I'm not quite sure right now. I mean, the day that when it happened to him, I thought, now that's it for the championship. They may be able to get to it, but they can't win a championship without Jonathan Brooks. He's just a cut above right now, the way he was playing. But we'll see over the next. Everybody has to step up their game.
Yep.
They have to step up their game. They stepped up their game when they lost Quinn Ewers. The backup quarterback came in. He wasn't great, but he won 2 games, and the rest of the players around him did what they had to do. Now you're losing your most valuable weapon on offense. So you're going to have to double step. You're going to have to 2-step now in order for them to win the championship. Hell, you're going to do that in order for them to get to the championship, I believe.
Absolutely. Yeah, C.J. Baxter is going to have to mature pretty quickly.
Yes.
Isn't he? I mean, he's done some good things as a true freshman, but we want to see what the coaches saw.
That's what I'm saying more than anything. I want to see from him what they saw in him during the summertime when they named him starter. That's what we need to find out. What did you guys see in him that you thought he was the best running back that you had?
Yeah, and I don't know if we've seen a fully healthy C.J. Baxter yet, right? I mean, he got hurt early against Rice, and Sark talked about it on Monday. Like, this is the first time in the last month and a half where C.J. Baxter has been 100%. So he's been dealing with a couple of different ailments, seemingly since the start of the season. So hopefully Sark is true to his word, and C.J. Baxter actually is fully healthy, and we see a more explosive version of him.
Well, BK, we can say this for sure. We have not seen him with numerous carries. And maybe that's what gets him warmed up. Maybe that's what he needs. I mean, we've seen him do some nice stuff. He's had some long runs. He's got great speed. There's no doubt about his speed, but his ability to make people miss and break tackles, we've not seen that. Now he can lower the boom because that's a 220-pound guy who's almost 6'2", that as time goes on is going to be a monster at running back. But is he a monster right now? I think he needs the carries to really get warmed up, and we're going to see that on Saturday. He's going to get plenty of carries, I believe, on Saturday.
Is that a real thing? I mean, obviously, you're a running backs coach. Like, do guys need more carries sometimes to get into a rhythm? Like, maybe getting more of a workload can help these guys be more productive?
Oh, I think so. I think, and especially for a young back, I mean, with every carry, he gains experience. And, he'll make a different cut on a specific play that he didn't make the last time they ran that play. So you'll see some things out of him, I believe, that you haven't seen. But once again, this is to me, I want to know what the coaches saw in him, and let's see it on Saturday.
Yep.
And also Blue's, I mean, that guy I think that kid is a legitimate speed kid that can get out on the perimeter. And we haven't seen a lot of perimeter plays. Now we've seen quick screens to running backs that slide outside and do that. But a guy who can just beat you, set you up, slide inside and then bounce outside to beat the perimeter, that could be a nice little change of pace here on 6:30 at night.
Yeah.
In Ames. That could be something they're not expecting Texas to try to beat them on the perimeter. Texas has been pounding the ball generally with Jonathan Brooks inside pretty hard. So
yeah,
this will be a little bit different if they can get outside on the perimeter on this team.
A lot of inside zone for Texas in the ground game this year. We'll see if they mix things up a little bit. CJ Baxter, 87 carries for 390 yards and 3 touchdowns in 9 games this season. You brought up Jaden Blue, just 29 carries for him, but 167 yards. He's averaged nearly 6 yards a tote. A lot of that's been in mop-up duty, so we'll see how.
But that's how Jonathan Brooks got his yardage. Remember, he was in mop-up duty last year behind Bijan Robinson. That's how we got to know that kid. So
absolutely,
these are great opportunities. When something happens, this is a great opportunity for 2 young backs to get it done.
So I'm at a crossroads here, Buck, and this might make you mad as the running backs coach that you are. Jonathan Brooks is a hell of a player. There's no denying that. He's one of the best running backs in college football. So when I say this, I am not in any way, shape, or form trying to disparage Jay Brooks. He's a stud, and he's been the most consistent player for this Texas offense all season long.
Yes.
What year is it, Buck?
23.
And what position are we talking about?
Running back.
Aren't running backs the most replaceable players on the football field in 2023?
Not in college football. You may be talking about the pros, but not in college football. They're not the most easily replaced guys. No.
Quinn Ewers was a bigger loss than Jonathan Brooks. He was. I don't know if Quinn Ewers is a better player than Jonathan Brooks, but the quarterback is more important than the running back. That's just how it goes. And
here's what we're going to find out. How important was Quinn Ewers? Because without Quinn Ewers, they still won 2 football. They found a way to win 2 football games. So
yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting to. They were able to win without the most important player on the team.
Correct.
They won 2 games without, and K-State is better than Iowa State and Texas Tech. And they were able to beat them without the most important player on the team. So they should be able, without the running back, they should be able to win these last 2 games.
But that running back affects that quarterback an awful lot. He can't just, we're talking about a guy coming off an injury, an AC, air conditioning, unit injury. And we've got to be very, very careful, even in week number 2. How is he going to be? I'm going to believe he's going to be a little bit stronger, but once again, it's one of those silly night games, 6:30. The weather's going to be it's not going to be dry. It's probably going to be a little bit like we got this morning out here in that part of the country. So I don't think it's going to be just prime weather for him. I'm hoping that it's a 70-degree evening, but it won't be.
No, I'm looking at the forecast for Ames, Iowa this Saturday. Yeah, 45 degrees at kickoff. Doesn't look like there's a chance of rain.
Well, then it's dry. He should be okay.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect weather to be much of a factor. So,
but I agree with you. I mean, if you won games without Quinn Ewers, then those guys need to step up. And those 2 running backs. I mean, if I'm the running back coach, I am head and heels and kneecaps in their rear end all week long, because this is the time where you don't let up. This is not the niceties of, we're trying to get to a championship. You guys got recruited to the University of Texas as running backs. You got to show why you got a scholarship to this place.
You're putting a kneecap in someone's bung
hole? I'm putting everything in there. Everything goes in the bung. You know what I'm saying? This week,
I don't know what you're saying. I'm not swing that way,
I'm not letting it up on them. I'm talking to them about pass protection, about protecting the quarterback, because every play is going to matter. Yeah. Can't have the quarterback getting sacked because you can't pass protect. The word is Jaden Blue couldn't pass protect, which I always say, well, then they ought to get a new running back coach. If he can't pass protect, that's not on him. That's on the guy who coaches him, because everybody can pass protect. Everybody can throw their body in front of that car.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like A-Rod did when he saved that little girl there in Boston who jumped out in front of the bus. And A-Rod, the angel that he is, St. A-Rod, back in the day when he played for the Yankees, he jumped out in front, pulled her back in, put his body in front, and saved a little girl. I don't know if you remember that.
A-Rod did?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yes, that's it. That happened.
Wow.
Yeah. Why do you think they call him St. A-Rod?
I've never heard anyone call him St. A-Rod.
Yes, I do.
What was he, juicing on the side of the street and just happened to be in the right place?
Just a bum sitting by there waiting for the bus?
Yeah. Huh.
No.
He saved someone's life?
Yeah. He pushed the little girl out of the way of the bus.
Wow. Well,
I don't have my little figurine, my A-Rod figurine.
You have an A-Rod figurine?
No, I do not. There's only one figurine. That would be the Jeter.
Just the Jeter one.
Absolutely.
Jake says, hopefully it's not going to be very windy. Yeah, I mean, looking at the forecast, and we are talking about weather guessers here, so
yes,
it will probably be the exact opposite of what I'm reading right now. But kickoff is at 7 o'clock. I'm seeing 4-mile-an-hour winds.
Yeah, the defense is the group, BK, that just needs to get turnovers. They need to give this group some short fields, give these running backs some opportunities. We know what the red zone offense is all about, but I think we're figuring that Sark may have that all figured out by game number 10 or 11. He should have that all figured out, some of the things that they need to do in the red zone. And this defense should get some balls in the red zone for this offense, give them some great field position, because the offense for Iowa State is not that good.
No.
And they need to get stuffed. They don't need big plays, somebody getting behind anybody. This is one where you shut this group out.
I'm going to be the opposite of Gerard Hufford here, because Gerard was talking all sorts of trash about this Texas team. I'm going to talk some sort of trash about this Iowa State team. By the way, Texas's defense has created multiple takeaways in 4 straight games.
That's right. Yes,
so
they have.
They have been very, very good at that since the Oklahoma game.
Since Sark started to talk about it.
Yeah, for as bad as the Houston game was, and it was bad, Texas won that game because they were able to create 3 takeaways. And they have been very, very opportunistic as a defense since that Oklahoma game. And like you said, since Sark kind of made that a point of emphasis going into that bye week after OU, we got to stop pretending that Iowa State's a really good football team.
Yes.
Now, look, Texas has struggled against teams that are worse than Iowa State. So if you're a little bit nervous about this game, that's fine. That should only come from the standpoint of Texas has played down to its competition a little bit too much. Iowa State, you look at the record, they're 6-4. You look at what they've done in conference play, they're 5-2. They've won 4 of their last 5 games. That's all pretty good.
We did that last week with TCU. TCU wasn't very good.
No,
I mean, Texas should have stomped them. They had an opportunity. They had them down by 20. So some of these teams that we talk about that are very good, whether they've beaten Texas over the years or not, like TCU has owned them.
Mm-hmm.
Iowa State has owned them in Ames. But the reality of it is they're not as good as you are.
Right. Well, since the leaf started turning, Texas has not played a 60-minute game. Right?
No.
They played one in Tuscaloosa. They played one in Waco.
They played a really good – that was a good football game up in Dallas. That was a good football game. That was a slobber knocker of a game. They gave it away at the end, but it's what you expect out of Texas, Oklahoma.
Right, but they didn't play a complete football
game. No, they played a silly game and got beat and should be still undefeated right now.
Yeah, they got off to a bad start in that one, and obviously at the end, they, you've got a lead with a minute and a half to go.
And they got walked. They walked them down the field, yes.
At worst, that game should have been in overtime, but instead Oklahoma was able to win it in regulation. So, look, Texas, they haven't covered the spread in 4 of their last 5 games. The Longhorns haven't controlled games over 4 quarters the way that we would want. So, if that is what worries you, that's fine. But Iowa State, once again, 4-1 in their last 5 games. Here's who they've beaten in that stretch: Baylor, TCU, BYU, and Cincinnati. Those are 4 of the worst teams in the conference this year. The combined records of those teams in Big 12 play, 7-21. That's who Iowa State's beaten on this, red-hot stretch that they've been on. And their only loss in the last 5 games at home? They can lose at home? At night? They can lose at night and at home to Kansas and a backup quarter. We're sitting here like Kansas with a backup quarterback 2 weeks ago, went into Ames in a night game.
Watch that game,
and beat Iowa State. So I'm just letting y'all know, this Iowa State team is not all that good. They are not as good as their record indicates. They are taking advantage of a bad Big 12 schedule. They got crushed by Oklahoma. They lost to Kansas early this year. They did beat Oklahoma State. That is the good win they had. But that was before Oklahoma State had figured things out, right?
And then we found out what they were about after Bedlam.
Exactly. So I like Iowa State. They're not nearly as good as the record indicates, and the talent gap between these two teams.
Don't make them good. That's the deal. Do not make them good.
So this should be like if Texas, and this is a big if because of what we've seen in the last month or so. If Texas can play close to its standard, they're going to win and they're going to cover in this game because they should be that much better than Iowa State.
Yeah, I think you'll just find out. You'll find out what the players are all about, and you'll find out early because this team is good early. Now all of a sudden, this Texas Longhorn team is fantastic early. First quarter, second quarter. It's when you get to that third quarter, the middle of the third quarter, when things start to happen to them. They let this snowball effect start to happen to them. A team that couldn't run all day long all of a sudden gets a couple runs. And now they start running all over the place, like they own you. That's what they have to stop. They get complacent in the third quarter for some odd reason. That's the taking your foot off the gas. It's not just about the offense. It's about the defense too. They give up a couple really weird, 8-yard runs, 12-yard runs. Next thing you know, somebody's into your secondary. They got to prevent that. They can't give this team any momentum in Ames. You know what I'm saying? So that the offensive linemen they can get going and talk about how. You know what? They're not this, they're not that. And I said last week, one thing about TCU is they're going to wait and wait and wait, and then they're going to see Texas because they'll falter sometime. They've been told that. They've been told that for years. That's what their program is all about. Texas will give in. They gave in a little bit last week, but they won the football game, but they gave in when they were up 20 points. And I think this group is kind of the same. If you just keep punching, you keep staying in there, Texas will then make a mistake and they'll give in to you. And then it'll be up to you to take the game away from Texas. This has got to be a game where Texas gets the lead, takes the lead, and they don't give in. They just keep on going.
Yeah, and everyone's been focused on the fourth quarter. Texas has struggled a little bit in the third quarter.
Yeah, the third quarter is the one. That's coming out of that halftime deal now.
Yeah, they're scoring 6 points per game in third quarters, which ranks 61st in the country. They're scoring 8.2 in the first. They're scoring 10 per game in the second. They're scoring 9.3 in the fourth. But the offense just coming out of the locker room has sputtered at times for the Longhorns. And, I know they didn't give up a point against TCU, right? TCU scored 20 in the fourth quarter to get back into that game last weekend. But Texas offensively did not score.
Yeah, and you know what? Your quarterback came back last week. You're protecting them well. And this team is pretty good in the secondary. You still got to get after them in the secondary. You've got great wide receivers.
Yep.
Go get this group. Go get them. Don't all of a sudden say, you know what, we don't have Jonathan Brooks. Okay, we've got a nice 12, 14-point lead here in the middle of the third quarter. Hell no, keep throwing. If you can throw against them, throw the ball down the field.
I'm with you.
Let Quinn Ewers throw the football. I mean, I'm not saying this isn't – I don't know about these backs enough to say they're going to run the clock out. I don't think this is the group that's going to get in there. I don't think you're going to be looking to turn around and hand the ball off and run the clock out. You're still going to have to be pressing the gas pedal down and getting after this group in the fourth quarter and in the third quarter. You can't say, okay, we've got a 14-point lead. Let's good. Now let's run the ball and show them that we can run the clock out. Yep. Sark is big on that coach speak thing where he says, we want them to know when we're going to run the ball, we can still run it. Oh, hell no. If they know it, pass on them. Right. Let's go. Get the ball down the field.
And that's the good news about the weather, right? Because it shouldn't be rainy. It shouldn't be windy. So the elements should not be a factor in the passing
That's
game.
Great for Quinn Ewers' arm.
Yep.
It really is. That sounds great.
Another good thing, like Iowa State is not great at rushing the passer. They've got 17 sacks on the season, but 5 of them came in their season opener against FCS Northern Iowa.
I see.
So getting consistent pressure has been an issue for them. And they can't get pressure without blitzing. I mean, they run the 3-3-5, so a lot of times they're just rushing 3 or 4. We've seen Texas all year long get pressure by just rushing 4. Iowa State does not have that ability. So Quinn Ewers should have some time.
Sure.
He was kept clean last week, which is good. Obviously, that matters whenever you're talking about a quarterback. You want to always keep him upright. But with Quinn still recovering from that air conditioner issue, you want to make sure he's upright. This should be advantage Texas offensive line when we're talking about pass pro, and Quinn, like most quarterbacks, has been a lot better when given a clean pocket.
Yeah, and I still believe that the linebackers will play. They won't be as close to the line. They're going to try to find out if with their 3-down linemen, can they sustain against the run, so that their linebackers can drop their ass in coverage, get back as quick as they can in the coverage when it's on a throwing down. So you still got to make them pay for having 3-down linemen.
Yep. And
it just has to be. The other guys are going to be back pretty far. They're not going to be close to the line. I know you got 3-3, 5, and all that other stuff, and you're thinking those linebackers are close to the line of scrimmage. They will not be. They're going to want to be in coverage. They know that you don't have Jonathan Brooks running the football, and they're going to test your offensive line and see if they can get some of these double teams. And this offensive line ought to get some double teams, BK, where they get their runners into that linebacker area. And that's where I think that C.J. Baxter can punish you. He's a big kid. I mean, he can run you over. I don't know how many times he can make you miss, but he sure can fall for about 3 or 4 yards with that 220 pounds, almost 6'2". He should be able to get you some yards on contact. So that's the thing with them. They can. I believe their linebackers are looking to drop, and they want to find out and see if Texas can sustain running that football against them. And they have to. They have to try.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're right. Iowa State's defense is kind of designed to get you to run the football. Like, they don't want to give up big plays over the top. They want you to have to dink and dunk when you do try to pass, but they really just want you to keep it on the ground as much as you can.
This offense is pretty good at dinking and dunking. They've got guys who can get in zones and catch the ball. And once again, with A.D. Mitchell, Quinn Ewers has got to feel, I don't have to be that accurate. I don't have to put it right in his chest. I can put it above him, to the side of him. He's going to catch the ball.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'd like to see him throw the ball where he can catch it square up. But that dude doesn't miss very many balls, and he catches them in all different angles and all different spots. And I think the quarterback still loves to throw to him.
Are you a patient person, Buck?
I'm pretty patient, yeah.
Think so?
Yes.
You've got to be patient going up against this defense.
For sure.
And we've seen Sark at times against the 3-3-5 look get a little impatient. Like, we all want the explosive play.
Sure.
Right? Like, it's tough putting together 8, 9, 10 play drives and slowly but surely marching down the field. You want to take some shots because, well, that just makes life so much easier for your football team if you could score quick. You've got to take what this defense gives you because they are going to do whatever they possibly can to prevent the big play. So if you're Sark and if you're Quinn Ewers, I think this goes for both of them. You can't just say, man, I'm tired of taking these 5, 6, 7-yard completions.
I need to throw this ball down.
We need to throw it 30 yards down the field. Now Iowa State's got a lot of interceptions. They forced 15 of those this year.
So you can't have interceptions in this game. This is one thing you can't, like I said, you can't change momentum of the football game when you're on the road at any game, and much less at this weird place where it's going to be dark. Remember, the lights may not be on.
Right. Yeah. According to Jared Hufford, it's going to be dark. We're not going to be able to see. So that makes it even tougher to complete passes down the field.
No, just take those dink and dunks. If they give it to you, if you want this to be just a slugfest, go ahead, slug it out with them.
Yeah.
If you get them down and you can start rolling them around with the 3-man front, then do it. But when you have the opportunities to throw the ball, I don't care, 8 yards, 10 yards, throw it.
Hey.
I don't want to spend time finding out how good these running backs are. I don't want to be in the third quarter saying we've got to run the ball. We got to run the ball. You know, if by the time they get after halftime, BK, and you're getting to the second series of the third quarter, if they're not running with a lot of success, well, then throw the ball.
Yep.
It's not all of a sudden going to change. The young running backs aren't going to all of a sudden get good late in the third and in the fourth quarter. You need to do what you do best. And if the best thing you got going on is throw it, then throw the ball.
We talked about, Jonathan Brooks being the best and most consistent weapon for this Texas team on offense. Well, he's gone. Now the 3 best and most consistent weapons for this Texas team are receivers / tight ends.
Well, yeah, the tight end has to come into play. For what Jonathan Brooks does, J.D. Sanders now has got to be the guy. That's got to be your guy.
No,
JT's got to be.
He doesn't have to be your guy. He's just got to do a little bit more than what he's done this
season.
Yeah,
I mean,
like
but
Xavier Worthy and A.D. Mitchell are still your guys.
Yeah, he's going to have to put up. He's going to have to put up a few numbers that's going to help you out on the offensive side.
Yeah,
and once again, I know Sark doesn't like those 8-yard button hooks and all that stuff, but he's the guy. He's the big body guy to get in there and get that kind of stuff done. The seam is still available for him. They're going to be deep enough. And as I said, the linebacker is going to drop deep. So you may have to even catch those, like the ones those little lollipops that are 7 to 8 yards that you don't like, that the team will get frustrated with and say, that's it. You got to win the game.
Yep. JT Sanders, 4 catches for 47 yards last week. Sadly, that's one of his better stat lines of the season.
Still doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, he's such a weapon, but now he's got to take the place of what you got out of Jonathan Brooks. Yeah. If the young guys don't do it, I know people are saying, why do you keep saying if they don't do it? I don't know. I don't know if they can. What I've seen is flashes of guys, and that's all. I don't know. Now they become starters. Now they become guys that this football team will depend on. Are they ready for that role? And this is not just any game. These are all playoff games.
Yep, they are. They are indeed. All right, keep the text coming on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Obviously, if you're watching on YouTube, you can hit us up on the YouTube comments line as well. As our guy Rue says, please hit the like button. Give us a thumbs up. It helps our channel continue to grow. We are broadcasting live from Academy Sports and Outdoors in Hutto.
Can you smell the rubber from all the different balls and baseballs and football? I can smell that in here. This store is new, but yes, I smell the rubber, folks.
You smell the balls, huh?
I smell the balls. I smell the balls.
You're always going around smelling balls.
Here we go again.
I've heard that about you.
Yeah,
man.
I can smell all the Wilson balls. I'm seeing them all the different gloves and all the leather. It's great, man. Don't let me get loose in this place.
I could spend hours at Academy.
Oh, for sure.
Like I literally want to buy every single thing that I see here.
They do such a great job. And this store is beautiful.
It's got that brand new store smell, right?
Yes, it does. It has all the Longhorn gear, Austin FC gear, and now they could use some wins. Maybe next year. I don't even think that the playoffs are now, aren't they?
Yeah, they didn't make them.
No.
Sorry about
next
that.
year.
Next year.
They still fill up the stadium, though.
Oh, of course. It's a party out there. You been to an Austin FC game yet?
I've been to one.
Oh, man, they have a great time out there. They do it right at Q2 Stadium. But, yeah, they've got the gear. This place opens at 9. We're going to be giving away 2 $150 gift cards to people who show up. And come say hello. So you can get your holiday shopping done, or if you just want some stuff for yourself, you can make it happen here.
I know it'll even be better if you said, hey, I'm going to subscribe right away.
Absolutely.
That always helps.
Also have a couple of Last Stand hats that we'll be giving away. We've got tons of Texas Sports Unfiltered koozies that we're going to be passing out. We're going to be here until 1 o'clock. It's not just Bucky and BK. Wags and Rodney will be here. Jeff Howe will be here. We'll all be here until 1 o'clock.
Everybody will be here except for my doc. Doc Trey will not, because he's still spending his $7,000 in Vegas, he and his wife.
I got to show you this picture of Doc Trey since you bring him up. He is out in Vegas right now, and of course, I think everybody knows at this point he cashed his $7,000 Rangers bet slip.
I wonder if he's listening this morning. He's not giving you anything yet, right? I know you made note of that the other day.
Right.
Which was,
I'm not asking for anything.
Oh no, you're not asking whatsoever.
I just think he, should maybe consider giving me.
Would you be okay with a Hyundai now?
Sure.
Okay.
I'll take anything, and I'd be okay if he didn't give me anything.
I mean, if he gave you a gift card, except for to Academy Sports and Outdoors. I mean, if he gave you a gift card to Jack Allen's, $100 gift card, would you be okay?
I already have some of those.
See, so you wouldn't be okay.
I mean, I do love Jack Allen's Kitchen. We know that. That's well documented. But I want something I don't have,
Okay.
Yeah, I need something better than that. So here's this picture of Trey. Are you seeing this right now? It's on the screen. We're sharing it. So if you're watching on YouTube, you see what we're talking about.
Why are his eyes rolled up like a shark?
Trey posted this yesterday with the caption, "Yesterday, I cashed a $100 bet made back in March on the Rangers winning the World Series at 70-1 odds. This is what that feeling tastes like." And he posted this picture. 21,000 people have seen this picture from Trey Elling. And I don't even know what to say here. So I'm going to ask you what you think about what is going on right now.
First of all, what is that he's shoving down his gullet?
I don't know.
It looks like some kind of ice cream pop or something.
Marshmallow ice cream pop.
He's at a restaurant, though.
A ball of some sorts.
He's not a shark. He's not a great white. He's white, but he's not a great white shark. Why is his eyes rolling back like some kind of shark?
Nothing great about Trey. I don't know. Kind of looks like he's done that before, though.
Yeah, it does.
The
way he's opening up wide, it looks like he has done that before.
Looks like he's got experience shoving something on a stick in his mouth, doesn't he?
Wow.
I mean, what is going on here?
He's having an awful lot of fun with that thing.
That is disgusting. I don't know why he'd post that on the internet for everybody to see.
I wouldn't do that. That's not flattering right there.
No, like that's to me, that's not what I would do after winning $7,000.
No,
that's not what that feeling tastes like.
I'd show myself drunk in the middle of the Formula One somewhere.
Yeah, I'd be like hanging out with James Harden at a strip club somewhere.
I mean, really,
that's where I would be if I had just won $7K. I wouldn't be just guzzling furry-looking things down my throat.
That doesn't look all that appetizing, does it?
It doesn't. It doesn't. Apparently, it is a cotton candy foie gras at Bizarre Meat in Vegas. What is foie gras? FOIEGRAS?
Something that makes you high, maybe?
I don't know what that is. It's so there's Trey. I'm going to take that off the screen.
Please do. That's kind of scary.
People don't have to stare at it. Eddie says he needs to work on his eye contact.
There you go.
Well, he's looking up, so maybe he was looking at somebody up there.
Wow.
But there's your Doc Trey update. So, yeah, Trey will be back on TSU tomorrow. He's coming back from Sin City today. But there's your random Trey Elling III update. That's not what I would be doing in Vegas if I was out there the week of F1, but to each his own, I guess.
Let me just tell you this. This academy is absolutely, I like to talk about sports stores, gorgeous, but this place is gorgeous looking, man. It is aisle upon aisle of sporting equipment that you just, it's hard to say. And, I mean, thank you to Academy Sports and Outdoors, because when I had the Mullet open, they were one of the first, besides Tito's, this was the second place I came to. And, they've been with me for 22 years. They've supported the Mullet Open, and they still continue to do it. And, of course, Casey can't wait to find out what we want to do for the Mullet Open in May, and they're on board again. They're going to help us with Blue Santa.
Nice.
How about that?
Can't wait for that.
Yes, that we're going to be involved in Blue Santa this year. We may be out in the cold, as a matter of fact. Delivery day, December 16th, Saturday, one day before winter starts, that I proclaimed winter the 17th.
Oh, so we'll be
Sunday.
fine then. The weather will be
perfect.
Yeah,
we'll be just fine.
Since you are the weatherman, and if you're saying it's going to start on the 17th, and that means the 16th will be gravy.
Dude, that morning is always cold.
Yeah.
I've never had a sweat on at that place. I've always had jackets and hoodies and stocking caps on that morning. But it is a great day in the Austin, Central Texas area when folks from all over get in that car line and get those gifts and those gift cards for folks all over our area, the folks in need. And it's special. I've seen people with their kids now. Now those kids that have been around when I just started radio are now, they got their own kids that will be bringing them. And it's great to see kids get up on that morning and go help other kids. That's a special day by Blue Santa. I know we've got brown Santa and green Santa.
Brown Santa.
We got everything. We got all kinds of Santas. But this is the part of the country that is so giving. Central Texas is the best when it comes to that.
Yes.
We make a lot because we give a lot.
Well, I think it's the other way around. I think we give a lot because
Oh,
we make
okay.
a
There
lot.
you go. Whatever.
I think that's how it works.
Okay.
But yeah, we're hopefully going to be out there at Blue Santa doing a
Yes.
live broadcast and also walking the car lines.
I love the car
and handing
lines.
some stuff out. So we've got a lot going on at Texas Sports Unfiltered, and we're super excited about all of it. And excited to be giving back as well to our great Central Texas community as we get closer to the holiday season. How about this out of the world of baseball? By the way, apparently I'm pronouncing foie gras wrong. Someone says it's foie gras.
Foie gras?
You know what that is? Foie gras?
Frog legs? No?
I don't know if it's frog legs. Although if anyone's eating that, it's probably Trey.
That's for sure.
And he's going to say it's some sort of delicacy, not delicatessen. We don't need any of that. So I can't even say that. Dude.
Foie gras?
Yeah, I'm not high class
You're not
enough
French?
to eat that. No, if they
Come
don't
on,
have it
man.
at Taco Bell, there's no chance that I'm eating it. How about this out of the world of baseball? Speaking of Vegas, according to Bob Nightingale of USA Today, it is official. The Oakland A's are moving to Las Vegas. A unanimous vote by the owners all across Major League Baseball have approved the move. We kind of knew this was coming. The writing's been on the wall for a while, but now it is official that an MLB team will be relocating to Vegas. We've got a hockey team, we've got a football team, and coming up next,
Yes.
a baseball team.
Hey, what does San Francisco turn into? Just nothing?
Well, they still have the San Francisco Giants. Oakland's lost everything, right? Oakland lost the Raiders, obviously, to Vegas.
Yes.
They're losing the A's to Vegas, and they lost the Warriors, right? Oracle Arena, where the Warriors
That's
used to
right.
play, was on the Oakland side of the bay. Now the new Chase Center is at San Francisco. So Oakland sports fans, man, I mean, they get dunked on a lot, especially A's fans, because nobody ever goes to the Coliseum. It's a pretty passionate fan base out there, and they have lost 3 teams
Man.
in the span of like 5 years. Brutal.
That's tough. That's tough sledding.
Yeah.
What a place to go to.
Yeah. MLB's first relocation since 2005, only the second relocation in baseball since 1972. And that's where we're at. So I'm thinking maybe 2025. I don't know if we have an official date on when this is going to happen, but now we do know that it is going to happen.
And some of the awards last night, BK, are the awards that are coming up for baseball. Did we get a Cy Young winner?
I think we got the Cy Young winners last night. Yeah, we've had Rookie of the Year. We've had Managers of the Year. I think MVPs get announced today. I don't think there's much suspense on who's going to win those.
What about the Rangers rookie third baseman? Was he close or not really? He didn't.
He was close, but he did not win. It was
Okay.
Gunnar Henderson from Baltimore who won. Josh Young, the Rangers' third baseman, would have very much been in the mix, but he missed about 4
Yeah,
to
he got
6
hurt. That's
weeks
right.
midway through the season, so that kind of took him out of contention there. The Cy Young winners were given out yesterday. Garrett Cole for the Yankees winning it. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Your Yankees actually did win something this year. Way to go. First Cy Young for Garrett Cole, which is crazy considering how
Wow.
freaking good he has been. He was a unanimous winner in the AL. And Blake Snell, the National League Cy Young
Snell's been
winner.
close before, right?
I think he's won it before. I think that was his second
Okay.
Cy Young. So those are the Cy Young winners. Managers of the Year. This one was pretty controversial, but Bruce Bochy did not win American League Manager of the Year. That went to Brandon Hyde of also the Baltimore Orioles. Now, important to note that it's a regular season award. So the fact that Bruce Bochy swept Brandon Hyde and the
Yes.
Rangers went on to win the World Series didn't have any bearing for that thing. And I'm sure Bruce Bochy will take the World Series over the Manager of the Year. The Marlins manager, Skip Schumacher, won it in the National League. And what else? What are we missing here? think those are all the big awards that have been given out. Once again, MVPs, I believe, get announced today. Everybody expects Shohei Ohtani to win it in the American League, and Ronald Acuna Jr., I don't know what that means, Jr., to win it in the National League.
Good stuff.
So there's your baseball. You going to go try to catch a Vegas A's game at some point?
I'd like to.
Okay.
I'd like to, yeah. I mean, I know a lot of people are complaining in Vegas about Formula One. Well, I'd love to see Formula One in Vegas down the strip. That they've had to redesign everything, and all the people that are walking trying to get to casinos, they've had to reroute all those people and put them in the alleys and back ways.
Yep.
And that probably not that much fun being in the alleys of Vegas on the strip somewhere trying to get to the next casino with a pocket full of cash. That's probably not all that easy to do, but that should be quite the event this weekend. Verstappen was asked, to do some. He said it's a clown show
in Vegas.
Yeah, he said, "What a clown show this is." He doesn't, he's a real serious dude. So the champ wants things his way, and so he's not.
Screw that guy.
I know this is
what he's worried he's going to lose his first race of the season.
I don't know this layout that well. Okay, come on, man.
Yeah.
Have some fun, will you?
That's exciting. Yeah, we actually might get a change in Formula One because Verstappen is winning every single weekend.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, it'd be nice if he doesn't know exactly what to do to win every single Saturday.
So he calls it a clown show there in Vegas.
Yeah, he's a clown then for
there you go.
Trey said the construction's already started out there, and it's going to be a madhouse this weekend. And I'm excited to watch. I'm excited to see how this thing unfolds right there on the Vegas Strip. F1 in Austin is a ton of fun. Of course, shout out to Coda, one of our great sponsors. That event here is always insane. But yeah, in Vegas for the first time, you could bet that it's a madhouse out there in Sin City right now. All right, before we shift gears here, talk some more Texas football, maybe talk some NFL as well. Some more love to some more of our great sponsors.
How about Covert, speaking of cars, trucks, and SUVs, and speaking of Hutto, because there is a Covert Ford and Chevy out here in Hutto. There's also Covert Ford and Lincoln in Austin, but the Covert's been doing this since 1909. They've been selling cars and trucks and SUVs in Central Texas, and nobody, of course, does it better than the Covert family. And out in Bee Cave, beautiful Bee Cave, Texas out there, they've got 7 brands: Buicks, GMCs, Cadillacs, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, of course, and 86 service bays throughout the beautiful area out there so that, you don't have to spend all that time wondering when your car is going to be done. They've got 86 bays, and they're as clean as a whistle when you go out there. You're going to love that place. And the lot is filled with cars, trucks, and SUVs. You don't have to wait around. You don't have to wait 6-8 months before you get your car or SUV. Believe me, they are there for you. The Cadillacs await you. Folks, go to covertbcave.com to find out more information on the great sales that they have. While you're there, say hello to Dan Covert, of course, Mike, Stacy, Jerome, the whole gang, and nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Not ever. We'll be out there this Saturday
we will.
Our pregame show, getting you set for Texas and Iowa State. 2-hour pregame show. It will start at 4:30 and end at 6:30. Of course, kickoff in the dark. You're going to play with a glow-in-the-dark football or something?
I don't know how they're going to do that. I don't know how that offensive guard plays football in the dark. I don't know.
There's that Iowa State education coming through right there.
I think they have lights. Just use your phones. Use your cell phones.
Yeah, that'll work. Everyone will just pull out their cell phone flashlights, and that will be what we use as lights. They can't afford them up there in Ames.
Why don't you just play against Texas? What do you have to talk about playing against Texas? Just show up and win. You've won those games. You play pretty well at home. You don't have to talk about it.
I'm pretty grateful that he said that, by the way. Texas should have had all the motivation it needed, just with the fact that, they're still in the playoff hunt, and obviously they control their own destiny to get to a Big 12 championship.
What's crazy is we never hear about the guys that hear about that stuff. I know it gets out there, but when you know about bulletin board material, the people still actually put that crap up on the book. I've never seen anything, except when I first got into coaching, about bulletin board material. As coaching went on for me, and that was a long, long time ago, BK, I've never seen anything actually up on a bulletin board. I've never seen everybody talk about bulletin board. They just talk about how that stuff gets around through the locker room. Did you hear what? Now, I do remember the first Big 12 championship about what James Brown said about, hey, maybe we're going to win by 20 points and beat Nebraska, who are the 2-time defending national champs. That didn't have to be bulletin board material. That thing was in the paper.
It was.
It was in the newspaper. It never made it to any bulletin boards, I don't believe. It got right to the newspaper there in Nebraska, so in the Lincoln. Yeah, it permeates throughout your facility, but I don't think there's really a real bulletin board, folks. So,
do you have a bulletin board?
I had a bulletin board. I actually had a bulletin board in my office during coaching.
There we go.
And I used to put up all my stuff there. on the bulletin board all my little, I have my little poems, my little Vince Lombardi sayings and stuff like that.
Yeah, I
don't
love it.
mess with, don't poke the bear and all that kind of shit.
That's awesome.
Do not poke the bear. I had all that crazy stuff.
I haven't seen a bulletin board in a long time.
No.
I don't know if there's a bulletin board in the Texas locker room, but I bet you that Steve Sarkisian has been playing that video on a loop.
Oh, it probably comes on. They've got numerous screens in there, and everybody has a TV in their locker. Don't forget that.
Yeah.
The lap of luxury there. So I'm pretty sure that plays on their little TVs right in front of their lockers. Yes,
it's been playing there. Hey, we've got a few fans who are out here already.
Awesome.
At 8:59, this place hasn't even opened, and they're already here saying hi.
I like it.
Make sure y'all grab some koozies here. How about a couple of Last Stand hats for you guys for showing up early? We got a covert hat too. There's 3 of you, so one of y'all will get the covert hat. The other 2 could get the
covert Hutto.
hats.
How about covert Hutto?
It's a cool looking lid right there. Make sure y'all grab some koozies, and thank you guys for coming out, man.
Thank you, guys.
That's awesome. Yeah, brand new Academy Sports and Outdoors. This place just opened. They've got the Longhorn gear. They've got tons of Cowboys gear right around here as well. We're right by the fan shop. When you walk in, just turn left, and you will be able to see us at Academy.
They've got Aggie gear. Now you're not so keen on that.
No.
What do you mean? You gotta have that.
I don't want that. It's not
you don't
for
want
me.
any of that.
Well, we've got an Aggie here. Congrats on getting rid of Jimbo, sir.
Congrats.
How many phone calls have you gotten asking you for money to pay that $76 million buyout?
Somebody's gonna have to pay that buyout.
Oh, we need that. Yeah, there you go. But we do have some Cowboys fans too. They got the Cowboys gear on, which is okay as long as you're a Cowboys fan. That makes everything all right. But come out and see us.
By the way, Academy Sports and Outdoor is your home for the SEC. By the way, we will be joining the SEC next year.
Oh, is that right?
Academy's huge in the SEC. Yes.
There you go. I love it. Yeah, you talk about the players, bulletin board material, whatever. The Texas players have seen Jared Hufford's comments.
Yes, they have. That's got around.
You're not a big Twitter guy, but a lot of the
it's
Texas
on social
players
media, yes.
have been talking about what Jared Hufford said. And that video that's been permeating all on social media. I've seen Jalen Ford and Jahdae Barron and Devontre Sweat and Byron Murphy, just to name a few, say something in response to Jared Hufford's comments, from earlier in the week.
Yeah, just make sure the lights are on.
I know how everybody says that, we don't worry about what people outside of our locker room say.
Yeah, you do.
Now, when something like that comes up, you're worried about it. You're talking about it. And once again, Texas should have had enough motivation to go win this game anyways because of everything that they have to play for. Hell, the last time Texas went up to Jack Trice Stadium, they lost a couple of years ago.
You got one of your players down who's been very important to you. You're going to play for him too.
Exactly. So the fuel to the fire should have already been there, but Iowa State providing a little bit of extra juice. And my guess is Matt Campbell, the head coach of the Cyclones, was not super fond of Hufford saying what he said. Right, like my guess is after that, those comments happened and that interview took place, Matt Campbell probably talked to Hufford and said, "Dude, what are you doing? Like, don't do this.
Why do that? Why poke the bear?"
And do you realize who you're going up against, Jared? You're an interior offensive lineman going up against the best interior defensive line in college football. Like, really, Devontre Sweat and Byron Murphy are good enough, but now you're going to piss them off going into this game. You better be able to cash these checks that you're writing here, sir, young man.
Yeah, that's a hard one to cash right there now.
Yeah.
That's all day. That's 4 quarters of that.
And he's got a chance to be a legend, right? This is obviously the last time these two teams play. If Hufford is like, man, Texas sucks and they're not ready for this, and Iowa State goes out and wins on Saturday night, everyone's going to be like, yeah, we love this dude. Jared Hufford can get free meals in Ames for the rest of his life.
Yeah, we may go to some bowl game somewhere.
If Iowa State loses and, Texas dominates, and hell, if the Texas D-line really dominates up front, then Iowa State fans are going to be like, dude, why the hell did you say that?
And this is what should happen. This defensive line should dominate this group.
Yeah, they should.
They should push this offensive line right back into the quarterback's lap.
That's one thing that has.
And Breece Hall does not play there any longer.
No, they do have this freshman running back, though, that I like a lot. They've got 3 running backs that they'll kind of split carries between. But this true freshman, Abu Sama is his name. ABUSAMA. And this dude's got some juice. He is explosive, man. Eli Sanders, probably their most reliable and consistent runner, and Cartavius Norton. How about that for a name? He also carries the ball a lot. How about 5'11", 225 for Cartavius Norton?
Yeah, I've been looking at Breece Hall and Montgomery for the last, it seems like all my life, that played at Iowa State. I've been looking at these pros run at running back. So
yeah, they've got some running backs.
Okay.
They usually do. But, Abu Sama is a guy to look out for. He had a couple of big runs for Iowa State last weekend, their big win in
Always
Provo.
somebody that nobody recruited, nobody wanted them,
Yep.
nobody wanted me, so I went to Iowa State.
That's how it goes. And the running backs, not huge weapons in the passing game, but they are productive on the ground right there. A word for Great Blue Heron Furniture before we talk about this NFL game tonight. And believe it or not, we actually have a good Thursday night football game that is worth talking about, because it feels like over the last couple of months we've gotten a bunch of stinkers. We actually have a really, really good game. But before we talk about that and also talk some Cowboys and Texans, a word for Great Blue Heron Furniture. Talk about holiday shopping. If you're looking for a new couch, a new recliner, a new chair, forget your friends and family for a second. Like, get yourself a nice chair, a nice couch in the comfort of your own home.
Come on, Dad, get yourself a chair.
Great Blue Heron Furniture. That's the place to go. GreatBlueHeronFurniture.com. They're going to have great Black Friday sales, too, going on next week that we're going to get to tell y'all about. But this stuff is gorgeous. It's also the highest quality furniture that you can find anywhere in the world. I am telling you, you cannot and you will not find more comfortable, more stylish, and more well-built furniture anywhere in the world than you will at GreatBlueHeronFurniture.com. If you type in the promo code HOOK'em, you're going to get 15% off as well. That's right, 15%. All you have to do is type in 6 letters, HOOK'em, at checkout. You'll get 15% off your purchase of furniture that looks amazing and is built to last for decades. Blue Heron Furniture.
And folks, right now you see me hunched over on TV right here because I don't have my relax the back chair, but let me tell you, there is a difference between sitting in this fold up and where I sit in. Am I at the office there, BK? Relax the back, folks. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle, and my back couldn't be happier with the folks that Relax the Back. And they've got everything that you need: gravity recliners, zero gravity recliners. They got the Tempur-Pedic mattresses, of course, and of course the Tempur-Pedic pillows. Heal and recover, work smarter, and sleep reimagined, and live pain-free. Relax the Back. They've got a store in Bee Caves at the Hill Country Galleria, across from the Whole Foods, and of course in Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center, across from the Container Store. Live like the Buck, pain-free with Relax the Back.
How about these texts from our man Tom McKay over at AV Consultations? Everyone everywhere talks all week about what the Longhorns need to do. They just need to play 4 quarters. If they played 4 quarters, the only close game would have been the Alabama game. I tend to agree with that.
Yes.
Also, from Tom McKay, Effin' Trey makes a few bucks and blows it on a hairy nutsack snack.
Snack on these.
Snack on these nuts.
Oh, my goodness.
And one more from our man Tom McKay. Free meals in Iowa, that's like getting a hot hooker with AIDS.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, so our man Tom McKay in prime form this morning. We, of course, love our guy Tom over at AV Consultations. And let me play this real quick. AIDS. There you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tom.
Tom and Donald Sterling there. AV Consultations, 512-255-8678. We'll have a new holiday jingle from Tom McKay.
Oh, nice.
And AVC coming up soon. I was talking to Tom yesterday. He's like, where's the holiday spirit, man? We're 3 weeks into November. No one's got the holiday spirit. He's asking for the people to start showing some of that here.
Bah humbug.
Oh, no,
I'm not. Of course, I'm almost done with the Christmas shopping. I've been out and about getting things done. I've got like 1,000 grandkids now, so I've got to get all that stuff done. I may be a gift card buck this year. I've never done that before. I'm trying these personal things that keep coming back in my face. Like, you show them to one of your kids. I've got 4 kids. You show it to the kid, and they look at you like, I'm 39 now.
Yeah.
I don't need a little tyke hoop set anymore.
What are you buying, Nerf footballs for your kids?
My daughter's like, Dad, I cook now. I don't do easy bake. What's the deal with this? Is this one of the grand? Oh, that's for you. I thought you'd like to have that.
You're buying Legos and Lincoln Logs?
No. My kids look at me like, dude, you're so far back. Do me a favor. Get me a new iPhone 15 or something. Don't come here. Don't come here with these Spider-Man bed sets anymore. We don't do that.
I know you love your kids, but the new iPhone is like $1,000. I don't know if you love them that much.
Yeah, well, no, probably not that. Yeah. Not to that tune. I still recall being the guy who would get my daughters, I would get them sweaters. I'd get them Christmas sweaters. And I said, how come you didn't wear that nice Christmas sweater? My one who dated Michael Griffin, of course, forever. They were going out on a date one day. And, of course, my daughter comes out, and I see what she's wearing, her top. And I'm going, that sweater I got you really would look good. She goes, Dad, if I put that sweater on, by the time I get to the car, I'll have something already in the car because I always have stuff geared in the car. So when you say these same things when I leave the house, she goes, I'm just fine. I said,
she was saying,
you're fine, but those puppies that are right there, I don't, Michael Griffin, I'm like, no, put this sweater on. I've never seen any of my kids in anything that I ever bought them for Christmas. I've never seen them wear that. Now I got to wear the stupid tie.
What are you buying them ugly sweaters?
No, they're good-looking sweaters to me.
To you,
Yes.
not to your daughters in high school. They don't
No.
wear that.
No, those days are over with. Hey, send me a gift card for all of us. Give me Academy gift card, and we'll do everything for everybody, Dad. Don't try to individually get stuff for the kids. It doesn't work.
The gift card is the second best gift
Is it?
that you can receive. You know what's number one?
Money.
Cold hard cash.
Is it still?
Yeah.
Is money still the best?
Yeah, of course. You can spend it however you want. You know, like if you got me an Academy gift card, I'd be cool with that because I'm going to do most of my money spending here anyway.
But you can't get like your girlfriend or your wife hard cash, right? I don't think that.
No, girlfriend or wife, probably not. But kids, cousins, friends.
There's a wife just said, yeah, hell yeah, I'll take cash.
See, no one's going to complain about cash, you know? Like, if you get someone cash.
What do you do? Put it in a nice card for, or do you just give her cash? Did you put it in your hand, or that night, that special night, you slide under her pillow like
the tooth fairy?
Like the tooth fairy. Hey, check out your pillow.
Yeah, I don't know if you should do that. But no, like, okay, if you know your wife wants a new necklace or a ring or something like that, and you're like, well, I don't want to buy the wrong one.
So I have to go to the Cohens. I mean, if I have to go down there.
Go to Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers, of course.
If you got a gift card there, that's cool.
A gift card or just cash. Like, hey, here is the amount of money that you need to buy the piece that you've been looking at. I don't want to screw this up. I don't want to buy the wrong thing.
Yeah, I think if you tell her you don't want to screw it up, if you really say to her, I don't want to screw it up, because my wife is the one of, let's not get anything for each other. I'm like, I always hear that, but dude, if you do that,
that's a trap. You can't fall.
It is a trap, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, even as me, a guy who's never been married,
I'll get her another Costco card.
That's a mistake. A Costco gift card?
Yes.
Yeah, here, get some groceries for me to eat at the house. Yeah, she's gonna love that. Oh man, but yeah, no, the gift cards, but cash
always works, right?
That's a fail-safe.
Okay, yes,
right there.
With my daughters, yes, they'll do that, and they can buy it for the kids. They don't have to buy it for the grandkids. Just send a card, put that in there, and say, hey, this is for everyone. How's that? Good job.
That works.
Thank you.
This game tonight, Buck, Thursday night football, we actually have ourselves a good matchup for the first time in what feels like a year. It's the Cincinnati Bengals traveling to Baltimore to take on the Ravens, a matchup of
Cincy needs this one, don't they?
A couple of winning teams. Yeah, the Bengals just 5-4. Of course, the Texans last Sunday went in to Cincy and beat the Bengals in a big surprise for a lot of folks. Baltimore also coming off of a loss, right? They blew a 14-point second-half lead at home against Cleveland.
Yeah, that defense isn't all it's cracked up to be in Baltimore, by the way. They give up some leads.
Yeah, they did last week. So it's 5-4 Cincinnati against 7-3 Baltimore. You know, all four of the teams in the AFC North right now have winning records. So this feels like an important game for both of these teams.
Especially for Cincy.
You've got a logjam, too, towards the back end of the wild card standings in the AFC. Like, if the season ended today, Cincy would not be in the playoffs. So they need to start racking up some wins here. They've got a chance to do it in Baltimore. The Ravens 3.5-point home favorites. What do you like about this matchup?
I think I'll take Cincinnati. I just don't like that Ravens defense. As I said, it's that paper lion. You know what I mean? The paper tiger. They say it's really, really good, but they come to fourth quarters, they start giving up points too easily. And once again, Lamar Jackson is playing at a really nice high level, but it's not that high level. He's still turning it over, BK. He's healthy. He's actually playing in the games now. You know, we're in the middle of the season, going towards the back end of the season.
Yep.
He's actually there to actually play for the teams, but he hasn't done that great in the fourth quarter himself. And it's a part of their offense and defense. They kind of give in later in the game. So that worries me a little bit about the Ravens. And they built some nice leads too.
Yeah.
I mean, they beat the dog out of Detroit.
And Seattle.
Yes.
Like, there are weeks where Baltimore looks like the best team in the NFL.
Yes.
And there are stretches. I mean, they barely beat Arizona a couple of weeks ago. Obviously, they blew that big lead to Cleveland. They struggled with Tennessee over in London. They lost to the Colts at home in overtime earlier this season. So, look, that's the NFL, right?
Yes.
I mean, no one's going to look like gangbusters every single week. But, yeah, Baltimore's been very up and down. When they're right, they look like they can beat just about anybody in the league. But when they're off, it's been a problem. Baltimore did beat Cincinnati in week 2 in the jungle. In recent years, Cincinnati has owned Baltimore, but the Ravens did get some revenge early this season. Baltimore has a chance to sweep the season series, and if they do that, they'll have a 2.5-game lead over the Bengals. Obviously,
yeah, the Bengals need this
12.
game.
Yeah, and the weird thing is, like, Baltimore's been here before. This is the 4th time in the last 5 years where Baltimore has led the AFC North after week 10. They've only won the division one time in that stretch. So they've been in this spot where it's like, we're midway through the season and we're talking about Baltimore as a legit Super Bowl contender and everything is seemingly going right for the Ravens. But things have fallen apart. Now, usually it has to do with Lamar Jackson getting hurt.
Right.
Like you said, he's healthy right now. So maybe this year is different. But
it's just the defense that everybody thinks is really, really good ends up in the fourth quarter not so good.
Yeah, I mean, Cincinnati has been able to overtake Baltimore the last couple of years and win the division by the end of the season. If Baltimore does find the win tonight, it's going to be very tough for Cincinnati to overtake them.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. And Joe Burrow's got a couple guys that won't be playing.
Yeah, T. Higgins is out once again. I think Jamar Chase will be fine. And then for Baltimore, I think they're pretty healthy. I've got to double-check the injury report to see who might be missing some time. But I think T. Higgins right now, the biggest loss for both of these teams in terms of guys who have played in recent weeks who won't be able to go tonight. Higgins dealing with that hamstring injury. I'll go with Baltimore tonight.
There you go.
I don't feel great about it. I'm not putting 1,000 or 5,000 units or anything.
But you
on
did
this.
see them. You did see Cincinnati against the Texans last week, so that makes you think they're not that good.
Yeah. I am worried about them, and I don't know. No, I'm changing my mind. I'm going with Cincinnati.
There you go.
I know you talked me out of it within the span of 5 seconds.
That was you're easily persuaded.
Yeah,
I
guess so. A popular discussion, and I guess it's worth talking about both of the Texas teams here as we continue some NFL conversation right here at Academy Sports and Outdoors in Hutto. Should C.J. Stroud be in consideration for the MVP award right now?
Why not? I don't understand why he wouldn't. If he leads this team to the playoffs, if they get to the playoffs and he continues on the path that he's going right now, why not?
If the Texans make the playoffs, C.J. Stroud not only should be in the mix, he should win the MVP. He should win the league MVP. And right now, he actually has better numbers than Patrick Mahomes, than Lamar Jackson, than Jalen Hurts. And those are the three guys who have the three best Vegas odds right now to win league MVP.
Yeah, can he keep this up? And that would put his coach as coach of the year also probably too in the running for coach of the year, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and I think right now D'Amico's the front runner to be coach of the year.
Either he or Dan Campbell.
Yeah, or Dan Campbell. I think he's in the mix too. But look, the Lions had a winning record last year, and they closed out the season on a very, very hot streak. So look, what they're doing is still impressive. They're the number 2 seed in the NFC right now. Yeah, Dan Campbell's very much in that conversation. But for me, I mean, the Texans have already surpassed their win total from the last 3 seasons, and we've only played 9 games. Like what they're doing right now is incredible, and everybody expected them to be one of the worst teams in the NFL.
I did. I expected them to win 2 games, 3 at the most.
Yeah, there are receipts too. Like, go look at mock drafts from before this season. Everybody's like, well, either the Texans or the Cardinals are going to have the worst record. And there were a lot of people saying, oh, because the Texans traded their first-round pick in 2024 to Arizona, Arizona's going to have picks 1 and 2 in the draft. And the Texans are idiots for giving up that pick to go get Will Anderson because they're going to be one of the worst teams in football. No, that's not the case at all. They've got a winning record right now, and they're a game out of first place in the AFC South. Honestly, Buck, if I had an MVP vote at this moment, I would give it to C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, I mean, that group right there and D'Amico, they're going to get people that want to come play in Houston. I mean, is there a reason why you'd want to come play and live in Houston? Actually, I mean, but
what's wrong with H-Town?
I don't know. You tell me. You've been there before. I mean, is it? Do they have some areas that are, baseball players like the Astros, they can live anywhere.
Right.
Baseball players can live under a rug with their whole family. They're good. Underneath this table is fine for them.
You think so?
That's just a baseball player. That's just the nature of baseball players.
That's a long commute if they're coming from Hutto to go to Houston every day.
But football players, they like that. They like that luxurious living. Is there really, really fine spots there?
Oh yeah. River Oaks.
There you go.
West U.
Now you're talking. Look at you.
The Woodlands.
Oh, those are the places that you've lived in.
I did live in West U.
There you go.
Yeah, not because I could afford it, because I knew the right people. That's what it came down to.
Yeah, there are going to be plenty of players that want to come and play with the Texans, I believe. And if you're one of those wide receivers and you're not the great one, or you're the number 2 on the team, and people aren't giving you the money that you need, you watch some of the guys that want to come and play for this kid at quarterback.
Yeah, well, it's funny. We brought up T. Higgins' name earlier, right?
There's another one that they've got to pay some money to this year.
Yeah, he's a free agent after this year, and people aren't sure if Cincinnati is going to pony up to pay him. They obviously have already paid Jamar Chase, so do they want to spend number 1 wide receiver money on 2 different number 1 wide receivers? If T. Higgins walks in free agency, Texans are a prime spot because the Texans are going to have some money to spend now.
Yes.
This is just the start. Like, if C.J. Stroud keeps playing anything close to the way he's been playing, then watch out for the Texans, not only this year, but in years moving forward, because they have they couldn't spend a lot in recent years. They were paying Deshaun to not play, and Bill O'Brien had put the team in salary cap. Hell, they were playing a bunch of players to not play in Houston. It was a joke what they had done financially, but they have opened up the pocketbooks. They've cleared up their financial situation. They've got money to spend, so they can add to that roster this offseason.
And for the Texans and their general manager, who had everybody going, is this guy really that good? It's been pretty good.
Yeah, he has.
It's been pretty damn good.
No, it
really
working,
is,
man.
and that staff must be a special staff, unlike what you got for with Bill Belichick with all his kids coaching on the staff. Now, I mean, my God.
Yeah, it just goes to show you, though, if you get the head coach and the quarterback right, your fortunes change quickly in this league. C.J. Stroud, by the way, on pace to finish with more than 4,800 passing yards, 30 touchdowns, and just 2 interceptions. Okay, Mahomes is on pace to finish with 32 touchdowns and 15 interceptions. Hurts is on pace to finish with 28 touchdowns and 15 interceptions. And Lamar Jackson is on pace to finish with 17 touchdowns and 6 interceptions.
Well, knock on wood for C.J. Stroud, but I don't think he'll get into that 14 and 15 category of throwing interceptions.
No.
He's just too smart with the ball.
He's not going to only throw 2, you would think, but I don't think he's going to all of a sudden start turning the football over a whole hell of a lot.
He doesn't play football that way. He hadn't played that way in college.
Right.
He wasn't giving the ball away at Ohio State. He was very careful about handling the football. And I mean, I like when he runs too. He knows when to run and get out of there, which is really, really good to see. And he's a pretty good runner.
Yeah. Oh, he is. He's not the most athletic guy in the world, right? He's not going to put up the rushing numbers that Jalen Hurts, speaking of Houston native, and Lamar Jackson are putting up. But he does have the ability to scramble and get you a few yards if he needs to. So,
dude, and once that run game gets going, whether it's Pierce or they'll be looking for somebody, because they're going to be looking for a running back. I mean, the year the running back had last year, BK, everybody was their expectations that he was going to be really kind of leading this team with the run game anyway.
Yeah.
Well, it didn't happen. Well, they're not going to wait around for him to get that done. They'll start moving on.
Yeah,
because they got the guy. The quarterback is the guy.
Yeah. Look, Devin Singletary, who they brought in, you talk about Nick Caserio, the GM, doing a pretty good job just finding kind of pieces off the scrap heap. It's not like the Texans were the biggest spenders in free agency last offseason. They signed a bunch of dudes to 1-year deals.
Yes.
For, $2 to $5 million or so. Devin Singletary, 1-year deal for $2.5 million. He ran for 150 last week.
Yes, he did
against Cincinnati. And he's been better than Dameon Pierce at times this season. So the Texans run game has not been as consistent as they would have liked, but maybe they found something a little bit with the former Buffalo.
I would agree.
And Devin Singletary.
Because I never thought he was very good at Buffalo. I just thought he was just an average back.
I'm not sitting here telling you I think he's one of the best in football, but
he's a great change of pace. He has some explosion now.
He does indeed. So I'm telling you, man, C.J. Stroud is absolutely in the MVP conversation. He's obviously the front runner to win Rookie of the Year.
There's no doubt.
I don't know how much, knock on wood.
He doesn't have to do very much more, actually, to get that.
I was going to say, barring an injury,
right.
C.J. Stroud's going to be the Rookie of the Year this year. But once again, I mean, if he keeps putting up these numbers and the Texans make the playoffs, you talk about value. Look at what I had to watch the Texans the last couple of years, but most of you people weren't, and I don't blame you. Even Texans fans were like, I'm not going to watch this team, and I don't blame you, because there was nothing worth watching with the Texans the last couple of seasons. I had to watch them every single week. They sucked, and they are so watchable, and they are good right now.
And I thought they were building on defense. When they got the cornerback and they got the kid from Baylor, I said, they're building towards what their new head coach wants. He wants to be known as a defensive, he's letting the offense just go. Somebody else is running this offense for him, and whoever it is doing a fantastic job. But he's going to run this defense, and this defense is going to, they're just kind of, it's almost like, who are the guys on defense? Who are these guys playing linebacker? Who are these guys playing defensive line?
Right.
But he's making a bunch of no-name guys play really, really well, D'Amico Ryans. He knows his defense, and he's going to have these cornerbacks that are going to be fantastic too. And the secondary, I believe, is going to be pretty good.
Yeah, they'll get there. I mean, they don't have a ton of talent on that side of the ball right now. And once again, I mean, a lot of the guys they brought in, Sheldon Rankins, having a great year. Another one of those low-money free agent deals that Caserio gave out last offseason. They've got some young pieces. Will Anderson, Jalen Petrie, the kid out of Baylor who you're talking about.
Yep.
A young stud. Derek Stingley has been banged up, but they obviously spent a top 3 pick on him in last year's draft. If they can get him to stay on the field, that's obviously another foundational piece for that defense. Yeah, they've got something, man. They've got all the draft picks they had, and the Deshaun Watson trade, man. I mean, at the time when it happened, people thought, oh man, the Texans got a lot for Deshaun Watson. And then Deshaun was suspended for 11 games last year. He hasn't looked great when he has played. He's obviously hurt. He's out for the year with a shoulder injury right now. Like, that looks like one of the greatest bank heists of all time.
Yeah, no kidding.
Talk about the Herschel Walker trade. People said, we'd never see anything close to that again.
You have.
It almost feels like the Texans have pulled something similar to that. So, yeah, there's a lot of reasons for optimism down there at H-Town. It starts with the quarterback and then the head coach as well. They've got things cooking. So that's the Texans. And how about the Cowboys?
I'm good with the Cowboys right now. I mean, I said the Cowboys and the Dolphins would play in the Super Bowl. I'm still good with the Cowboys. I just really, they've got to find a way to run the football. I think Dak playing the best he's played since he's come into the league. Actually, I think he's leading the football team. I think he's being really good with the football. I think they're using all of their weapons now. I mean, Mike McCarthy, as much as we wanted to get after him, the way he's playing offense right now has been working out for him. They haven't been that good running the ball. He wants to run the ball. But he also understands that they've got talented wide receivers, and they're not just going to not throw to them because he wants to be hard-headed and run the football, and they're not getting anything out of it. Because Tony Pollard is not that running back. He's not that dude that they thought he was going to be. No. I don't understand why they ever thought that was going to happen. That whole Zeke Elliott, and it was time for Zeke to go, but I don't know why they thought Tony Pollard was going to be a legitimate, first and second and third down running back. He's just not that big enough. He's not that powerful enough.
I don't know.
And I don't know if it's that injury. I know people will say the injury. I don't believe BK. I just don't think he has that body type to take that kind of punishment. He delivers when he's out in space. When he catches screen plays at the end of a run, it's always generally on a secondary guy that he lowers the boom on. You know what I mean? He doesn't give up. He doesn't tiptoe out of bounds, like most wide receivers. When he gets the ball out in space, when he does lower his shoulder, it's generally against a secondary guy. But when he's inside, having to run inside the tackles and the linebackers hit him, he stays hit. I mean, he doesn't spin and bounce off of those guys. I just don't think he's big enough for that type of inside running.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree.
You think it's that injury still, huh?
Yeah, I do. I mean, look, you look right and I look wrong with what we've seen from Tony Pollard. But with what I saw from him the last couple of years, I thought he had shown me enough to where he could prove to be a bell cow type of back. Not like prime Adrian Peterson or something.
No.
30 carries a game. But I thought he was good enough to be a legitimate number one back in this league. So I think most of it has to do with just not being the same player from the injury. Obviously, we'll never know. And look, the good news for the Cowboys is Tony Pollard's on a franchise tag.
So, and it's really weird because the way I think of injuries differently. I think of you tear your ACL or MCL and all that stuff. I think it's going to take you time. You've got a broken bone. You've got a hairline fracture that's still considered a broken bone in your leg or your foot. I always think you should be coming back from that pretty soon. It shouldn't take you a year to get back into your. But he does. He doesn't run like he did last year either. You're right.
Yep, and I guess we'll find out next year, right? Yeah. Maybe Tony Pollard's on the Cowboys. Maybe he's on another team. Once again, on the franchise tag this year, so he'll be a free agent in the offseason.
I don't know if they'll franchise him again next year for that kind of money.
No, I don't know how much money he's going to get unless he turns his season around. But we'll see if Tony Pollard is just a good change of pace, number two back like he was in Dallas.
And once again,
he can be a number one.
And once again, because I know you believe this, you can find running backs.
Yeah.
There are going to be some out there that aren't franchise taggable for that kind of money. They're going to be somebody that's not playing on a team that you bring in and say, okay, this is the guy. Let's see. We don't have to pay that much money for him. Let's find out.
You might just get hit with the Rico Dowdle. That guy's been better than
that guy's been really good.
Yeah, so
I never expected for him to be that good.
It just goes to the point of
you can find running backs. You're right.
Yeah. I know it pains running backs. It pains running back coaches, but
I hope that that's the case at the University of Texas here starting this week.
We all do.
That these running backs that you can find a guy, but man, the guy who was playing has been playing lights out football.
Yep.
And I've got to believe he's a leader in the locker room. And that's a tough blow when you don't have that guy in uniform and he's sitting there on crutches getting ready to have surgery and you've got to watch him. That is not fun for a team. That's not fun for the running back room. It's not fun for the offensive line either. They got to look and say, see this kid, the other kid, we're going to have to do something a little bit extra. Well, you got to do a little bit extra. He's an inexperienced running back coming in there. So, and you're an experienced offensive line now. I know they're still young sophomores, but this has been the group. This is the highly touted group once again throughout the nation. This isn't just what Big 12 people were saying about this offensive line. You have to play up to what people think you are. and what you've been before. I mean, don't forget, you went to Tuscaloosa. That's why, as you say, this game in Ames, who the hell cares? Ames, Iowa. Really? You went to Tuscaloosa at night and whipped the dog shit out of Alabama.
Yeah.
And an Alabama team that wasn't a bad football team that's gotten pretty good as the season has gone on. Now, the quarterback may have not have been at peak performance, but the football team, those guys on defense still play on defense, don't they? For Alabama that you played against in Tuscaloosa earlier in the year?
I believe so.
Yes. So that's pretty doggone good for me.
Our man Rodney Rodriguez is arriving.
He's smelling all the leather in this area over here.
Oh, how about that? Gotta love a guy who shows up 30 minutes before the shift starts.
Absolutely.
That's big time.
He'd be good at the still mills because they would be putting his ass to work. They wouldn't be saying, hey, you can go ahead and drink that. Come here and take my job here.
Yeah, you can go shop for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Now you got to go get to work right there. I mean, we've referenced this a lot when talking about this Texas offensive line. Phil Steele in his preseason preview magazine had Texas as the fourth best offensive line in college football. So,
I think they're getting back to that. I mean, I see over the last couple of weeks, they've been put under some duress with the quarterback situations. They protected these quarterbacks pretty good. I bet if you go throughout the country, offensive line wise, I think they've got to be some of the leaders in sacks. They haven't had a lot of sacks this year. They've been pretty good at protecting the quarterback, and I think they've been because of the running back. I think they've been good enough with Jonathan Brooks, because Jonathan Brooks has made a lot of things happen himself. He's just a really, really fine runner. But this has not been a bad run team either. It hadn't been a bad running group, because you told us the numbers with C.J. Baxter. His numbers are nice.
Okay.
Jaden Blue's numbers are nice too. I mean, the total yards aren't that because they don't get as many carries, but their per average is pretty doggone good. And that's not just all of them. That's that offensive line. They've performed pretty well so far this year in their second year together.
They've been fine. Been fine. They've been better pass blocking than they have run blocking, which is a surprise, because I think if you asked most people before the season started, where do you think the Texas offensive line would thrive, people would have said, oh, they're better run blockers than pass blockers.
Sure.
But it's been the opposite. You said it. I mean, Texas has given up the fewest sacks of any team in the Big 12. Like Quinn Ewers, we talked about the importance of last week, keeping him upright against TCU.
Right.
He didn't get hit.
No.
Forget sacked. He didn't get hit in that game in Fort Worth. So obviously the offensive line deserves a ton of credit for that. Run blocking, I think it's been okay. I don't think it's been bad. It hasn't been as consistent as we would have liked. At times it's been very good.
Once again, remember who they had running the ball last year even, right?
Right. And remember who they had it running this year. Like, I think, I'm questioning this Texas offensive line's ability to block for the run, and I got to see them do that with Jonathan Brooks. And Jonathan Brooks is the type of guy who could make guys miss. He could turn a 2-yard gain into a 5-yard gain. He could turn a negative play into a positive play. Like, he had that type of ability. It's paramount that the offensive line is even better now, because C.J. Baxter hasn't shown that. Jaden Blue hasn't shown that. So this offensive line has already been, to me, slightly above average. I'm not going to say they've been bad, but slightly above average blocking for the run. They've got to up their game a whole nother level. Well, otherwise, you're going to notice the absence of Jay Brooks.
But the group that I'm going to be totally wrong about this, and I'm going to get it, but the group that's kind of disappointed me towards the end of the season is the defensive line late in the ball game. This has been one of the best defensive lines in the country, and it still is, but what's happened to them late in the games, I don't know what happens. It's the rotation or whatever they do. Late in games, running backs get these, it was in the beginning of the season, it was those first couple of drives. Remember, running back would go for 26 yards or something would happen where they'd take off, and then they would kind of hone them in, bring them in, corral them a little bit. And now it's, as you get into the third quarter, a runner gets a 12-yard run, and then next thing you know, he gets a 26-yard run, and you're looking, guys, you don't do this the whole game. Why are you doing this late in the game? Because that's when you can't have it. You can't have running backs starting to get in their groove late in the games. This is where the defensive line has to say, oh, no. This is like the beginning of the game. I know it's late. Everybody's a little tired at this time, but certain running backs on teams can't start getting their way with your defensive line late in the game, because we know what a 20-point lead means to Texas. Not much.
Right. I think your opinion is skewed based on what happened last week. K-State never ran it against Texas.
Well, no, they had to throw it.
They threw it. And that's because the secondary is not very good. And you're right, the Texas D-line wasn't getting the same pressure that they were early on in that game against K-State. But
yeah, I just see that guy last week all of a sudden just going off in the fourth, going like, what is this?
Yeah, now the run defense for Texas has been salty all year long. There have obviously been some instances where that hasn't been the case, but for the most part, the run defense has been great. But you're right. I mean, look, the Texas defense, they're a unit, so they've been responsible for allowing these teams to get back into these games.
Yes.
Most of it has to do with the secondary, but also, the D-line just hasn't been able to get as much consistent pressure rushing just for. And that's why Sark talked about this on Monday. Let me see if I have the cut here. And Sark obviously will talk today to the media, so we'll have more to play for y'all tomorrow. But Sark was talking about blowing leads, and I think this is the right cut where he sort of references the defense needing to be more aggressive in the second half of some of these ball games. Here is Steve Sarkisian.
I think they're different. You go the Kansas State game, how did they get back in the game? We gave them the ball inside our own 20-yard line twice, right? I mean, and we got a pump blocks. And so we gave them a short field. They were able to score quickly. This game, they were getting play yards in chunks, and they were able to get down the field and score. But how do you get back into a game when you're behind by 20 points? You get quick scores. And so we have to minimize their ability to score quickly on defense, but yet still remain aggressive. We can't let people get comfortable, and I think that we let them get comfortable. On the flip side, offensively, we have to possess the ball. And how do you possess it? One, you don't turn it over. Two, you extend drives on third down. And turnovers 2 weeks ago, not converting third downs the other night, third and makeables, third 1, 2, and 3s. I mean, that's what you ask for as a coach. And to go 2 for 8 in those scenarios, that's not good enough. We need to have a better plan, and then we need to execute the plan better.
Yeah, at all parts of the game, that those third and ones. I mean, whether you can call it red zone, you can call it on your 30 coming out. I mean, you say whatever you want. You have to, if you're going to run the ball, you need to get that yard.
Yep.
You need to keep the chains moving. You need to keep the clock moving, and especially now, those third and ones they're really going to mean something now. So you can't go up there and get stuffed and jump in the Wildcat and get that damn thing stuffed. And it doesn't matter. This isn't about red zone offense. This is about offense, period. Now, you need to keep the drives going right now. And you're right. And the defense, and he's right. It's been kind of like the weird chunk yards. They just bow up really tough and give up those hard 3 or 4 yard runs. But then all of a sudden somebody will get 12. And then it gets to be, it's kind of spirals downhill there. And then somebody will get 15. And that's the one he's talking about. You can't give up the chunk yards.
And that's what needs to change from a play calling standpoint, right? Everyone's focused on Steve Sarkisian and the offensive play calling, and there's plenty to discuss there. But PK needs to be more aggressive on defense. And this Texas defense was aggressive. They were blitzing a lot in the first half against TCU. And it forced Josh Hoover into some mistakes. He had less than 100 yards passing, had that horrible interception before halftime, which Texas converted into a touchdown. Hell, TCU didn't score a touchdown, right? They had 6 points in that first half last week, in part because the defense was so aggressive. In the second half, I mentioned this, Buck, like it's easy when you have that big lead. You're like, we don't need to blitz as much. We can set back.
It's going to take them a long time to score. But Sark's saying, no, things happen in a hurry.
The last 3 TCU touchdowns took a total of 5 minutes and 37 seconds. Their last 4 possessions, they had 247 yards on 30 plays. That was almost 9 yards a play. So that was a problem. So, they went into this prevent mode on defense, which, look, in a perfect world, if Texas was still DBU, if Rod B was back there, if Michael Huff was back there, if Nathan Vasher, like if you had that type of secondary, then okay, hell yeah, you can do that because those guys can cover. But this Texas secondary is clearly the weakness for the defense. You can't just drop guys back into coverage and say, that's going to work.
No.
You've got to be ultra aggressive and force the quarterback into some mistakes, but also just force him to get the ball out of his hands quickly so guys don't have to cover for as long. That's the all gas, no breaks. Texas needs to be more aggressive for all 4 quarters on defense.
And they're going to have to be aggressive on offense the same way.
Sure.
If you got, like I said, if you got 14 point, 17 point lead, this isn't about finding out if your running backs can run the clock out in your offensive line. No, when the opportunity there is, if you can pass the ball and you've got these receivers and you can get the slot and you move throw the ball in the slots, 8, 12 yard, areas, and you can get those first downs without having to have the big play over the top. Because I don't think this group is going to let you throw it over the top this week.
No, they're going to try to prevent that.
No, they're going to be in a backpedal mode and let you keep everything in front of them and let them rally to the ball. But if you can keep the clock going that way, This isn't about scoring a lot of points. This is about controlling the football, controlling the game on offense and defense. It's not about running big numbers up on this team. I know the beauty points that you need to make the college playoffs. You need to win the football game. That's the beauty point. The beauty points is score more points this week.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you want some beauty points. I know you need some along the way.
You kind of need both. You kind of need both if we're talking about the playoff.
No, we're talking about first thing first. How about getting to the championship, winning the Big 12 championship on the way out?
Then you don't need style points for that.
You just need to win.
You can win by 1 this week. You can win by 1 next Friday.
I'm going to let the chips fall for the other thing with the rest of those groups.
They sell chips here.
I wanted to just fall the way it may for the rest of the college football season and let somebody else be the ones to cause Texas to move up to that, that playoff setting. They got to take care of their business, and their business is to win by 1 point, because you and I, if they win by a field goal on Saturday, we'll be talking about this Texas Tech game the day after Thanksgiving being, hey, hopefully we can win by a field goal. We don't need the style points here. We just need to win by a field goal so we can get to the championship. We won't care what the score is if they win. If they win this game, we won't be talking about numbers and what they need to do to earmark you, right?
I want to beat Texas
You want to beat them by 6 touchdowns?
69-0.
Oh, my goodness.
Dude, I want to win that game more than any other this year, I think.
See, that's what I'm worried about with you. I'm worried about it's not this week. This week is if you win by a field goal, okay, let's just move on, because I need to beat this Texas Tech team by 3 or 4 touchdowns. Yeah. You're going to feel good doing that.
I want to beat Iowa State by 40, and I want to beat Texas Tech by 69.
Wow.
That's what I'm looking for. Is that going to happen? No, of course it's not going to happen, but that's
no, because they're going to be up by 20, and there'll be a dogfight in the fourth quarter.
I don't think it's going to be like that.
You don't feel that way?
I don't think Texas is going to jump out.
But you did feel that. You did feel that way last week. You could tell that that's just the nature of TCU Texas. They're coming back.
Yeah, I mean, my score prediction was 31-27 last week, and it ended up being 29-26. Like I thought this game would be really close. You did too.
Yes, I had 4 points.
You changed your mind though.
I did.
That's why I was so confused, because on our score graphic you said Texas 38-21. You thought better of it. You're like, no, this game against TCU, these games are always close.
I just started to think about how they coach, how the TCU coaches, how Gary Patterson used to coach his kids against Texas.
Yeah,
and what he thought.
I think this is a game where Texas is kind of in control throughout. But they don't jump out to that big lead. Like I think Texas is kind of up by 7-10 for most of the game.
It's going to be hard for them to score. They're going to have to work for scores.
And I think Texas wins by like 10-14. That's where I'm at. So that's where I am right now. Like a win and a cover. The line's at 7.5 to 8. So I think a lot of people are like you though. Just find a way to win. If it's by 1, if it's by 100, you'll take it.
I'll take 8.
You'll take 8?
8 right on the nose.
Okay, right around the Vegas line. Awfully bold of you there to do that.
Yes, I'm not jumping out there.
You're too scared to pick a cover or not cover, so you're just going to pick the exact line.
Dude, don't pick them anytime to cover. You don't ever pick Texas to cover.
You're right.
Don't waste your time with that one.
Yeah, Texas has failed to cover in 4 of its last 5 games. We've told people for years, man. I mean, back when we were at the old place, we would be like, don't spend your hard-earned money betting on Texas football because they're going to let you
down.
You know
how much money you could have won on just quietly not betting on them to cover.
Yeah.
Just don't do it. Don't tell anybody about it, but don't bet on them to cover.
Yeah.
Just go to your cousin, get it done, but don't say anything about the game. Just watch the game.
Bet on everybody else. But
you'd be like Doc Trey. You'd be in Vegas right now spending $7,000.
Hey, that's
and putting hairy things in his mouth.
Yeah. Well, that's got to be confusing if you just started tuning in.
Yes, whatever. Why don't you show the people that again? Can you please show the people out there what Doc Trey is spending all his money on?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of things.
Food or whatever the hell he's doing.
Plenty of things you can do after winning $7,000 on a bet.
Yes.
And this is what Trey has decided to do out in Vegas.
You know what that looks like? I've seen some of those the shoes you wear at Christmas times, like the kids wear around the Christmas tree.
Yeah.
That's what that looks like. That looks like the tongue of one of those.
He's eating a shoe on a stick.
What is that? What's that called again?
Foie gras. Foie gras. Something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's nice stuff that you and I don't eat because we're men of the people.
That's right.
Unlike Trey.
Well, we're men, first of all.
Although Trey looks like he's a man of the people because I'm sure some people would like this, Gross.
Yeah.
I don't swing that way, but hey, maybe Trey does, and that's
Good
fine.
Grief, that was nasty.
Sorry about that, Mrs. Trey.
I mean, really.
That's a tough way to find out. Like, I see you over here copping feels of this female mannequin to the right of you, so.
Howdy.
Howdy, giving her the A&M treatment
Yeah,
right there.
absolutely.
That is fantastic. All right, some love to some more of our great sponsors before we get back into the Texas football
How
conversation.
about our good friends at Texas Orthopedic? If you're
Yes.
seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and even more. Say hello to Dr. Christopher Danny there and also Dr. Christopher Stockton. They're dedicated orthopedic surgeons, and their goal is to get you back into good health, of course, and that great quality of life that you deserve. Go to txortho.com for more information. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas.
Amen, amen. And come out and see us. We're at Academy Sports and Outdoors in
It's now
Hutto.
open now.
It's now open. Yep, this place is starting to fill up. We'll be here until 1 o'clock today. Rodney and Wags will be here. Jeff Howe will be here. The Buck and I are going to hang out for a while as well. And yeah, your brand new Academy Sports and Outdoors is now open in Hutto with the best sports equipment, outdoor gear, apparel, and footwear from all of the brands you love, all at low prices every single day. Hey, you can buy online.
Yes, you can.
You can do in-store pickup as well, or you can enjoy free shipping to your home on purchases.
Well, they got some really nice gear, nice
$25.
clothing too.
I'm telling you, yeah, 250 Alliance Boulevard in Hutto. That is the address. They've got great specials going on all weekend long. Of course, we're celebrating today, but the grand opening party continues through Sunday.
So they got food here this weekend?
They've got food on Saturday. They'll be giving away a ton of gift cards to random people who show up to the store. And how about this? I think this is still going on right now. 20% off your purchase. I'm going to hook all the people up right now. You don't even have to show up to see us to get this discount. If you text MVP 352, that's MVP 352 to the number 22369, you're going to get 20% off your purchase. Just like that. So once again, text MVP 352 to the number 22369, and you're going to get
20% off?
20% off, plus new store updates, deal alerts, and more. Thanks to our friends at Academy Sports and Outdoors in Hutto.
Love this place. I've got to get my fishing license. Might as well grab it today.
There you go.
Get down near the coast and get myself some redfish.
I'll be doing some fishing next week.
Yes, you will, won't
down in
you?
Galveston. I can't wait.
Family be back in town. You ready to go?
I think I'm going to go down Sunday, do our shows there next week.
Awesome.
Go fishing with the old man. And yeah, this is where I get my fishing license too, at Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Good stuff,
They
man.
get all the gear here. I think my dad asked me to go get some stuff while I'm here today.
There you go.
They've got some good bait that he likes to use. Those soft plastics down there on the coast.
That's right. You're not live bait. Your dad's not. You're riding the surf, right?
Yeah, we usually kayak fish. That's kind of our bit. So sometimes in the surf, but usually bayside.
I don't do kayak fishing any longer. After I saw the porpoise that I thought was a shark, great white. No,
I'm a porpoise.
There was a porpoise. I got into a kayak. You know, I'm not a man of the sea. You know what I'm saying? The old man in the sea.
You're not really a man, I would argue.
Get out of here. So I'm out there in my little kayak. I'm not very far from where the dock is there.
Yeah.
And I get out there. Next thing I know, this fin is up right beside my kayak. I mean, I'm like, ruh-roh.
Yep.
Jaws, time to get back in. That thing got in there so quick.
You were in the kayak?
I was in the kayak when the porpoise came right beside the kayak.
Did he make contact?
Almost made contact with me. Dude, you talking about horrified.
Scary,
What's the difference? I don't know. The porpoise, the dolphins, the sharks.
Yeah, because they all got that fin.
They all got that fin,
right?
and I'm like,
Yep.
I'm out.
Yep. It's I've seen sharks out in the water. I've never had one get that close.
Oh, the porpoise, they like playing around. You know, they see you paddling around there. They want to roll you over. I'm like, oh no, Jaws is here to roll me over. And
I'm hearing the music.
Oh yes. Oh no, I'm out of here.
Terrifying, man.
Absolutely,
it
man.
Is terrifying. But yeah, no, looking forward to that. They've got all the fishing gear, all the best brands right here at Academy. And of course, we're right by the fan shop too. Tons of Longhorn gear,
goodness.
Cowboys gear. I think they've got some Texan stuff as well. Just walk in the store, take a left, and you will eventually get to where we are right here in Hutto.
Shout out to our guy Brandon Mars.
Yep, Top Gun.
Top Gun.
Rentals
Love those
and lawn
folks.
equipment. Yeah, Buck's getting his garden
Getting
rolling
my garden.
here.
My garden is being rolled in right as we speak, BK. I'm starting to have dirt sent back to the house. I'm ready to get the tiller going, but I've got to build a fence around the garden. I can't just have a garden because those animals that I have out there will go right through that and tear that garden apart.
Dogs, cats, deer, cows,
everything. I've got to get, and I will be needing some help. So I am going to ask, this show, I'm going to ask you people to help me. And if you know somebody that can build that cage for me, about a 15 by 15, I don't need to enclose the top of it but I need to do the sides. I'll put cedar up or whatever I have to do, but I need help with that. In other words, I need somebody to build that for me.
Where's Javier?
No, man. I told you he's
across the border.
He's gone. He'll be back sometime before Christmas. He'll find his way back for Christmas. But I can't do that myself. I'm not a builder. That's why, when it comes to stuff like building things, changing my own oil, I don't do that.
No.
I don't want to take jobs from people.
You can go to Covert BK or
Yeah.
Paul's Motorworks
Yeah,
to get that done.
I don't want to take people's jobs. That's their job.
Yeah.
I'll pay for it, but I need people to build stuff. I'm not a builder. I never have been. It's almost like, am I a good artist? No, I make stick people, but I know how to make boobs on every stick person. It doesn't matter. If I make a stick person, it's going to have boobs.
Well, that's more impressive than building a fence.
Thank you very much. Oh yeah, it is.
Wow.
Yes, I just those are certain things I just don't do. I've never been good with that. I've worked in the Bethlehem steel mills, but I was taught that stuff. That didn't just come natural. Changing oil on cars, the hell is that?
Even the men's stick figures have boobs.
Oh, they got to have them too.
I guess it's 2023, so
Yeah.
anything is possible.
That's right. They got to have them also.
We know that. All right. Well, Ruse is already hitting you up saying he's going to help you out with this.
Is he?
Now, Ruse has a garden of his own, but he grows something a little bit different than what
No,
you
I'm pretty
grow.
sure he does. I'm looking for lettuce and carrots, and I may even do potatoes, but I'm going to can my stuff this year. I'm doing it. I'm putting stuff away. My wife and I are going to put stuff away. We want to.
You should sell some.
No, don't do it. I'm
I'll
not sitting
buy
at the
some
side of
tomatoes.
the road.
I'll buy it.
My tomatoes, the first crop of tomatoes is going to be good, but by the time June, the latter part of June hits, that stuff's all dried out and gone. That goes right back into the garden. I use that as mulch again for the following year.
There you go.
But I'm doing all the right things, preparing the garden. I'm not just running out there sticking stuff in there. I work hard at my gardening. I really do. I have for years. I've been a gardener since I started coaching. I started with that. And
Really?
Yes, that's when I started gardening. I started gardening when I was at Boston College, and I had a garden in Boston. And when I went to the University of Illinois, the fields of Illinois, the fertile fields, I lived right up against my fence. Behind my fence was a soybean field. And I had the most unbelievable rose garden. And they were so beautiful. And then I come to Texas, and there's caliche, and the soil is like,
Caliche.
yeah, there's
the character from Game of Thrones.
Oh, that's not that character. No, the soil is different. I mean, you have to really work at the soil if you want to grow certain things. And I try, and I let them burn out and die, but I'll try again. So
there you go. It's good advice for the kids right there. Don't just run around sticking your hand in stuff.
Yeah, that's right.
That's
Mother Earth.
Good tip for kids right there. Shout out to Woods Comfort Systems as well.
Absolutely.
If you're like Quinn Ewers and your AC is messed up,
yes,
reach out to Woods Comfort Systems. They've been around for 60 years. As our man Wags shows up playing volleyball with himself over there. I thought Trey was out of town, but I guess not. We got another volleyball player here with us this morning.
Thing about Wags is he got that black bag. You know what you're going to have to do? Check that on the way out, folks. At Academy.
He's gonna steal some stuff. God.
Don't let him just roll around with a black knapsack on.
Now he's got a
I think he's
baseball bat in his hand.
He's going to be loaded. He's going to walk out with stuff. He's going to, oh, I forgot. I didn't know I had this. Taking the tags off.
Oh, man. You have Chaos Theory coming up next from 10 to 11 as Wags is dropping baseball bats all over the place already. He's got to get kicked out before he even goes on the air today.
Love Woods Comfort Center. 60 years of service.
Hey, man. 7-Eleven. Want to give them some love, too. Go get you a Slurpee today. Go get you a coffee today. Go get you both today. Hell,
absolutely.
I might do that on my way home. And who are we missing? Oh, Altstadt beer, of course.
Yes.
Get you some Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets. The best beer that you can find. We actually have ourselves a good Thursday night football game tonight.
Yes, we do.
Make sure you have a good beer to drink while you're watching this Thursday night game between the Bengals and the Ravens. Altstadt is easy to find. I don't think they sell it at Academy, but they do sell it at HEB, Specs, Twin Liquors, Total Wine, Time Wise, wherever you go. To get your beers, you can find the greatness of Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets. All right, Buck. We talked a little Texas basketball earlier, but I think
that news is awesome.
It's worth mentioning again that the Longhorns were able to pick up not only a commitment, but a signing from the #1 player in the state and also the #1 shooting guard in the country for the class of 2024. Rodney Terry putting the finishing touches on this great recruiting class that's going to rank inside the top 10. Some places have it in the top 5 in all of college basketball. Texas gets a nice win over Rice last night at the Moody Center as well, 80-64. Did you see what they were doing, too, in the student section last night? In the corral, as they call it. They were paying homage to Brock Cunningham.
Or were they? His 14th year?
Everybody was wearing jorts. Y'all can take a koozie, by the way, if you would like. You can add that to the cart. That's going to be completely free. If anyone tries to charge you for that at checkout, just send them to us. Texas Sports Unfiltered on YouTube, and we've got a free app as well.
Thank you, sir.
Great sports talk all day long. Thank y'all for coming by and supporting Academy Sports and Outdoors. This is your store? You own this? Oh, you live a block away. Well, thank you for coming by.
You're paying taxes to this area, that's for sure.
Hey, I'm sure he loves it, though. Having an academy a block away, I'd kill to have an academy a block away from where I live. I'd also be dead broke.
Yeah, no kidding.
If that's what I had.
You'd probably like a 7-Eleven right beside you, and you're not far from one of those 7-Elevens either, for sure.
I do have one of those. Thankfully, it's a little too far to walk.
There you go.
It's like a 10-minute walk. For me, that's a little too far to walk. So I got to get in the car. But if it was right next door, I'd be in trouble there. You're drinking 3 Slurpees a day. It'd be a freaking disaster, let me tell you. This Texas basketball team, though, Buck, what have you liked from them? Once again, 80-64. They beat Rice last night. They're 3-0 on the season. What have you made from Rodney Terry's bunch in the early going?
Well, it's early. That's what I've made. You know, the real games won't start to really, really matter until you get to conference play. But that game in Madison Square Garden is a big deal. I mean, because everybody in the nation is going to be watching that tournament. They're going to want to see what Texas is all about after the success that they had last year. And then Rodney in his full year as the head coach it'll be very interesting for him. I think as they go along, as the time goes along and they get to conference play, I think they'll have their full complement of players. And I think now you're going to see a really different type of team. I don't think you're going to see anything great, BK, these first couple games or this preseason kind of stuff for them. I mean, it's going to be a filling out process for all of their players, really, because they always have all these new cats that show up. I mean, that's just how college basketball is. So they got to – and they lost a lot of guys last year now. That's the thing. It's not so much the new guys. It's the guys that they lost last year. So I think as this time goes on, and by the time they get to conference play, they are going to be moving and grooving. This is a pretty talented basketball team. But the nation will see them at Madison Square Garden. So you don't want to be sloppy. Like you said, you don't want to go there and lose to a Louisville team that's not very good. They haven't been for the last 2 or 3 years.
Louisville sucks.
Okay. Yeah.
It'd be a bad
it's
loss.
just that. Yeah, it would be a bad loss.
Like, there are a lot of years where if you lose to Louisville on a neutral floor,
that's true.
That's okay. Like, whatever. You don't want to lose any game, obviously, but that won't go down on your tournament resume as a bad loss. If Louisville is twice as good as they were last year, losing to them this year would be a bad loss.
I would say I watched that team play last year.
They're 2-1 this season. They escaped UMBC. Yes, that UMBC. They were down by a lot, and they needed a game-winning bucket with like 7 seconds left to win that game at home. They lost to Tennessee Chattanooga.
Wow.
At home.
Sort of like who's Alabama's playing this week in football?
Yeah, pretty much. By 10, and then they beat Coppin. What is Coppin State? Where's Coppin? That's not a state. Is it?
I think it's in Alabama.
Coppin State, who is 0-4.
Which I'm wrong with that, probably.
Yeah, Louisville beat them by 20 last night. Louisvle's bad. They're really, really bad. So even though Texas, has a lot of new faces. And you're right. Look, there's a ton of roster turnover in college basketball every single year. Texas has more of it than most. Like from 2 years ago to last year, Texas had some, but they got a lot of guys back from Chris Beard's first team to the second team. Think about how many guys are gone. I mean, Serge-Jabari Rice and Marcus Carr and Timmy Allen and Christian Bishop, and the list goes on and on. I mean, there are so many new faces for Texas, so it's going to take some time.
And talented groups that's coming back, though.
Yeah, it's gonna take them some time to find their groove. Like if they beat Louisville, I assume they're gonna beat Louisville. If they lose by 10 to UConn, I'm not going to be too upset about it because
national champs.
I know this Texas team is going to get better as the year goes on. A couple of things, though, early that they need to improve on. They've turned it over too much. The last 2 wins, even though they've been blowout wins, I think 19 turnovers against Delaware State last Friday. They had 16 against Rice last night. Rodney Terry was like, we want to be less than 10. Well, they almost had 10 in the first half yesterday. Wow. And then free throws. I think they were just 12 of 22.
Well, they got to do that because then it'll look like the Texas teams of old. Can't do that. You got to make your free throws.
Obviously, when you're winning games by 15 to 30, free throws don't matter that much. But when you're playing closer games, which Texas obviously will, as the quality of competition improves, you're going to need to take advantage of those freebies more than they have.
No doubt.
So that's where Texas can get better. But once again, the turnovers will get figured out as these guys build more chemistry and cohesiveness on the offensive end of the floor. Brock Cunningham's still out there just running around, diving for loose balls.
Just like the old man that he is, playing that old man basketball.
Getting rebounds, 8 points 6 rebounds,
and
3
6
assists,
elbows,
3 steals, 2 blocks, 6 elbows, 2 technicals, 1 flagrant.
That's right. There you go.
Yep, it's what he does, man. He pisses people off.
Gotta have them.
But you got to have those glue guys, those grit guys. And Brock Cunningham in his 16th year at the University of Texas has been doing that for a long time. So, man, the state of Texas athletics in a really, really good spot. Texas has a ton of ranked teams all across the board. You feel like you've got a Big 12 contending team in football. Your volleyball team just won its 7th straight Big 12 title.
Easily.
Men's and women's basketball are in good spots.
By the way, they did that pretty easily. Guess what? They still have 2 regular season games to be played.
Oh, it's what
you can lose them both, and you've already won.
Well, I think Texas has made it to like the Sweet 16 in the NCAA tournament like 10 years in a row or something ridiculous like that. It might be more than that, honestly.
Man.
Like what Jared Elliott has done. Obviously, they're the defending national champs, which is pretty good. And they've won 2 national championships during his tenure in Austin. But they are always amongst the best teams in volleyball. So, it's really, really impressive what they continue to do. And, 7 straight Big 12 championships for the Texas volleyball team. Shout out to them.
Boy, that's exciting.
They deserve it. All right, coming up on 10 o'clock here, which means it's about time for a little chaos theory with Rodney and Wags. We can do a little crossover so we both don't get up at the same time. So one of you two, if you want to grab the Bucks headset.
Wags, you want to come over here, buddy, and do this? And thank you to Academy.
You're giving him the buddy treatment. Just call him buddy.
Hi, bud.
You're going to call him pal next?
Hi, pal.
Hey, guy. Oh, man, champ. Well, champ might be the worst one.
No,
right
I don't do champ. I do bud. I do buddy.
What about big guy?
No, I don't do big guy. No.
Big guy.
I do dude. Man. I do dude.
You do dudes?
I do dudes. I do the word
That's
dude.
An admission. Wow. After 68 years of life, the Buck has finally told people
he's finally there.
That he is into guys.
No. Most of it's buddy. Buddy is my guy. I call you buddy.
Yeah, I know.
And you don't like it. Are you saying you don't like to be called buddy?
I don't love it. I have a name and it's not Buddy. I'm not the elf, okay? Or I'm not Buddy Guy or Buddy Holly or any of those dudes.
All right. Later, y'all.
All right, the Buck will be back on a little bit later as Wags here takes over in a second. Of course, Chaos Theory with Rodney and Wags coming up from 10 to 11. I'll give my headset here to Rodney in a moment. And look, we'll be live at Academy here in Hutto until 1 o'clock. So come out and see us. If you can play hooky from work, if you can take a longer lunch today, come out and get your holiday shopping done, of course, at this brand new, gorgeous Academy Sports and Outdoors. Come hang out with us as well. What's up, Wags?
Nothing, man. You put us in a really good spot. You know that?
Oh, and me.
Ideal location. Who put us here?
This was Casey from Academy coming through.
Good looking out.
Yeah.
Have you taken observation on where we're at?
We are at Academy.
Where low-key, ideal, situational.
We're in the fan shop area.
Sports.
Somebody
can get dunked on.
Yeah.
But what's right here?
The basketball pit.
Women's section.
Yeah.
Women's, not just women's section, the sports section of the women's section.
We've got the female mannequin over here. I saw you eyeing her down.
You know what I mean? The polygons on her. I mean, looking.
The polygons.
Looking all right.
That's what they call it these days.
Good show today, James.
Thank you, brother.
Good show.
I'll be back in a minute, but you and Rodney are holding it down for the next hour.
Here we go.
Thank y'all.
Here we go. So is this the camera right here? I'm so used to seeing everything up close and personal here. Well, welcome to Chaos Theory. You guys know the drill, man. One part of the team here as Double R gets situated here. I don't have anything in front of me, so I can't read off of the page that I usually do here. But anyways, you can find me on Twitch or at Twitter at Not the Fake Wags. You can find Rodney Rodriguez at the Rodney R. Correct?
That's right, buddy.
I got that right.
That's
and then
right.
on the Instagram there at _the Rodney R. I'm at the Wagner Wire on Instagram. Make sure you guys are subbing and hitting that subscribe button already, smashing it, as we like to say, and telling 5 friends, like Harge likes to say as well, man. If you are right now just listening to us mobile here, hit us up on that Coda text line. Do you know that Coda text line off the top of your head?
It is 222 512-222. We'll get that.
We'll get that.
We'll get that.
I can't memorize the Coda text line.
I don't have that one in my notes.
What's the Coda text line?
512-222-9328.
Thank you very much.
9328.
BK with the hockey assist there.
There it is, right
By
there.
the way, man, Longhorn basketball to talk about. We also got to break down more Longhorn football. We'll be breaking that down to exhaustion here, and then getting you up ready for Thursday night football.
Thursday night football, finally worth watching. Huh? It seems like, you and I have been talking all year about the AFC North, and here we go. We get one hell of a matchup happening. Can we cuss in here?
Yeah, I think
No,
so.
okay.
There's no. I'm like, well, just gotta watch your mouth now when the ladies come around here.
That's right.
But yeah, man, I almost knocked the bats down when I first came in here. Saw you, and saw you peeping over the sports section here and looking at it like one of those creepers. And I'm like, what the hell is going on?
I had to look around here because it's like this is where I never start Christmas shopping early. It's like never ever early. I've walked around here and I've found a lot of stuff for me
already,
and
also like of course they threatened us by getting or twisted our arm to get us out here by saying that we'll get gift cards or whatnot.
Yeah, that's right.
Thankfully, that's just too kind of this Academy Sports and Outdoor. We are, by the way, right off of 130 and 79. So if you guys get a chance to get out here, make sure you guys see this grand opening for Academy Sports and Outdoor. It is fantastic, man.
Really
and if you make your way out here today, you can find us. We are located as soon as you come in the store, come all the way to the left out by the basketball section and where the sports section is for the women's, and you'll be able to see us. BK's out here, Bucky's out here for a little bit right now, but BK's out here glad handing it, and we'll have some fun, man. After this, I'm gonna go like you just talked about, man. Get me some Christmas.
Yeah, man.
Ideas,
They've got everything here. I mean, you've got the football section, all of that, but then they even have the fitness section over there.
Well, not just that, man. Thank you very much. Hey, what is this? You bribing me?
Look at that.
You get me to stay here a little bit more? How about that, Casey? Thanks for hooking it up. I appreciate
absolutely.
it, man. We were just talking.
Now everybody's going to show up. Everybody's going to show up
into existence. I just talked about this card.
It is right
and
there.
look what happened. It popped.
Looky there.
It just hit. It hits like it.
Yeah.
It hits like that damn monster.
And we're giving some of these away today. By the way,
that's right.
And
but you got to. I think you got one of the things is you got to like the video. Are y'all liking the video on YouTube? We told you about doing it. Are you not doing it already?
Yeah, you need to tell a lot of people. You need to tell a lot of people because that's what we want. I mean, we want this to continue to grow, man.
Spread the word and support our sponsors here. Support Academy Sports and Outdoor. And remember, if you're in Hutto, it's right as you're coming in off of 130, man. You can't miss it. It's in a key location. It's fantastic, right off the highway, so it's easy to get in and get out. What you got here? Oh, keys, the Buck.
The Buck.
So we wanted to
Uber home.
When we opened the show for Chaos Theory, we were doing it like Virginia Tech with all the keys here.
Yeah.
Beamer, what's going on? We got the keys, Beamer. We got the keys dingling. Anyways, man, it's gonna be a fantastic show. We can't wait to I'm not gonna be able to interact as much, I don't think. Right?
That's all right.
You want to switch spots real quick?
Give me access. You want to run that? If you
I'll
want to
run the board.
that's still
I'll
good.
run the board.
All right. Let's see how we're going to pull this off.
Watch
here.
Watch this fandango.
This will be good.
You should see me do a limbo as well.
Watch. All right.
How about
Boom,
that?
up and over.
I'll run the board.
How about that?
You just give me my drink and we'll get going.
I'll fly over later. We'll figure all that out. There's that.
Thank you guys for your patience as we get situated here.
And we're good. We're off and rolling once again. Hey, I got to tell you, 250 Alliance Boulevard is the address right here in Hutto. And if you haven't been, is
your line long enough?
That's what she said. Yeah, man. My line is always long enough, man. We can flip it over there if we need to, but we'll be good. I'll try not to get too animated here.
Is this your mouse?
That is my mouse.
Right,
see how I roll, dude? Right. I lost the bottom, so that's how I roll. But man, this really is. If you haven't been to Hutto in a long time, and I know a lot of people, probably frequent out here all the time. But there's a lot out here.
I mean, my sister-in-law lives out here, man. But usually. I was thinking about this the other day. We had to go to Taylor to get a license renewed for my son.
Oh yeah,
not renewed, but he missed.
It's easier to go there than to go to.
It's a small. It's like a little auxiliary. A little auxiliary outlet there or office. So we traveled down 79, and I'm like, man, what is
it's crazy?
I didn't even know of like the corner, like the crossing or whatever. Like the.
What do you think of the football stadium?
Well, I mean, it's fantastic.
That thing is massive,
dude. I've been there.
Didn't you do a game while they were like working on it?
While they were working on it, and I didn't get to see. The actual stadium after it was done. But I mean, fantastic, gorgeous restoration there. And
man.
Extensions for the stadium, man.
This is a growing area, and you can't miss this academy. And the beautiful thing about this is, like Bucky and BK were talking about when I walked up. I mean, you walk in here, and like where we are here in the baseball section, and I mean, the smell of the leather gloves and all of that. I mean, everything is sitting right here. And stop by and see us. How you doing, buddy?
What's up, man?
Come on by and see us. We'll be giving away some Academy gift cards throughout the morning here. We're here from 8 to 1. So plenty will be happening here with Texas Sports Unfiltered today. And once again, we do thank the fine folks here at Academy and Hutto for having us out this morning.
Did you watch any sports last night?
Did I watch any sports last night? You know what? I think I took the night off.
Did you? You didn't watch any Longhorn basketball last night?
I did watch a little bit of that. I did watch a little bit of that. I had an idea what was going to happen right there, of course. I was still more excited about the news that we got during the day.
Oh, let's talk about it then.
Dude, that is huge right there. Rodney Terry right there with a huge, I mean, if there was going to be any question whatsoever, would people want to come play for Rodney Terry? Well, I'll be damned, he answered that pretty quick, didn't he?
100%,
really
man.
quick.
Hell of a signing here. Now, what does this do for the Texas basketball program?
I think what this does, I think this could very much have, Bucky was smelling the balls earlier. Nice. I think what this is going to do, this could be that Arch Manning effect. Remember when Arch, you got Arch, you got Arch that came over, and then all of a sudden a lot of other dudes got interested and wanted to go to Austin. I'll say, come to Austin. We're not in Austin. Wanted to go to Austin, and I think that's exactly what's going to happen right here. But you know what's so odd to me? Again, it drives me crazy a little bit with college basketball, is that with this what's this, a year? Go have them a year, maybe
you'd
two.
like to think that it's probably going to be like when we got Mo Bamba, you know what I mean, or any other type of stud. It'll be a lottery pick, I would think so.
Well, he's projected to be. He's projected to be, but I think that really is what you're going to find is with that trickle down effect, where you get a big get like that, and that's really, I think, the best thing that can really set the tone right now for Rodney Terry first full season here with the Texas basketball team.
And you've seen the effect that other recruits have. Like the one dude for me, I can't think of the kid's name from Maine yet, but he just signed with Duke too.
Yeah, and
you're starting to see Duke starting to rack that off. You saw it with Kentucky last year, right? Calipari is really big on the recruiting scene as well. And what Kentucky does so well is that they reload just every freshman that they get, right? And all you think that the Kentucky Wildcats won't be able to solidify and put a team together because they have they don't have succession plans coming in because all they do is just reload freshmen.
Exactly.
Well, they somehow just find freshmen. Calipari is able to find these freshmen and get them to play. You saw that a little bit against Kansas last night. I think this is going to be fantastic for the Longhorns.
Yeah.
And you saw you're starting to see new faces with the Longhorn program.
Right.
Of course, a lot of turnover on the roster as well, man. A lot of people, not leaving after that dynamic season that we had, a great, fantastic run. But Coach Terry able to lock and load and get more players in, man.
And that really seems like what's happening. It really seems like he's putting himself in a position to build programs like that, to where, like I'm saying, kids want to come here. It's obviously one of those things because Austin sells itself. You get them here, and they're going to be fascinated with a lot of the cool things that there are to do in Austin, which it's funny because at the same time, I'm like, me being older, if I came to Austin and had to stay there for a week, I'd leave. I would leave, But
no, but you also like.
But I'm not 17.
But it's not just the attractions of Austin either. Like when you come here, you also have the ability to go to New Braunfels, which is from like Austin proper. It's only like 30 minutes or maybe 45 minutes, right? From where we live, it's probably like an hour, to somewhere 90 minutes.
Yeah.
But when you get these young kids that come here and they want to, they see the city life and then they get a chance to go floating down the river and get a taste of the country life too. It's the best of both worlds, man. A lot of attractions here in Austin, and I don't know why you wouldn't want your kids to come here. I had friends that actually like during a West Virginia game, and this is, I think they made this as like a slap in the face,
of course,
to our tailgating and just saying that our tailgating's pretty tame. But the one guy said, "Man, I love it here, man. I'd let my daughter come to school here." You know what I mean? in reference to our because we were
let her get here. Let her get here.
Hold tight now. I was with the Student Veteran Association, and we were putting on a very family-friendly tailgating situation. A tailgating party.
Well,
I know that
wrong with that.
I know that we get wild and crazy after it on the 40 acres, but the best thing about it is that we clean up and take care of ourselves. At West Virginia, WVU, my God, you'll see some couch getting burnt and all kinds of things, all kinds of crazy mashed potato and gravy wrestling over there. And all kinds of stuff. Hey, how are you doing? Welcome to the Academy Sports and Outdoor.
Yes. How can we help you? We're the greeters.
We are the greeters.
We are the greeters. We are the greeters. Yes, but the Trey Johnson, and he signed. This isn't one of those.
I thought he just. I didn't know if he was signed. I thought he just committed.
I thought he signed, and that's where a lot of times it's like that's where I get sometimes when it comes to commitments and so forth, whatever the sport is. Right. Yeah, it's like, Your word don't count for anything. Remember back in the old days, man?
Right.
You give your man or a woman
you're only
your
as good
word.
You're only as good as your last word. Or your last
exactly.
But
hey, man. But Trey Johnson,
I'm afraid
man.
to put this here because I don't want you to knock it over with your long cord.
With my short cord, I guess as it actually is. There's got to be a way to reroute that. We can figure that out. But the Trey Johnson get right there is just huge for Texas basketball, and I think that's something that's going to continue to build, forward for them. And of course, they win last night.
I didn't see much of Trey Johnson, coming out of high school or whatnot. I mean, I know he's touted as one of the best recruits in the nation here. I hadn't seen enough film. To that, I don't know like who he rolls with, because you see a lot of these dudes in AAU, right? Like what you were talking about, like the trickle down effect, right? And you see it with football in terms of camps, right? Or you where the quarterback goes, a lot of times the wide receiver will go, and then once that happens, then the offensive linemen start to buy into the thing, and then by the end of the recruitment cycle, you got yourself one hell of a team. Yeah. But it works like that in terms of basketball too, right? A lot of these guys, they get together and play on AAU squads, and they start chirping, they start talking, hey, where you think you're going? Now what brand of basketball shoe you want to represent? What basketball school is out there? You got Adidas schools, you got Nike schools, so take that into consideration as well, man. Texas, a Nike school, we know that.
Absolutely. So, absolutely.
Hey, welcome to the family, Trey.
80-64. Texas wins last night over Rice. They'll get set to take on Louisville coming up at 2:30 on Sunday. So that is a game that Texas should win. So that's
Jake's
we're
already thrown it
early. We're very early on at this
Jake,
point.
we're going to talk about the Wizards and Mavericks last night here. I was trying to say that. I was trying to give us a little bit of good news here before we get why are you rubbing it in for the Wizards? All we have is Kuzma and Poole, who Poole. Don't even get me started on Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole thinks he's the next coming of Jesus Christ or whatever. He thinks he's the Messiah or whatnot. He thinks he's James Harden. He's not. He'll get James Harden numbers.
Is that something to aspire to be?
No, it's really not. It's really not. If you want to dismantle your a franchise or whatnot.
I didn't get to ask you yesterday. So what do you think of the in-season tournament? Do we want to call them fisticuffs? From
with Golden State,
yeah,
man.
Headlock, British Bulldog move.
It started out with, and those of you guys that didn't see the clip, it started out with a little bit of a scuffle with Klay Thompson, and was it what? I can't remember who the dude was from Minnesota. But anyways, it looked like Draymond Green was taking any opportunity he could, or the first opportunity available to get his arms around Rudy Gobert.
Yeah.
And he made Rudy Gobert go from 7 feet to like 5.
Yeah,
quickly. Yeah, and all you could see was Draymond wasn't even like putting in a hard chokehold on him. He's just like talking. Yeah. He's just talking to air and stuff. And you see Steve Kerr just like, Jesus, Dre, just let him go. Oh, my God. But yeah, we already got it. 5-game suspension. And I hate how ESPN put it out there, right? Like 5-game ban. He's not banned. If he was banned from the league, he'd
just
be
sitting
expelled,
out.
Right? He is suspended. Use terminology correctly. Yellow journalism at its finest right there. Man, banished. Banished.
Yeah.
No, he's taking a nap for like 5 games. That's about it.
It's like Survivor.
He's working on his podcast.
It's like The Bachelor. He's been voted off. He's been voted off. Yeah, Klay and Draymond Green, Jaden McDaniels, and Rudy Gobert, man. There you go. What do you think of this in-season tournament thing?
I like it.
Yeah, I think it's something a little different. I mean, especially doing it right now because you're up against the monster that is the NFL and college football. So if you want to
find a way to market and brand
you
yourself, right?
got to get some eyeballs. Now, dude, I could do without these courts. That's can we just play on the regular hardwood here?
That is the thing that's throwing me off. But I mean, of course, you talk about marketing, right? You're trying to appeal to the younger eye.
Oh yeah. You
see baseball do with change of uniforms a little bit because they're struggling with trying to get a younger target market and a demographic. It's worked very well for Oregon and their success, and you've seen Maryland go through it too, with changing up the colors and trying to just get the appeal of the younger athletes, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, hell, now we talked about branding and everything. Maryland being a Under Armour school and Oregon being a Nike school,
Yeah,
clearly.
And it is, because it's a tough time of year right now. And I mean, and it really is. I mean, I like the fact that obviously these NBA games, they're in the middle of the week. So a lot of times you have that dead time in the middle of the week where there's an opportunity right there to go get some of that right there. You want me to get on ratings again? That's where you can get over there and get some ratings.
Jake says it's the only 5 games is dumb for Draymond. Now, why is only 5 games dumb there, Jake? Did you want more to come from Draymond Green? I thought I didn't think it was that.
I wouldn't have thrown him out.
I didn't think it was that malicious. He didn't throw any fists. He put him in a rear naked choke. So
yeah.
Well,
it gives us things to talk about. You know what I'm saying? And it really was. I mean, to sit here and watch this thing going on, and I saw that live. I happened to be watching that game, and as that's going on, I'm thinking, is this a playoff? What's going on here, man? This is a lot of intensity, but that's great. Here we are 2 days later talking about it.
100%. We'll get some more basketball here. We'll talk about the Wizards and the Mavericks here in just a second as I say hi to everybody. What's up, Ruse? Hey, I did see your message on Instagram, man. I just forgot to get back to you, dude. Had a lot going on with work last night. I absolutely passed out.
To answer
your question, Rodney and my, double R here, we are up in the Cedar Park area. Actually, not in Cedar Park.
We are in the north.
We're north, above the wall, with the free folk. If you are a Game of Thrones fans, yeah, we're pretty damn north here. But anyways, it's right around. Like, I'm usually around like the Brushy Creek. It's right dead center.
We're not far apart.
It's right dead center in Cedar Park, in the middle of Cedar Park and Round Rock.
Yeah, I'm right behind the Round Rock Hospital. So we're all right there.
But anyways, man, you said you're down in Kyle. We'll have to get up and have some fun. That's for sure, man.
Yep.
Dave, what's up? Thanks for following the show. Jake, good to see you, man. Longhorn Bear. Oh man, get our shit. I got you. Gringo Horn. I got you.
What happened?
We were supposed to get our shit together. We didn't. When we did the flip flop and just catching up on everybody, man.
Yeah.
Dave at ATX512. Good morning, sir. Thank you guys so much for checking this out. Draymond has had quite a history. Oh no, I get you there.
Yeah, of course.
But I mean, I don't think this was exactly dirty. I mean, he wasn't hiding this at all. This was, hey, dude, get off my player. Like, and that's what I saw first. Like, and to Draymond's defense, and I don't defend Draymond Green usually, he waited until Rudy Gobert got into the scuffle.
Of course he did.
I mean, and Rudy Gobert only got into the scuffle for maybe 1 millisecond. But I mean, like as soon as Gobert did this, he was waiting. He pounced. Hi,
hey there.
Hi,
look at that.
Hey, make sure you make your list for Christmas. Get your dad while he's got you right now.
That's right, and make a lot of things.
All sports.
All sports. That's right. Roller skates. They're over there.
Love it, man. I love it. We get to interact with all the fans and customers here. It's fantastic.
This young lady back here. This dude over here.
Yeah, man.
That's Austin FC.
That is an Austin FC.
Verde,
man. We got the Verde rocking and rolling
Dallas,
here. But yeah,
Texas.
Man, it looked like he was waiting, for the ideal situation, the optimal situation. As soon as I don't even know who got into the scuffle or who. Oh, as soon as Rudy Gobert got into the actual mess with Klay Thompson, who I still can't identify who he was.
There's a lot of that I don't understand.
He pounced on him immediately, right away. I thought it was fantastic. All right, Mavericks and the Wizards here. We got to break that down and talk about it. That was on last night as well. I got to watch a little bit of it with the Longhorns playing Rice. Mavericks look legit. Now, I want to ask you guys, all you Mavericks fans out here, do you guys have a legitimate protector at the rim?
Do the Mavericks?
Is Lively your dude? All right. I like Lively over Powell. I think Powell can bring you some decent offense at times, but I mean, dude, like
9 boards last night. I mean, he had 9 boards,
24 minutes.
Yeah,
just a rookie here. I mean, God, and
17 points. From
Duke. He is from Duke, but the dude is playing, man. The dude is playing. Is he legit? Like, we knew that the Mavericks could score, right? We knew that the Mavericks would have high, potent offense. But could they be able to defend and stop the opposition? Is Lively your piece?
I think at this point he's going to have to be. I mean, it really seems like. I mean, I don't know. I don't think
the two-man game with Kyrie and Luka is fantastic.
No doubt.
So far, right?
Right there.
When you're getting phenomenal, help from Hardaway as well.
Absolutely.
This is the Mavericks are a tough team to beat. Now, of course, everybody knows that the Star Wars are Denver, and Rodney, for me, I've said this from time to time. It's Denver versus everybody else.
It's going to be so hard for anyone to beat. And what I'm going to fall back on with Denver is that you get the whole. But we don't see it so much in the NBA where when you talk about like in the NFL and you talk about baseball, it's so hard to repeat. In the NBA, we maybe don't see that quite as often because we've seen teams go on monstrous runs and that they never lit up right there. But I really Tim Hardaway Jr. 31 points last night in what 27 minutes. That is a very productive night right
there. Key
there.
Contribution right there, and when you can get that going and coupled with the dynamic duo of Luka and Kyrie, it's really hard to beat these dudes. Or how do you defend them? It's almost like when the Warriors were able to have all that high powered offense, that potent offense. They still have it, but technically 3 or 4 years ago it was kind of at its peak.
Yeah,
I would think. Or hell, probably when they were going against Golden State, Cleveland back and forth.
Well, and the thing with Powell, and I haven't watched a lot of Maverick basketball, but it just seems like to me with Powell, he's getting forced into the lineup. That maybe, and it's early. It's early.
Oh,
that's the whole thing about it. But we can sit and try to look at that, but. Yeah, with the center, it's got to be Derek Lively. That's going to be your.
That's
dude.
What Jake says. Jake says Derek Lively is the most indispensable player. That's not Luka Doncic.
Exactly. I would
argue that it's Kyrie. I was going to argue that it's Kyrie, but Jake brings up a really good point because you can still get the offensive outage with Kyrie out, and you can have that supplemented with Luka, right? Or Hardaway can give you 31 points on a given night like that, right? But you can't get that dynamic play at the defensive rim or protecting the defensive cup without Lively. So far, I just haven't been able to see it that consistently with Powell. I think Lively is the key right now. And who would have thought that a rookie would be able to bring you this as Mavericks fan? Who would have actually thought that?
Well, and Derek Jones had 20. So then you go back and you really look at that. And last night, it is a pattern right here. It's balanced score. Why are all the ladies waving at you and that they don't even look at me? What the hell? It's that beard.
Take your hat off.
Oh, that's what it is.
Take your hat off and show your face. And also, man,
comb my hair,
you also got to smile when you people can hear it in your voice too. Like when you smile, they can hear it in your voice. I was taught that in commercials.
Let me start this over.
There you go.
Derek Jones, 20 points is really, really good.
Can you bring it down a little bit?
Derek Jones, 20 points is really, really good in my opinion.
Confident with a smile.
I like it. And Lively's the center. Lively is the center that we have right now.
And I'll tell you, folks, when Lively gets hot, he really does get hot. As a rookie sensation from Duke, it looks like he's going to be a phenomenal get for the Dallas Mavericks.
Dude needs to be on TV. You need to be on TV. You need to do when they do those 5-minute infomercials at the end of the news, and they're like, whether they're selling siding or one of those things. It needs to be, "Hi, I'm Adam Wagner, and let me tell you all about whatever." Hell, they might hire you here.
Mesothelioma or whatever that is. Mesothelioma.
My name is Doug, and I have
what the hell is mesothelioma? Hey, you know what though? We got some friends that we need to talk about. You want to talk about our friends at Covert?
We do need to talk about Covert. And the thing is, if you're coming out to Hutto today, Covert BK, we talk about them all the time. They're right here across the banner. Of course, we are constantly out there with the great folks at Covert BK. But if you're coming to see us at 250 Alliance Boulevard here in Hutto, you can also make your way to Covert Ford and Chevrolet in Hutto. It's right here down 79. But Covert BK, 3 state-of-the-art dealerships, 7 different brands that they are going to take care of for you out there. That is a beautiful dealership, and you can go and they're going to take the best care of you. Whether it's new or pre-owned vehicles, they will have that for you. Check out covertbk.com. Check out the weekly specials there. If you don't want to jump online, go out and see Dan and all the great folks out there and let them handle all of your service needs. 86 service bays to get you in and out of there in a timely manner. Don't spend the day at the dealership. Get your stuff done. It's covertbk.com. latest specials. Stop by, check out all the cool stuff. Check out all the 7 different brands that you find at Covert BK. Since 1909, the Covert family, they've been doing it for Central Texans. Remember, nobody beats a Covert deal, not now, and sure as don't have the bell.
You don't have the
sure
bell.
As hell, not ever.
And you guys know the drill too, right? I don't have my screens or my arcade machines behind me, but you guys know about Tom McCain audiovisual consultations already. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. Setting the standard in audiovisual automation for 35 years in the Austin, Central Texas area. If you don't have an idea of what you want in your house, go to the website at avconsultations.com. Look at the gallery of projects that they've done over the past 35 years, and I guarantee you'll get somewhat of an idea. Hell, they could put a golf simulator in your house. The weather is starting to break just a little bit, man. You can put a nice chimney out on your patio and also a flat screen TV with a Sonos surround system that can not just hit your outdoor patio, but your indoor needs as well, man. It's 512-255-8678. It's avconsultations.com.
You could have watched Clay and Draymond Green and them wrestling on one of those big 85-inch screens.
Dude, you know,
right there.
I have been getting into wrestling. Like, I got out of it for the longest time.
I grew up a wrestling fan. I was the WCW, Southwest Wrestling, World Class, all the stuff.
Like Ricky the Dragon Steamboat.
I grew up with all of, and then I would kind of fall in and out of it. I jumped back in. Now, when we had the Stone Cold era, Vince McMahon, when you had all of that mess, dude, I was boom right back into it again. What's that?
Do you want to switch headsets?
No, it's okay.
So you can lean back a little bit. I feel like I'm comfortable. I feel like I'm relaxed.
It's good for the neck.
So you stopped watching it like when Hulk Hogan was on the rise? Are you serious?
No. I would watch it then. I very much enjoyed WCW and WWF. I guess it was at the time before it became WWE. The Monday Night Wars were some of the best time ever in wrestling.
Saturday Night Main Event.
I would watch that. I would watch Saturday Night Main Event. But to me, growing up, when I would watch Georgia Championship Wrestling on WTBS, when I would watch all of that wrestling, when the World Wrestling Federation became what it became,
the marketing sensation, like the conglomerate.
To me, it was a little insulting. Because I grew up, man.
The territories.
I loved the territories. When you had Mid-South and you had the Pacific Northwest and you had, I grew up and I vividly remember as a kid, I'm sitting there with my dad and we're watching the wrestling out of San Antonio, Southwest. And Tully Blanchard is like ripping Terry Funk's ear off with a cowbell, man. And I'm like, wow. And then, as the WWF became more predominant, it got silly. It got silly to me, and I totally understand. I was crushed when I figured out that it really wasn't real.
See,
but it
like people say that, right? It's choreographed, it's scripted, but it's not real fighting. But these dudes take wallops.
They are
like
beating the heck out of each other.
And the women take wallops too, man. You see people with shiners. It's not like UFC or nothing like that. I'm not trying to sell it like that or nothing. But still, phenomenal athleticism. I think I fell out of it like right after The Rock and Stone Cold Steve Austin and like the Attitude Era of wrestling kind of just dropped, right? And also like I went into the Marine Corps.
Of course.
I've gotten into some serious shit.
Yeah.
I mean? Well, not the wrestling. Well, wrestling is.
And I got to tell you,
it's fun to follow. But what got me like back into this, watching documentaries on, from Undertaker, Hell in a Cell with Undertaker and Mick Foley. And then also like this new Iron Claw movie, right?
Oh, I cannot wait for that.
So with the Von Erich, with the Von Erich brothers, the story about the Von Erich family, December 22nd is when it's coming out, and it's on every damn social media platform that I'm on, and I can't take it's so compelling, man. I can't take my eyes off of it, all the trailers, right? And then I'm hearing backstories about how and Zac Efron of all people, the dude that used to. You got to be
High School Musical.
You got to be in the game.
High School Musical.
Yeah, that guy, right? So now I'm watching Zac Efron. Zac Efron's getting ripped, dude. He is in fantastic shape. And the dude from Shameless is playing Gary Von Erich as well.
I know.
I mean,
let me tell you, I went to a lot of world-class wrestling events, whether it was Austin, San Antonio, wherever. So I saw the Von Erichs live a lot of times. Did Reunion Arena a couple of different times back in the day. So I know that story extremely well. So
I don't though. That's what's so compelling to me. Like I only found out about the Von Erichs, or hell, just basically Kerry Von Erich, the Texas Tornado, right?
I'm going to send
you
brother.
Is that
there's a documentary called The Rise and Fall of World Class Wrestling.
I'm
going to send that to you.
And we got to get Suplex Stu as well. Like we got to talk to Suplex Stu and Smash.
We might need to figure out if we could do like a Texas Sports Unfiltered, maybe get a theater to host us for that, because I think there's a fair amount of us and some of our friends like Stu and Smash Simmons that would want to be a part of that, man, because that's going to be huge.
What's up, Sal? Sal says the best wrestling ever was in Glow. What is Glow?
Gorgeous Ladies of Wrestling.
Holy shit.
That was prior. Now the women aren't smiling at her. That was prior.
I gotta look back right there.
That was like a Saturday night show, and this was before the WWE divas and all that. This was before Tori Wilson and Terry Reynolds, Sable.
I don't know. I like what we have now in wrestling with the female.
Well,
hell, I think I watched the female matches more than I watched the male matches. Honestly, I mean, there's some good male wrestlers right now, but I mean, the most athletic wrestling right now is coming from the females.
For a lot of the things that Vince McMahon has made bad decisions, or whatever the case may have been, when the whole WWF WWE Divas era became a part of that whole gimmick of that whole conglomerate, dude, that is you already have the male audience,
right,
but then you add that, holy smoke. And that was, but Gorgeous Ladies of Wrestling, it was like a Saturday night program. It was very,
so was there actual wrestling, or was
they wrestled. It was very much like with the Tori Wilsons and all that, but probably about 10, 12 years before any of that ever happened. Yep. And these ladies were dressed.
Like set the stage.
And they would dress in, a lot of day glow or whatever it was. And maybe it wasn't the best athletic presentation, but I'll be damn, it looked good.
And so it was pageantry.
It was very much pageantry.
I got you.
And people loved it, myself included. Good call, Sal.
Good call. Absolutely. All right. And let's talk about the Longhorns. Right.
Oh, did they play this week?
Might as well talk about the Longhorns, right? I mean,
from Gorgeous Ladies of Wrestling to Texas
to
football.
I don't know any other segue better than that.
You only see that here. You only see that here.
Make sure you're following us on Twitter. I am at Not the Fake Wags. He is at Rodney. The Rodney R. Thank you very much. I don't have it. I don't have my glasses. I don't have my key set up. It's right there.
It's all there. It's all there.
Anyway,
it's all there.
We invite you to be a part of the show. Clearly,
come see us.
Make sure you're commenting on that the YouTube chat channel right there. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. And come see us out here at Hutto, man. Mm-hmm. Academy Sports and Outdoor. What's that address again?
250 Alliance Boulevard.
Boom, right here.
Come on out and see
right here, right by the. It's kind of right by the high school.
Yeah, right across the railroad track.
It's adjacent.
Yeah.
Right off 130. As soon as you come off 130, you make it right. Boom, you're here, man. And then
get to the football field. Take a left
to the left.
Yeah,
man.
Take a left on Ed Schmidt, and then you pull right in.
All right, my guy. Let's talk a little bit about this Longhorn Gridiron squad here. Being in the thick of the Big 12 is the sounder that we're going to hear from Sarkisian. Let's hear this real quick. I'm sure that you guys have heard it on a few other shows before. I have not heard all of our sounders here. I just want to get a little bit of feedback for you guys in my take.
What an awesome time. This is the fun part, right? Yeah, to be in the middle of November and be in a championship race. I think that our guys have handled it well up until this point. Like I said, we've been walking into road stadiums and understanding the environments are hostile as anything, and we still have this on our chest. It's still our last year in the Big 12. We understand all that, but now there's championship game implications, and I think that our players have really responded to it. And we showed great poise, great composure, but this is exciting. This is why we get to do what we do, to be chasing a championship. And I know that our players are looking forward to another opportunity Saturday night.
One, you should, if you're Texas, you should always be in the mindset of chasing a championship.
Yeah.
Two, if you're Texas, you should always know that the opposition is going to get up for every damn opportunity that they get and make it their Super Bowl.
Exactly.
3, if you're Texas, you should also know that you can't allow the opposition to dictate what you're going to do. All right. You have the benefit on offense of being able to dictate and influence the defense on what they want to do. But however, if you are on the defense, you can stay aggressive and try to entice the defense or entice the opposition's offense on trying to go with the game flow or trying to fall into the traps that you're setting for the defense, right? Because that's honestly what you're trying to do for the like. If I'm on defense, I hate reacting. I hate trying to counter off of what someone's trying to do. I like to try and set the tone and allow quarterbacks to fall into a trap after being frazzled. That's just me, Rodney.
Yeah, and I would still. I mean, I love everything he says right there. I mean, I think it's great. Hey, man, I think it's just great that Texas is in the mix. And, you know, the opening statement.
But shouldn't you be thinking about playing for a championship every year?
You should.
That's what you're pitching to your kids.
You,
are you not?
should, but we haven't been able to put ourselves
100%,
in it.
100%.
And I think that's the other part that he's kind of talking about right there. But what I really want to see this week is, especially with JB not in the ballgame, what I want to see is Iowa State off balance. We get back to the unpredictability, and I think there is going to be some unpredictability just because of the circumstances right now. Because all year we've talked about, okay, we're going to have the little hitch pass to start the ball game. Who's that going to go to? Whatever. But now that you have the difference there with Jonathan Brooks not being in the backfield, and C.J. Baxter or Jaden Blue, however all of that's going to shake out, I think the unpredictability, you're going to have Iowa State on their heels because that they don't know what's coming.
Right.
And with Quinn a week better, I said it the other day. I thought Quinn was good.
I thought he
Saturday
played.
night.
I mean,
I thought he did too.
1 touchdown, 1 interception, but he's still able. He was still able to air it out. And I thought he torched TCU, but I mean, we expected that, right? I thought Sarkisian put him in comfortable situations. I didn't think that he was taxed that much or had to do that much, right? We'll see how he responds to this 3-3-5. You guys heard me, for the past 2 days, basically beg to run the damn ball down the throat of this 3-3-5. But we'll see what Sarkisian comes up with here. I do expect a high tempo offense when we first come out to kind of try and go with the tendency that we usually do, right? To try and, I mean, because you want your players to stay comfortable, right? You want them to stay in the rhythm that they know, right? You don't want to shake things up. But you also have to have them prepared. You also have to have them know how to play alternative football when the time's right. Look at what I keep going back to this. Look at what Michigan had to do against Penn State. You have to be able to win in multiple facets of a football game.
You do, and as much as the blown leads, just they drive me crazy.
It's scary because we're talking about the defense. Allowing the opposition's back into this ball game.
That's right.
But we also got to address the offense, man. You're not scoring.
That's right. And these 3 and outs, when you run a 3 and out and you chew 48 seconds off of the clock, and here comes a defense that's already gassed back out. I mean, you're losing double right there. But kind of back to the thing right there. As much as the blown leads have just driven me up the wall, the one thing that I can take out of that is, man, that has built some kind of character for this football team. I mean, to be able to do that, I mean, I look at it that way, and I'm like, okay, man, this is some character building stuff right here. This stretch of games where you're blowing these leads to maybe opponents that you should, be able to deliver that final blow. But at the same time, as much as I'm impressed and happy that character is being built, at some point, the other part of me is like, man, when is that luck going to run out?
Yeah, when's it run dry?
And I am more concerned with this bunch here. Maybe not as good as some of those other teams, Wags, but man, Iowa State sure has given this program a hard time,
especially in
Ames.
100%, man, 100%. Of course, Jake, chimes in here. I want to see us go out there and open up a can of whoop ass. Yeah, well, Jake, let me ask you a question, man. How do we open up that can of whoop ass? We've been saying it, from time to time. Not just time to time, almost to exhaustion
for the last month.
For the past month here, just on what we feel like Sarkisian should do with establishing, just a good ground and pound, a ground and pound attack, man.
And kind of to the point right there.
I don't know though. I don't know if the ground and pound works immediately firing out of the gate though. I think he continues to run that high tempo offense for a reason. Especially without JB, I don't know if they can continue to lean on Baxter because he's been in the beginning of the campaign, he's been dinged up and he looked like he was injury prone, right? But I mean, now, the past couple of weeks, and hell, even when he gets up, sometimes he gets up slow. So it gives me just a little bit of caution to make him, a 70, the productivity or the payload, if you want to split that 70-30 between Baxter and Blue, that still gives me a little bit of caution, man.
Yeah.
I'd probably make this closer to 60-40 or dude, maybe even 55-45 if I'm thinking about that. But here's the thing too, right? With the 3-3-5, you're going to want to look and exploit the pockets.
Of course. And kind of back to Jake's comment there about the can of whoop ass. Texas has been doing that. They have been doing that, but what I want to see moving forward, if at all possible, when you open a can of whoop ass, you throw when it's a aluminum can or whatever, you throw the lid away. It seems like
I don't. I rinse that off, man.
No,
because I'm afraid it's going to cut somebody.
Well, no, but you're a good citizen, though. That's why you do these things. but what Texas has been doing is they've been opening that can of whoop ass, but they have the lid like Pringles that you can put back on, the resealable.
But once you pop, you can't stop.
I know that's right, but I don't want a resealable lid. I want to open the can of whoop ass, throw the lid away, and just be done with it. Don't put the lid back on. You know what I'm saying? And like Pringles, once you pop, you can't stop.
Once you pop,
keep eating.
Stop.
Keep eating. That's it. They need to have the Pringles mindset this week going into, and Pringles is actually the same colors as Iowa State. So boom, look at Iowa State.
Pringles has multiple colored cans, Rodney.
Well,
that's not just the classic.
The
red.
original is classic red. Act like Iowa State is a can of Pringles this week and just keep eating them. And don't.
They got Pringles in the store. They got Pringles at Walmart here. I guarantee it. We'll prove your point. We'll prove the point that it's just more than red. Anyways, yeah. Jake says play like the score is 0-0 at all times, right? And that goes back into what I was saying yesterday. Like if I have to see another.
Wax, they have been, because it's 27-0, and then it's 27-27, so it is 0-0.
No, but I think to Jake's mindset, play with the philosophy, and not have to, not play like you have a 24-point lead, not get lethargic and complacent, and allow the teams to get back into it, man.
Yeah.
We talk about all gas, no brakes. Well, hell, you're pulling up the. You're taking your foot up off the pedal, man, and putting your gas or putting your foot on nothing but the brakes here, especially when you're not scoring in the second half or in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and I don't think, when
we should start keeping score, by the way.
we should. I think that was a tie. When you substitute, when you substitute, I've always been of the mindset when you substitute, depending on the situation, you don't have to look. If I'm going to substitute my offensive lineman, my defensive lineman, my secondary, whatever it is, I want to put them in game conditions that they're going to be in if you need them in a first man goes down. I don't want it to be, okay, let's vanilla
an optimal situation.
Yeah, man. It's like, I want to run the game plan that I would be running as if they were the number one,
right?
As if they were the number one. And I totally understand. And I think some of this initially was some gamesmanship to where it's like, we don't really need to dig that knife in there, but man, you know what? You're getting a reputation.
And I don't understand the philosophy of not setting your succession plan up for that type of success, right? Like
100.
Not having him in a position to where he'd be firing on all cylinders, right? I get it. There's going to be things that the first string team or the first team knows a little bit more because they got the reps.
Yeah,
down.
Of course.
But also, like, why go with a restricted playbook or with a restricted any type of philosophy, to roll out there for your second team or your third team? To me, that doesn't put you in the optimal position to win the damn ball game or to fire on all cylinders, man. Like if Sarkisian talks about wanting to have confidence into, instilling confidence into the people that are coming in just so that they continue to play like the ones, right?
Yeah.
Well, how do you do that if you're giving them a restricted playbook?
Yeah. If I'm quarterback 2 or 3, and the game is, we've been doing whatever we've been doing, and your number gets called.
We're not even just quarterback 2 or 3. Let's talk about a real situation.
Whoever.
Running backs 2 or 3.
Running backs 2 or 3. Let's say that's the case right there, and you get the call, and you've been running. Let's just say that you're running to the outside, you're hitting the edge, you're running sweeps and all of that, and it's working tremendously. And okay, your number, Wags, you get in there, and it's just hand it off, and
Well, I understand. Sometimes you got to go back inside to keep people keep the defense true.
I get that, but it's like, and that's why I was so emphatic, and I would have been so disappointed and probably pissed off when Malik Murphy became the starting quarterback for this Texas football team, if you would have altered and just radically changed this game plan that you have been using all of this time.
So you don't feel like it's going to be altered or anything with the spellbacks coming in, CJ Baxter and
you're going to have to change it a little bit because you don't have.
You think we see more high tempo offense?
Yeah. I think we see high tempo offense. No, that's all right. But what we it's all good. But what we don't have is the Jonathan Brooks. So that's where you're going to have to alter it a little bit. And I do think that the up tempo will work better for him. But Wags,
are you worried at all with Baxter going in between the tackles?
Well, we don't know. That's the other part. I try it. I mean, I think you try it. Hell, it might work. You never know. Right?
Yeah. You never know. The dude's got the speed. I think he can get you around the end. That's for sure here. But for me, man, I think you have to lean on him. You got to go in between the tackles here. You got to get off the stream. You got to be able to zig when the other people are expecting you to zag, man. I think they know that you're going to get the bell count or you're going to get the speed around the end here. And I think, you play it like you have two running backs right now. You play it like you're going to have Blue. Be able to just get more than just 20% of the totes here. He's going to be a big part of the run game here, and you got to be able to utilize him and get him out.
And I'm going to tell you again.
Hey, how are you?
I'm going to tell you.
We ain't talking Ohio State here.
We're
not talking. We can if you want. You can come on the way. You can sit down. You can sit down and talk Ohio State if you want.
You've got a really good quarterback for the Houston Texans right now. I'll tell you that. well, we'll see. He's in the MVP thing. So people are talking about.
I think he's playing MVP caliber football right now.
I think he is as well too. Man, I lost my train of thought. What I was going to tell you there about that. Oh,
we're talking about sellbacks and utilizing Blue just as much as you utilized Baxter when JB was in the game.
And let's put out an APB poster or text alert. APB for JT Sanders.
You want to get him involved in the game?
All points bulletin. Let's get him into this game, if possible.
I didn't give my props and give my praises to Jordan Whittington. Big time play, pretty much saving that interception, and that set the tone because that could have been one hell of a play, and just tremendous adversity to come back from. And I don't know if the way that we were playing, if the Longhorns would have been able to come back from that. That was a tumultuous play, but Jordan Whittington was able to save that and save us from that awful outcome.
Yeah.
Anyways,
man,
to this week, I think you talked about an APB on Sanders. I think Whittington needs to be involved in the game as well, man. You talk about 3-3-5 and how you attack 3-3-5. Well, with the sub package out there, man, you're going to want to look for things that are short, like attack the flats or attack the hook the curls. They're going to be playing you in that secondary, man. They're going to be waiting for the deep middles and the vertical seams, the vertical routes to be thrown. You got to play the underneath ball. If that's what they're going to be able to give you, that's where you got the mismatches at. You got to be able to take that, man. Live in between 5 to 7 yards.
No doubt.
5 to 7 yards a pop, man. You see that when we roll into prevent defense, right? You see the opposition get 5 to 7 yards a pop. And what does it do? It gets the team down the field. Now, where we struggled at, goal line offense, right? We have to be able to punch it in. Now that is where I think we do have the advantage here. I think we have a little bit bigger hog mollies up front than Iowa State do. I think you play alpha man football here and get hat on hat and drive it in, man. I don't think you have to be too cute with it, right? I think, of course, between the middle from 20 to 20, I think, sure, man, get a little bit more high tempo with it. You're not going to have Jonathan Brooks be able to wear the defense down or wear the opposition down. I think once you get inside of 20, you'll see the Longhorns naturally struggle, of course, because they're going to have to go with a little bit bigger of a package.
And in this ball game, I haven't seen the weather forecast. I don't know. All I know is it's going to be dark. That's all that I've heard, that it's going to be dark.
Dark and gloomy up in Ames?
Dark. I really want to see you get in a situation like this. You get in the red zone. I think it's extremely imperative in this game. If you can't get 6, if the chances of 6 are a little risque, kick a field goal. Lipbert, Auburn.
But we don't do that. We like to go for it on fourth downs. We don't punt the ball here. But don't get me wrong. Hey, look, I love playing John Madden football. I love playing video game type of football, right?
I want 6 every time. But, just based on, I mean, I don't know how they look at analytics or percentages. And then, you know, we look at third, fourth down efficiencies and all these different things. They're not that good in the red zone. If you get into one of those situations,
they're not that good in the red zone because of play calling. I would argue because of play calling.
like not kicking a field goal. It's like, you know, I don't know. I mean, every point is going to be important in this ball game.
I agree with you.
Every point.
I think treating. I was asked 2 weeks ago if I thought the tougher opponent would be Iowa State or Texas Tech.
Mm-hmm.
I said Texas Tech. I think they are the tougher opponent.
Yeah.
However, what's that?
That last comment.
Okay.
Awesome. Sorry.
I say Texas
I'm all over
Tech.
the place,
Good. I say Texas Tech
it's the leather.
is the tougher opponent, but I think clearly the toughest venue or the tougher place to play is in Ames,
mm-hmm.
which gives me a lot of caution here, just because of of course, it's not the Bermuda Triangle because it's frigid as hell there, but it just feels like you're going into a place like the land of the lost in Ames for some reason, right? Like for some, I get the same feeling when we go to Manhattan too,
yeah.
right? When you go up to those small little pockets in the Midwest,
mm-hmm.
it feels like you just get lost up there,
yeah.
man. Time seems to just like slow down or just, you know, ultimately stop.
Yeah.
And a lot of confusion at times there, which seems wild because you think, you know, there's less distractions there, but for some reason, we find ourselves, you know, hard to stay focused, man.
It is. It's you know, the atmospheric conditions. I mean, that's part of it, and this is obviously a team like you know, we talk about. It's like everybody. This is a bowl game for everybody. Bowl game for everybody.
You want to talk about that?
Yeah, I love that right there. People need to spread the message that Sark admits he runs it. We talk about the script all the time. It's like when you get away from the script, I mean, what happens? That seems to be when you kind of go off of the rails there from time to time.
Well, my problem is he hasn't fixed. Like if you know the problem, you're identifying the problem. You got to be able to fix the problem. What's up, guys? You got to be able to fix the problem. Like that just. That sounds irresponsible to me, right?
Week.
Like, is it not irresponsible? Like, if you know that you have a problem and you've been able to identify where it's at, how are you not? I'm sure you're trying to find a way to fix it, but tell us what your plan is, please. I'm dying to know.
What's the definition of insanity?
Doing the same thing over and over,
and that seems to be what's happening, you know, and. I'll tell you what's not insane is Great Blue Heron Furniture.
There you go.
And that is a custom leather furniture company started back in 1991, focusing on heavy leathers, hides, and fabrics, ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouses. I got to tell you, man, this is some good-looking stuff, and it is the best quality furniture that you're going to find anywhere. Will not find anything more stylish, more comfortable, or more well-built. There is a link right here in the YouTube video. You can check that description out. It'll take you to the TSU collection. Use the promo code HOOK'em. You get 15% off of that purchase. You're also going to get a Last Stand hat on top of that from our man BK. Look no further than Great Blue Heron Furniture if you're looking for furniture that is going to last you not months, not weeks, not years, decades. Great Blue Heron Furniture. Click the link or call them 866-247-9688.
We also get a quote from Double D here. Maybe have a script for the second half, no matter what the situation is. Not just have a script for the second half. Here's my thing about the script. Sure, it looks great, and you get the plays that you're very comfortable with. But why not have a second? I mean, I guess to the point of having a script for the second half. But why not just have like plays that you're so damn good with that you've done so much over and over. You've had so many reps on that you've done it to the point of failure, right? You've done it to the point where you don't fail anymore. You've done it to the point where you could do it with your eyes closed, where the third team has mastered those plays,
exactly.
Right? You do it to the point where you feel so damn comfortable that you don't need a damn script. That's my point here. When we get to a script and you have to go with, I used to do that with radio, right? I used to feel like I needed to, and sure, like I come in and we have stuff that we jot down that we want to talk about, but I used to feel like I had to talk about every damn thing that was on my page, right? And if I felt beholden. I felt beholden to my script, and maybe that's what Sarkisian's doing now. Well, he only feels like he has to go with the plays that are on him. Be exploratory in your play calling, man. Know what you have and know what your players do well. Know what your personnel does well. That's my whole thing with it, Rodney. Why do you have to feel like you need to fall back on a script just because that's what your players traditionally that's what the players have done well in the past. Man, get them to a point where they're not on a script anymore.
And I think a lot of it has been where we've watched, whether it's in the red zone or in the process of a team coming back, to where we've not so much. It seems like last week, but where that's where you would get all the trying to get a little fancy, like Bucky talks about, where you would try to do fancy stuff, and 9 times out of 10 that didn't seem to work, but like what you're saying right there, do what got you to the initial
Don't
thing.
fix it if it ain't broke, man.
In the first place. Do the things that you were really good at, and that's what's so good about this team, Wags. They're good at a lot of things. And again, folks, don't. I mean, we're just sitting here breaking down how we think that this can be at a more elite level. I mean, not beating that team up.
You can, and we've seen that. You're taught this from Pop Warner. You can run the same plays, just disguise them differently out of multiple formations, man. You can run different personnel out of there. You can still run a sweep from 22 personnel or 11 personnel. It's just who's blocking different. It's just the different schemes or assignments of who's getting the blocks, man. I don't know. It all seems very elementary to me, and I'm not understanding why we're having such a hard time putting it together.
We see it. I mean, we see it here, and we see
play in the moment. Yeah, play in the moment. And here's another thing too, right? If you do have the alphas, if you do have the top 3, the top 5 recruits coming in each year in and year out, right?
Yep.
Wouldn't you argue that they're the best athletes out on the gridiron, out on the gridiron at the time? And hell, if that's the case, then why aren't the alphas alphaing, right? You don't need a scripted playbook, right? You can allow these guys to just go out there and play football and allow them to go get it.
Hi there.
Hey, how are you? That's just my take. We're doing fantastic. How are you? This is Texas Sports Unfiltered, Chaos Theory, a part of Texas Sports Unfiltered, programming on YouTube from. Oh, I'm sorry. I talk very fast. I'm from the East Coast, so yeah.
I really think
take a koozie there. Yeah,
sure,
absolutely.
I think the one thing you see, we see it here, we see it in the NFL, we see it at other schools. Hell, we see it in high school, where you see a lot of programs where the things that they do really well, they get away from them, and then the things that they're not able to do, absolutely, the things that they're not doing extremely well, they continue to do them. And I'm like, you're backwards here.
Yeah.
Do what works. This other stuff that's not working,
fix it. Don't
save
do it.
that.
Don't do it until it
Save
gets
that.
better.
Put that in Plan B. Put that in the other bucket. But yeah, look. Bottom line, 9-1. But I am a little concerned with this ball game. Actually, I'm a lot concerned with this ball game because this is they want Texas bad, really bad, and this dude piping off about. Going to be dark, and we want to send them off. And
you talking about the play? You talking about the?
Yeah.
I got you.
It's in there somewhere. I mean, yeah. Use that as
you talking about the bullet. You talking about the bulletin board material?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's the stuff right there. If you're Texas, if you're one of these Texas football players, I hope you're watching this, which I'm sure they all do watch us.
Oh, of course.
It's
they
like
can't get enough of me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Me and Taff are boys.
That's right.
We are.
It's like, man, use that right there and go in there because they want to send you. They want to ruin your Big 12 championship opportunity. They want to erase you out of the college football playoff conversation, and they want to send you out of the Big 12 with a loss in Ames again.
100. Everybody gets up for Texas. We know that. That's
I feel like man. Matthew McConaughey over here is like when they ask him, "What would you tell the team, Matthew?" and he sits there and starts doing his whatever.
Well, I'll tell you. I can't get my Matthew McConaughey. I got to get a little cloudy before I do my.
You got to remember who we are.
Well,
how we got here.
Sometimes you just got to kind of lean back and let your Texas athletes just kind of roll out your mouth. You know what I mean?
They want you.
100%.
And you know.
Hey, we had a great show, man. Fantastic. I got to get ready to get out of here and go to my job, man.
Go to my job.
Yeah, this is a job too, but I also got to do some other job. Anyways, man, thank you guys so much for watching and listening. That's what we should have did.
This is your job.
This is my job. We should have did that. I should have just got onto the headset.
Oh yeah, I guess we do have an extra headset here. Yeah, didn't think that one through.
No.
Oh well, it happens.
It happens. But hey, thank you guys so much for watching Chaos Theory. Remember what we keep saying, man. Smash that subscribe button, and like our boy Hart says all the time, tell 5 friends. Continue to tell 5 friends. Get on out here to to Academy Sports and Outdoor here.
Yeah,
on
250 Alliance
250
Boulevard.
Alliance Boulevard. Like Rodney's got it embedded into my head right now. Right off of 130, man. You guys can get out here, break the bats like I was doing earlier, man. And help Bucky walk around. Let's get some shopping done, man.
Bucky is doing
right in the
some
women's
shopping.
section here. I thought, this is an ideal location. I thought BK set us up here, but it was actually Casey. We get to look at the women shopping in the sports section here with sports bras and all that, and then we also get to get dunked on too, man. It's fantastic, dude. This nothing but opportunity here for Texas Sports Unfiltered. Anyways, guys,
smells like leather.
Thank you guys
Smells
for
like
thank you guys for all the comments on the text line here. Continue to hit the show up, and we'll talk to y'all tomorrow, man. Chaos Series out. Hook 'em.
Be safe, my man. There he goes. That's Adam Wagner right there. That is the man. I tell you, good stuff today. Adam Wagner, of course, Chaos Theory every weekday, 10 to 11 right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered as we continue to roll from Academy in Hutto, the brand new location of Academy Sports and Outdoors, 250 Alliance Boulevard. Come on out and see us. Pick yourself up a Texas Sports Unfiltered koozie. Come do your Christmas shopping. The Buck's already doing it. He's got about 4 bags over there. He is good to go. And now, BK.
No, sir. I already gave you a card. That's one for one of our listeners.
Look at this guy.
Wags is walking out with 5 gift cards here.
I'll tell you.
Goodness.
He's like a stockholder by the time he gets out of here.
God, these headphones are so warm. This is gross.
He was sweating.
What's wrong with your ears, man?
He's got cauliflower ear now after all of that.
God, that's nasty.
I'll tell you. No, it's that's what happens.
I'm telling you. Yeah.
Hey, now it's time for It's Only an Hour.
It's only an hour. Yep, Jeff Howe is on his way. Even though the shift is only an hour, he still couldn't make it here in time.
Oh, Jeff's a busy man.
Nah, I'm kidding.
Jeff's a busy man.
He actually had to got to attend a Thanksgiving program at his daughter's school this morning.
Oh man, I remember those, man.
So yeah.
Yikes.
He's out doing that. He's on his way. He'll be part of our broadcast, and we're out here at Academy until 1 o'clock this afternoon. So Jeff will be on. Bucky will come back on at some point, and we are rolling for a couple of more hours out here. But, yeah, man, this has been a lot of fun to this point. We still have these 2, even though Wags was trying to steal them.
I tell you.
We didn't let him steal them. We've got 2 $150 Academy gift cards that we're going to be giving away. You know, our friends at Academy hooked us up. They hooked us up. They gave us each $100 gift cards, which is great. Like, as a thank you for coming out here. And we would have done it for, I shouldn't say that. But they're hooking you up. They
Lots more remotes coming now.
They like you more than they like us. So, seriously, we've got a couple of these. You could see them if you're watching on camera. We're not lying about this right now. $150 Academy Sports and Outdoor gift cards that we'll be giving away to a couple of lucky Texas Sports Unfiltered fans.
Yeah, absolutely. BK, you heard us talking right there. I don't know. Maybe I'm just overthinking things. But is this Iowa State game? Am I too concerned about this game? I just there's something in my gut, man. I have a lot of gut that is telling me this is going to be a dogfight that we're going to see Saturday evening.
I think you're fair in your concern. I think for me, my concern comes more from Texas than it does from Iowa State. I don't think Iowa State's very good.
No.
I know they're 6-4. I know they're 5-2 in the Big 12. They're only a game back of Texas. And the Cyclones still have the opportunity to make it to the Big 12 championship game.
Yep.
Obviously, if they win this weekend, they'll be in the driver's seat to get to Arlington on December 2nd. So those things are telling you that Iowa State's a pretty good football team. But I brought this up earlier with Buck. Iowa State's won 4 of its last 5 games. Here are the teams they have beaten in that stretch. Baylor, TCU, BYU, and Cincinnati.
Yeah.
The combined Big 12 records for those 4 teams, 7-21.
Wow.
Okay. The game that Iowa State lost in that stretch was to Kansas. That game was at home in Ames. That game was at night. Apparently, it's very dark.
Very dark.
According to Jared Hubbard.
Very dark.
I guess Kansas somehow was able to see. They must have brought their own lights.
They had that headlight on there.
The headlamp.
Yeah. They had the lamp on their helmets.
I guess so. And Iowa State must have not had access to those that night. But that's like the one half-decent team that Iowa State has played recently. And that's the same Kansas team that Texas beat 40-14.
That's right.
Earlier this year.
Yep.
And that's a Kansas team that played with Jason Bean. Obviously, Texas got to see Jason Bean too. But a backup quarterback on Kansas went into Ames a couple of weeks ago at night in the hostile environment that apparently is so brutal that Texas isn't going to know what to do with itself and won. So Yes, Iowa State, they do have a win over Oklahoma State.
That's right.
Now, that was kind of before OSU figured it out, but hey, still, Oklahoma State clearly has turned into a solid football team. So it's not like Iowa State has beaten nobody. But once again, this stretch that has gotten them back into contention in the Big 12 championship race, this stretch that has obviously gotten them to bowl eligibility, they've been beating really, really bad teams in this conference. So I still think the talent gap between these two teams is significant, but the concern comes from, hey, the talent gap between Texas and Houston was significant. Look what happened. The talent gap between Texas and TCU was significant. Look what happened. So I understand if you're a little bit nervous because Texas has been playing down to some competition. But, man, I am not worried too much about Iowa State. I guess I am a little worried that Texas might make this more interesting than it needs to be.
Yeah, and that really – I think that's probably where that concern comes from. And I know I'm not the only one. I mean, I've talked to folks during the week, and it's just a matter of how Texas has let – Houston, TCU. I mean, the list goes on and on. How you let them get back into these ball games when they shouldn't be, and that's like what Wags and I were talking about right there. It's like, you get conservative, but at some point you get a little too conservative, and that's. I mean, you start giving that other bunch just a little bit of momentum, and that's if you really go back and watch it, it's a play or two that we've watched in these games that gives them just that glimmer of hope right there. You go back on your heels, and boom, here you are in a 7-point ball game, and that's the frustrating part.
Yeah, and it's weird because it hasn't been the same thing in all of these second half collapses, right? Like the Houston game, the K-State game, the TCU game, they've all been a little different. Texas really did everything possible to lose that game against K-State.
Yeah, they did.
I mean, they had a punt blocked, which gave K-State great field position right before the half. They had 2 turnovers that gave K-State great field position. I think 2 of their touchdown drives were from within 30 yards. So they kind of collapsed. But last week against TCU, just the defense sort of fell apart. Like everyone's looking at the offense, and look, Texas only scored 3 points in the second half. So that's a recipe to allow somebody back into a football game. But the defense, like that's to me the one thing that I have seen, I think, from Texas in all of these sort of collapses. And once again, the K-State game, I blame more the offense and special teams. Hard to blame the defense for giving up 12-yard touchdown drives, right? Yeah. But the Houston game and the TCU game, a recurring theme from Texas is that they sort of played a prevent style of defense, which should make sense. I've talked about this a lot. Like when you have a big lead, you should be able to just drop extra guys back into the secondary and say, we're going to avoid giving up the big play. We're going to keep everything in front of us. Yep. And there's just not enough time in this football game for teams to dink and dunk their way back into it. The problem with Texas is the secondary just isn't good enough.
No.
Like it should be. And normally, when this place was almost DBU, it's like, you could do that, no problem. But now if Texas gets a little conservative on defense and they start dropping extra guys in coverage, common sense tells you should be able to cover better when you do that. Yeah. Texas can't do that. They need to keep their foot on the gas. I know people are tired of the all gas, no brakes, but really defensively, they've got to keep bringing pressure over all 4 quarters to make sure that this defense plays at its best level.
It really is. I mean, they need to really look at this, and they should know this by now. No lead is safe. No lead is safe at this point. And something else that you were just talking about right there, BK, that you alluded to. I mean, when you give the opponent a short field, I mean, when whatever happens and they only have to go 30 yards, 20 yards. I mean, whatever the case is right there, man, that's a recipe for disaster right there. And when it happens continually, I mean, it's going to add up, and it's going to add up extremely quick, and you find yourself chasing your ass again. And that's really something that in an ideal world, what I hope happens in this game Saturday is Texas comes out, establishes a run, gets to the outside. This defense lights up. It's going to wipe out the running game right here for Iowa State. And I don't want to say that you cruise, because they have been cruising in ball games and still find a way to get in a dogfight. I'm sorry, I'll say it again. Keep your foot on the gas.
Yeah.
Keep your foot on the gas.
And look, I mean, these other players are good. These other teams
of course,
are good. So it's tough to blow everybody out week in and week out. But it would be nice to see Texas play a complete football game. I mean, it's kind of annoying to me, Rodney, just how many Texas fans are dunking on Texas right now. Like, it feels like a lot of – and I'm guilty of it too. I've been critical of this team at times, of course. But it's like, did we forget the last – 13 years, but also I think it's just a level of desperation. Like, we're so desperate to be a national championship contender again. And when you blow 20-point leads, or at least you let teams back into games when you're up by as many as Texas has been up by, then it's like, this doesn't quite feel like we're at that level just yet. So you got to remember that this team's in a great spot. They're 9-1. They control their own destiny for the Big 12, but we're all so desperate to get over that hump, to be like what Georgia's been, to be like what Alabama's been. And it's clear that this team is taking steps in the right direction. But, man, it'd be so nice for them to go out and play a full 4-quarter football game, because we've seen it, right? Like the Alabama game just pops into every Texas fan's mind, and it's just, if you could do that to that team in their house, why can't you do that to TCU or Houston or Iowa State? So we know they're capable of that. Hopefully for the first time really since the weather started cooling down, that we actually see Texas play a full 60 minutes. Because if they do that, they're going to win this game by 21 on Saturday.
It might be 69-0
That'd be nice.
I mean, you just never know.
Very
I
nice.
mean, you just never know. But, there's so much of me that it's kind of one of those things. I watch a lot of those crime shows and all this stuff, and it's like, people, whether it be a serial killer or a burglar or whatever it is, they keep doing it. Yeah, they just keep doing it time after time after time. Eventually their luck runs out and they get caught. And that's where I go back and I'm like, man, one of these days, that's what's going to happen. But you're exactly right. I mean, I beat up on them as much as anybody else, but man, I will take 9-1. These 5-7s and all of these. This is great. This is a great place to be in. And we are, man. We're so hungry for a championship. And this fan base deserves it, I think.
I think so.
Don't they?
Well, I'm a part of this fan base, so I'm going to say yes.
Yeah. So some of us deserve this. Others of us don't.
Yeah.
But, I mean, this really is looking at the big picture for me with this. It really is. This program has made a turn. I mean, we're seeing some inconsistencies right there, but this is a championship-level football team. Now, when we Texas fans used to throw ourselves into that conversation with the Georgias and the Alabamas and all the different folks that you're talking about right there, it was one of those things where I thought, we don't belong in that conversation. Maybe we don't yet, but you know what? We're real damn close.
Well, we beat Alabama this year, right. So I think, belong in the conversation with them.
Absolutely.
I don't know if anybody belongs in the conversation with Georgia now with what they've done. Sort of feels like Georgia and Michigan are the two best teams, but hey, we'll see. I mean, Michigan could lose to Ohio State. Maybe Alabama beats Georgia in the SEC championship game, and I think we've all seen a little bit more parity in the sport this year, but we've got a chance to see a lot more of it over these last couple of weeks. But yeah, it's just nice, man. I mean, there have been times going into October where it's like, we know the season's over. We already have a conference loss or two. We're not even going to make it to the conference championship, let alone be in the national discussion. And the fact that we're here on November 16th with just 2 games left, controlling your own destiny. And we'll see what happens around the country, right? We don't know what other teams are going to do. And obviously Texas being ranked number 7 right now, they're going to need some teams ranked ahead of them to lose. But it's just cool being in this conversation to where, you're in the mix to win a conference championship, but also be in contention for the national championship. I mean, Texas has only won, 10 games, I think twice since 2009, and they had at least 4 losses in each of those seasons. So we're already making major strides, and obviously the chance to do something really, really special over these next few weeks.
It's very nice to not have in the back of your mind that you're going to the Holiday Bowl or to the Sun Bowl or to the Alamo Bowl. I mean, it's really nice to think that.
How about just knowing you're going to a bowl?
Oh.
Like how we've had too much of that over the last few years, like you said, or it's just you're going into these last 2 games and you're like, shoot, we need to win at least one of these. Otherwise, there's no postseason.
We got to beat one of these. Got to beat one of these. But you're exactly right, man. The parity this year has just been exceptional. I mean, because you don't know what's going to happen from week to week, and just the way the season started. It's funny to sit back and watch. Kind of trailing back to the beginning of the year. When Colorado beats TCU, and it's like, oh man, look at Prime, look at Coach Prime, look what's going to happen here. Well, that's kind of come back down to earth. But you see it each and every Saturday. You see it Sunday too, man. On Sundays, it's like, man, you never know who's going to beat who, and that makes a game even. I mean, as a fan of like me of the Cowboys and the Longhorns, it makes for some long days. But damn, man, that's what this is all about.
It's the beauty of football,
isn't it?
It really is. And a lot of good games this weekend. By the way, we are in Austin. There's a major sporting event in our fair burg later today.
There is.
The U.S. men's national team will be playing at Q2 Stadium tonight.
And this guy's dressed and ready to go.
This mannequin over here.
He's got his Austin FC gear on.
Yeah.
That's, I saw that. I saw that.
We're playing against two teams tonight. I've never seen this before. We're playing against Trinidad and Tobago.
Oh,
How
man.
about that? 8:00 on TNT over at Q2 Stadium.
Nice.
That might be all the soccer we talk. But
well, hey, how great is the Austin sports landscape?
Awesome.
I mean, let me tell you something, man. With that, I mean, Coda text line, you can always be a part of that as well. I mean, obviously Texas football, Round Rock Espresso. How'd you like driving out here today? Did you see the marquee? Congratulations, Texas Rangers. How about that?
The best.
That looked good, didn't it?
Oh, my gosh. It'll never get old. They should keep that up forever. I don't care if the Rangers don't win another World Series. Just keep that one.
Just leave it there.
Congratulating the 2023 team for.
Just leave it there.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, man, I remember that. I mean, there wasn't anything around here. Huh. I mean, even out here in the suburbs. I mean, Hutto, Wags and I were talking about, man. It's amazing how this thing is blown up out here, and there's so much potential out here, and it's just it's good to be in the suburbs, I will say.
Yeah,
the suburbs are nice.
I'm a fan of the burbs, and this Academy store is gorgeous, man. This has been a lot of fun out here this morning. Other college football this weekend, Rodney. We'll get to the Thursday night football game. I heard you and Wags talking about that a little bit, but it's going to be nice that we're actually going to have some decent primetime games in the NFL over these next few days, because last weekend was a total joke.
So with the college football, are you talking about the big week in the SEC?
Yeah, a lot of cupcakes. Georgia is playing at Tennessee. Now, Tennessee just got boat raced by Mizzou.
What was that?
I know. The game was close for a while, and then Mizzou just kept scoring, and Tennessee stopped scoring, and that's usually a recipe for a blowout. Any chance Tennessee's a 10-point home dog against Georgia? Like, my hope was, they're just overlooking Mizzou, right? Like, they're getting so amped up for the Georgia game. They're just preparing to try to find a way to beat the two-time champs. Do you give the Volunteers any shot of doing something that nobody else has done to Georgia in 3 years?
Man, I don't think so, because Jeff and I were talking about this a couple of days ago, to where it really seems like right now, we watched Georgia, first part of the year. I think a lot of us were like, wow, man, is Georgia really as good as we think they are, man? They're having some nail biters. They're having some issues, but man, Georgia has turned this thing on. Yeah. It's like one of those things when you talk about flipping a switch, and they have definitely flipped the switch in Georgia, with the Georgia Bulldogs right now, because they're going to steamroll these guys, I think, this weekend, man.
I tend to agree. Now that Brock Bowers is back, too. I mean, that felt like the time for somebody to get to Georgia was when Bowers was out with that injury. But, the defense is still really, really good. And it's amazing. I mean, that's obviously where we all hope Texas gets as a program. But, Georgia trying to three-peat for the first time in this sport in like 100 years. So they lose talent all the time, and they just replenish. They don't rebuild. And, it'll be a test. Tennessee's won 14 straight games at home. Dolly Parton is apparently going to be at the game performing at some point on Saturday. So Tennessee pulling out all the stops. But
literally.
Unless Dolly Parton can play. And they might need her at quarterback for this game against this Georgia defense.
Hey, let's go sack her. Let's put the pressure on her.
There you go.
Hey, Washington, Oregon State. I mean, I guess if you want to look at some of these matchups, like we said with the SEC, it's going to be cupcake week there for most of those bunches. But Washington, continuing to watch them, and Michael Penix Jr. This is a dude that is just, in my opinion, he is the front runner for the Heisman Trophy.
Yep.
But I think this battle here with Oregon State in Corvallis, I think this could be the game of the day, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it is the game of the day in college football this weekend. You got a couple of other ranked versus ranked matchups, but none of them have the implications that this one does. And look, if you're a Texas fan, I guess you probably should be rooting for every team ranked ahead of Texas, right? And there are 6 of those right now. But to me, there are 3 teams that you really need to be rooting against, and that's Florida State, Oregon, and Washington.
That's right.
Because, Michigan and Ohio State play each other.
Yep.
And I think if Texas wins out and is 12-1 and they've got a Big 12 championship, they're going to get in over a one-loss Michigan or Ohio State team that doesn't play for the Big Ten title. So one of those 2 teams will play itself out, which is good, but you still need some other teams to lose.
Yeah.
Florida State, you talk about being an Oregon State fan. How about being a North Alabama fan?
Oh, yeah, man. That right there. I'm going to see if they have that gear here at Academy before I leave, man. So
UNA?
UNA.
Any guess on what North Alabama's mascot is?
The North Alabama. That sounds like that would be something like a badger or something.
I'll do a quick Google search here. I'm looking at the logo right now, and I
North
can't tell.
Alabama.
The North Alabama Lions. So maybe Amon-Ra St. Brown can play for these Lions this weekend.
Boring. Billy Sims, maybe something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, how about your Jayhawks? Kansas State, the battle of Kansas right there. A couple of 7-3 clubs in the thick of that battle for second place.
Yeah, you don't worry too much about that right now if you're Texas, but obviously you could play K-State in the Big 12 championship game. Real quick, I will say Florida State and then the 2 Pac-12 teams. Those are the schools you're rooting against. So you want Oregon State to beat Washington this week, and then you want them to beat Oregon next week, and then, well, boom, you might be in a really, really good spot if you're the Longhorns. Look, Texas won't play Kansas again. Kansas has 3 conference losses, so there's no chance we'll get a rematch of that game. But K-State's still alive in the conference championship push. K-State's beaten Kansas 14 times in a row.
Yeah.
Even though this game is in Lawrence this weekend, K-State is a 7.5-point favorite, and I would probably pick them to win and to cover.
Yeah, and just what you're talking about right there, you can keep the college football playoff. Obviously, it's a goal. You can keep that, looking way ahead because we've still got some football to go. But it really is going to take a lot of help. It really is going to take a lot of help, and that's the unfortunate thing with this, to where, I mean, man, I love that bracket that I saw with the new system.
Oh, the 12-teamer?
Dude.
Oh, man.
That 12-team bracket. I'm like, man, can we do that this year?
Yeah.
But this right here, it's going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot of help. And then the whole thing is you're still at the mercy of the committee. And that's, I like to think that this committee is better than some of the other processes that we've seen in the past that made exactly no sense. But you're still in a situation to where you do. And when you start having to rely on other people, kind of like life in general sometimes, when you have to rely on other people, well, it's going to get tough.
Yeah. And that's why, it's tough, and it's seemingly a never-ending debate amongst Longhorn fans right now. It's like, oh, do we need to just win or do we need the style points? It's like you kind of need both. Now, there's a chance to where you don't need the style points, right? Because if you get chaos in front of you and everybody else starts losing, then style points won't matter. Like, it could become an obvious decision to put Texas in the playoff. But as it stands right now, unless we start to see some upsets in college football, then style points do matter. So, look, the number one goal for I think any Texas fan would be like, oh, we went 12-1 and made the Big 12 championship and won the Big 12 championship. That's a great, great season.
No doubt.
Most people, I think everybody would have signed up for that before the year. But obviously there'd be that level of disappointment, because usually if you have that on your resume, that's going to get you into the Final Four.
Yeah.
This year, we're not sure it's going to be. So that's why it's like, okay, you can't do anything about the TCU game. It's behind you. Anybody who's talking bad about the K-State win is an idiot. I don't care that Texas only won by
a good football
3 in overtime. You beat a really good football team
good football
with a
team.
backup quarterback.
Yeah.
Like that should be a plus on Texas's resume.
Right.
But Houston and TCU, not so much. Okay, you can't do anything about those games. What you can do is you can go win and cover these next 2 weeks. Hell, these next 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And that's all you can do right now to bolster your resume. Obviously, if you lose, it's over, and all this conversation is a waste of breath. But if you can win and cover and beat these teams by double digits, then that's about all you can do, and that's obviously how Texas will have its strongest case to the committee.
And I really do think that if we get to the point, win the Big 12 championship, but still miss the college football playoff. Yes, you said it. That's going to be a disappointment. But if that happens, and again, I don't want that to happen. No Texas fan wants that to happen. If that indeed is what's going to happen, I don't want people to look at this season as a disappointment. That's exactly what we don't want to happen. Did Texas
play Alabama earlier this season?
Yeah.
Not last weekend, but earlier this season.
And beat them there.
And beat them
there.
Yeah. There you go.
Big win. And still to me, the biggest win, I think, of the season for anyone.
Yeah, I do too. That's a very, very impressive win.
What's that?
You've got.
Oh, you miss them all. Oh, yeah.
And Academy employees getting some score checks with us over here.
Yeah,
hey,
that stinks.
I know. Yeah, working on Saturdays.
Oh,
God, oh no, we all kind of.
Well, I know. Like when I first got into real estate, I would have to go sit in open houses and do all these new home construction and all this stuff, and I'm like, I've got my iPad over here. It's like people would come walking in and
open houses. They've got TVs. You can have the game on, right?
Well, the bad thing was most of these were like new construction, so there's like nothing in there. It's just like a bare house. So people come in and all you hear is the game echoing, and I didn't even turn it off. Like, come on in,
Dude,
watch a game.
I kid you not. Like the very first call I make when I move is to Tom McKay of AV Consultations. Like I could not live in a place for more than a day without a television. Like that's pathetic and it's sad. And yeah, I'm a piece of crap, but that's like I gotta get the TV even before the internet. Like I gotta get the TVs right. And then
I've got TVs everywhere.
I don't feel like I moved into a place unless I have the TVs set up.
I don't need a couch. I don't need a microwave. I need the it's like
Domino's, they cook it for you. Taco Bell will cook it for you. What do I need a microwave?
You just
for?
roll up in there.
Yeah.
And that's a whole so I was doing some house cleaning a while back, just kind of thinning stuff out. Kids are coming back for the holidays. So I'm like, okay, I need to start putting stuff away. I found 2 flat screen TVs that I forgot that I had.
Sitting in the garage?
Just sitting in the garage.
God.
They are mounted now, my friend.
There you go.
They are mounted now. There are 3 TVs in my little studio up there.
That's
so
what we need.
Plenty to watch.
Yeah,
plenty to watch.
AV consultations. You talk about holiday gifts. How about that for a holiday gift for yourself and your friends and your family? That custom TV setup from Audiovisual Consultations. And how about this? Our man Tom McKay texted me to remind me it is Hockey Fights Cancer this weekend at the HEB Center at Cedar Park.
Right.
So the Texas Stars Foundation, of course, AV Consultations, a big-time supporter of the Texas Stars and the Texas Stars Foundation. They've got home games tomorrow night and Saturday. Of course, the Longhorns are on the road, so if you're looking for some great live sports, you can find it at the HEB Center. The Texas Stars are really, really good this year. Go get you those tickets. Help the Hockey Fights Cancer movement over there at the HEB Center. They're also going to be auctioning off game-worn jerseys from some of the players as well, and the proceeds will go to the Texas Stars Foundation as a part of their Hockey Fights Cancer weekend. So go out, watch some great hockey, and get those tickets over at TexasStars.com.
That's always a fun time. I forgot about that one. Talking about the landscape around here, you've got the Cedar Park Center, and you get a lot of good events out there too, man.
Yeah, you do.
Get a lot of good stuff.
Hockey season right now, so go see them. But concerts and all sorts of randomness.
That's
out there
all kinds of stuff
at the HEB
Cirque
Center.
du Soleil.
Are you a fan of that stuff,
dude? I've been to it twice, and no.
I'm not a big circus guy, Circus du Soleil.
Just trying to be a good husband.
What's going on there, man? What are those people doing?
I don't get it. A lot of weird shit is what they're doing. Saw the Buck there. Buck's going to jump back in.
Very good.
I'm going to go look around a little bit more, see what I can find. I'm going to go look for that North Alabama T-shirt.
The UNA Lions.
That's it right there.
Every Texas fan's favorite team this weekend as they play Florida State. God, it must be nice to get that. I mean, Iowa State's not great, and I know some of the Big 12 teams that Texas have played this year are not great, but could you imagine, Buck, getting North Alabama this weekend?
Yeah, that'd be like getting North Carolina A&T.
Oh,
great.
Yeah.
Good job there. Way to really get into it late in the season when you really need it.
Didn't you have a family member go there?
Our father's a graduate of North Carolina A&T.
He's an Aggie.
He's an Aggie.
Aren't
That's
they
absolutely
Aggies
right.
out there?
They are Aggies.
Those are Aggies I can get down with.
Yeah, they are Aggies, yes. He went to school, he and Jesse Jackson played on the same football team.
Is that right?
The Reverend, yes.
Is your dad also a Reverend?
No, he's not. Irreverent.
That's good. That is good. I wonder what the buyout for their football coach was. It's the same as what Texas A&M?
Yeah, I once got asked by Coach Robinson at Grambling, would you like to come back and coach someday at an all-black college like North Carolina A&T where your dad was? And I had to say, I'm sorry, Coach, I'm on a pass. I'm headed to Texas. That was tough. That was not easy to do.
You got to be the only coach in the world to turn down.
John you know what? Coach Robinson asked me to come to lunch. First of all, he asked me to come to lunch with him.
Okay.
I went to lunch with him at the coaches convention. We sat down and he wanted to know more about me. I guess he had heard, when I left Boston College to go to Illinois and I was on my way to Texas, and he said, I know about your dad. I know he went to North Carolina A&T. Would you ever think about coming and coaching? And I said, Coach, I'm on my way to Texas.
Sorry about that one, Coach. What did he say? Did he try to talk you out of Texas?
Well, no, he did not. He really never did. He said, well, you have to make that decision. And, I didn't know if I wanted to come back and coach at a small back to Greensboro, North Carolina, even though my dad had gone there. That'd have been a little bit different if Boston College would have said, hey, how about it? How about that shot?
Yeah.
I would have taken that shot, yes, but not to coach the Aggies, no.
No. He could have coached with Tom Coughlin in the pros, too. And
I turned that down. How about smart was I? That's one of those deals you go back and say, well, I'm glad I didn't do it. That's just how life is.
Sure.
But when Tom Coughlin asked me to come back and be his running back coach at Boston College when he came back I think it was from the Giants at that time as an assistant with Bill Parcells, he said, would you come back? And I I was at Illinois at the time. I said, Tom, I just left this place, Boston College, to go to the Big Ten. And I said, no. Next thing you know, he's the head coach of the New York football. It was Jacksonville, and then he was with the Giants.
Yep.
And he remembered. He remembered I turned him down.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
You saw him again? And
I saw him again and said, hey, coach, is there any position? He was like, no, not right now.
He gave you the Forrest Gump. Seats taken.
Oh, he gave me, and only his running back coach went on to have 2 Super Bowl rings.
Oh, man. Yeah, your Lake Travis rings are nice, but
no, that Super Bowl ring would have been special.
Would have been a little bit.
But that would have
nicer.
changed the whole trajectory of my life, and that's
sure.
And who knows?
Everything happens for a reason.
That's right.
I think things worked out pretty well.
I wouldn't be here with you today. I wouldn't have got a chance to be in the I probably wouldn't have got a chance to be in the state of Texas at all, or to coach at the University of Texas.
Yeah.
So those things just happen. That's how life goes.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you this, Buck. I like you, but if I could choose between you and 2 Super Bowl rings, I'm taking those 2 Super Bowl rings.
Yeah.
And if you chose that over me, I wouldn't blame you.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
Oh, man.
I had to live that down a lot with folks, but that's okay.
It is Thursday, by the way. Which
Yes.
means it's your first opportunity to give your 1,000 to 5,000 unit locks of the weekend. We also have some buck-ons and buck-offs. If you have any of those that you would care to give today, we can make that happen.
Well, I'm going to buck on the Texas Longhorns for holding on to these last couple victories in the wake of what could have happened or what would have happened, what we thought would have happened a couple years back. They would have folded up to 10th there and possibly lost both of these games over the last couple of weeks. But, I mean, I can see them still growing and getting a little bit tougher as time goes on. They just got to learn how to take a lead, enjoy a lead, and then, strengthen that lead. I mean, fill it out. If you're winning by 20, be winning by 40. Why not? They've got despite if the coach puts on the brakes, the team doesn't have to put on the brakes. The plays are still called. They still have to execute the plays.
Yep.
If you execute the plays, you still may continue to move on. You don't have to not execute the plays.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's part player too.
Yeah. Look, offensively, there's just a misconception going around with what happened to Texas on offense in the second half against TCU. I've seen a lot of folks be like, oh, Sark got so conservative. He just abandoned the passing game altogether and just started to run. In the third quarter, Texas had 11 offensive plays. They threw it on 8 of them. It just wasn't working. So, look, you can get mad at Sark because it didn't work. Maybe they should have ran it a little bit more. Hell, I would argue they should have ran it a little bit more in the third quarter. But it's not like they just, they called run after run after run after run, and that's why TCU got back into the game. Dave Worthy picks up that block. We're all talking about how dumb a play call it was. Well, if Worthy picks up that block, they first down, the drive continues. If Quinn hits a couple of throws, they put points on the board, doesn't back in there. So, yeah, look, coach, they're the highest paid guys. They're the professional, even though they all kind of are professionals right now.
Right.
The coach is always going to be held more accountable, and the coach always should be held more accountable. But yeah, a lot of these collapses that Texas has had, like PK and Steve Sarkisian can't cover people.
No.
Like that's not their job. So yeah, these Texas players.
They call the right coverage. The guys just can't cover the dude.
Exactly. So, the Texas players need to make sure they're doing their part to ensure that the lead don't keep slipping away.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to play like you want to be in the championship game, like you want to win a championship game. There's a lot at stake. So you have to play that.
YouTube for a second, but I think
Are they back?
There we go. We're back in. I know we stayed on the app the entire time, but apologies for a little technical difficulty out here at Academy.
I've been running around this store grabbing. Boy, there's a lot of stocking stuffers here.
What'd you get? You got like 2 whole bags full of stuff.
I got stuff for my grandkids. Got a little something for me, because the most important person out of all this is me.
You got yourself a Christmas gift?
Of course, I got my Christmas gift, but I got, they've got little T-shirts and little dress shirts with Longhorns on them for like grandkids and stuff. They got everything at this academy.
How does that work? So when you buy yourself a Christmas gift, do you
Yes.
wrap it and open it yourself?
No, I just wear it the next day.
I was gonna say, yeah, you might as well start wearing it right now.
You'll see. It'll be on tomorrow.
There you go.
I'll be on with it tomorrow. So it is, and it's going to be a beautiful day tomorrow, by the way. There you go.
Getting a couple of boxes of shells.
That's for Pops.
Yeah, and for me.
Keeping the neighbors away. There you go.
I'm getting tired of some of you people here.
There you go.
So it might be time.
Dude, I got one. I got my baby sitting right by my bed these days.
There you go.
I don't play that.
No, you should.
I don't. I ask after the blast goes off, I ask the questions later. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I'm that guy.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let us know. I think we're back on the YouTubes. If you're here, by the way, grab yourself a koozie, a couple of koozies. Thank y'all for stopping by.
Thank you, guys.
And we got to figure out how we're going to give away these Academy gift cards. We need to come up with some trivia or something. What are we going to do?
One thing you're going to have to do is you're going to have to go. One of those has to go to your randomizer now. This late in the day.
Oh, is that how it works?
Aren't we? We're over 6,000. Well, just hold on to one for.
We are.
Huh?
You're not a believer in the randomizer, apparently.
Well, I'm a believer in the randomizer. We could do well. Once again, I've yet to see the randomizer. So you said there is one, but
you're not going to see it.
See, that's the thing.
That stays with me.
I use the same randomizer at the golf tournament all the time.
Well, people see that you're not randomizing that one.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, I think they do.
Oh, they actually see. Well, we can use that when we get to 6,500. How's that?
That's okay.
We've got them. I mean, they're given to us.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, when we get to 6,500, that's $150. Hey, Academy ain't going anywhere.
No, it's not.
They'll still be here.
This Academy in Hutto is going to be here for a long, long time.
Absolutely.
So I tried to. I think why I lost and why we lost the people on YouTube for a little bit. I was trying to pull up a picture and
not of Trey again, because that'll lose a lot of people.
Yeah, no, this one I'm afraid knocked us off the internet, so I'm scared to try it again. But
okay, I got something about Farquhar.
We got a Lord Farquaad from Shrek.
No, the Farquhar deal that Trey was eating.
The little guy.
It is
the Kyler Murray King.
Farquhar is goose liver, Pate. What's goose liver?
Are you talking about foie gras?
Foie gras, yeah.
Foie gras.
Foie gras, whatever.
I can't pronounce that too.
Foie gras.
I don't eat that stuff.
It's goose liver.
Goose liver.
That's what. Yeah.
People eat that?
I don't know.
On purpose?
I don't even know people really eat goose anymore.
No, not the liver. I don't eat any liver. You like liver and onions?
I used to love it. My mother was the best. She could cook some liver and onions. Oh, and gravy, brown gravy with the liver. Oh, I used to love that.
Just give me the gravy. I'll drink that out of a cup. Don't make me eat the liver or the onions.
My mother was not good at fried chicken because it had blood on the bone, and that's what's kept me away from fried chicken.
Yeah, you still don't eat fried chicken with your hands, right?
No, I don't touch it. I'm a hand model, remember? My nails. I don't want to.
You put your hands inside Mother Earth.
But I won't put it on the chicken.
On fried chicken. You know, it's been cooked.
Have you seen chickens run around in the yard and the stuff they step in?
You know they're dead, right?
Yeah, I understand that part. But when they were living, they weren't doing really cool things. They were pecking away at all kinds of stuff.
You know what's going on in the soil that you're sticking your hands in?
Oh, Mother Earth there's nothing wrong with Mother Earth. Mother Earth is good. It's good to us.
Yeah.
Unless we keep screwing it up.
Yeah.
She ain't going to be good for long.
No, we're doing that right there.
But no. I've gotten a little bit better. Now I'll do wings, pluckers, or wherever. But what I won't do is I still have to have I used to eat pluckers with a knife and a fork. Can you imagine me with a little wing? Just
like bone-in wings?
Yeah, like cut it away.
Dude, you're a communist.
Sort of. But what I do now is I'll take a tissue and I'll grab the wing itself and I can eat it now. But I won't touch it with my fingers. No.
You're acting like I'm the weird one here. You use a Kleenex to eat chicken wings?
Well, yeah, I'm not going to touch that thing. I'm not going to touch that chicken's leg with my hand.
You're touching the Kleenex.
It's okay.
Who knows where that's been?
My nose. I mean, it's fine.
A used Kleenex. You're just a used Kleenex to pick up a wing and then you're eating.
No, dude.
What are you, a wrestling fan? A booger eater? What's going on here?
I don't want to be touching. I don't like touching chicken with my hands.
Oh, man.
No.
That is crazy. Chicken tenders? You won't even touch the tender?
Doesn't matter.
Oh, man.
No,
it's better than the liver. Are you touching the liver with your hands?
I haven't done liver since I was in high school. I have not had a good plate of liver and onions since I was in high school, and I don't think I could do it now. I don't think my stomach could do that. But no, liver and onions used to be a thing in my house, sort of like during Lent. You know, Mrs. Paul's fish sticks along with French fries. That was the catch of the day. So someone says, "So you guys having fresh fish?" No, we're just going to store some Mrs. Paul's. Throw them in the oven, heat them up along with the French fries, and we're ready to go.
You're a big fish sticks fan, huh?
I'm a fish sticks fan. Yes.
What are you, a gay fish?
No, but what I'm not now is I now do the McDonald's filet of fish, the greatest fish sandwich ever to be made.
And you do that in non-Lent times too, right?
No, not anymore. No.
It's like a random Tuesday afternoon. You're going to
no,
McDonald's to get a filet of fish.
No, somebody got me away from certain fish because I think that's not fresh cod. That's not coming from Maine or New England. That fish.
It's definitely. I mean, it probably is. I don't know if it's fresh. I think it gets frozen and then
for a matter of months.
Shipped. Yeah, over there. There's no way it's fresh.
Somebody screwed me up when they showed me tilapia and where the tilapia farms and the fish that were eating each other's crap. And I'm like, I got away from tilapia. I was actually eating tilapia. And I thought it was okay, white flaky fish, not bad, tastes pretty good, easy to make.
Yeah.
And then somebody said, "Do you know where they farm that?" And I'm like, "Oh, this comes right from Alaska." They're like, "No, it's like from a fish farm." And see what they do, all the fish they eat each other's crap. I'm like,
from Lake Austin?
I'm not eating anything out of there either.
Oh man.
But that's why I have a problem with, I don't eat a lot of fried catfish because catfish is I'm not a bottom feeder eating guy.
No, catfish eat crap, dude. That's
but
nasty.
you eat fried catfish. It doesn't stop you from.
I don't eat
you
fried
don't?
catfish. No.
There you go. Good job, BK. There you go. You and I. But I don't mess with that other stuff you eat. That food place.
The food place.
What's that? The nasty food place.
What is the nasty food place?
Run for the border.
Taco Bell?
Yeah, only Taco Bell I eat is the crispy tacos.
Okay.
And I have to eat those in the car while I'm driving.
They don't have fish at Taco Bell.
No, they don't do fish.
I'm staying away from that one, dude.
You would never eat fish from Taco Bell, would you?
I won't even eat fish from like Long John Silver's,
Oh, well, I don't do any of that.
Like fast food fish. That's a fish place, but I won't touch that.
I've never been to Long John Silver's, so I wouldn't know that. But I do Jack Allen's Kitchen.
Yeah, that's.
Oh yeah,
that's a place. That has fish.
Yes, I do.
Salt Traders Coastal Cooking.
Absolutely,
that's a place that has fish right there. That
you
can eat.
I love those. I love those meals.
LJS, I'm not sure you're messing with that deal right there.
Yeah, but I'm better on. I've started to learn some things about food wise that I just don't eat. I'm done with a lot of red meat. I backed away from the table on a lot of that kind of stuff, burgers and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Last night I was at Tony C's right down the street here.
There you go.
And I had what was it? Parmesan
chicken parm.
Oh my God, the piece of chicken was like a whole chicken. I'm like, wait a minute, this is supposed to be a sandwich. How do they get this on a bun?
They don't mess around.
Boy, they don't mess around. Is right.
Chicken parm's pretty good.
Oh, it was good.
Hey,
the sauce was delicious.
We've gotten a couple of comments. I've been trying to figure out why people keep saying this, but people are saying that the Big 12 and wrestling are going to collab, and I'm like, what does that mean? What are you guys talking about? Apparently, the Big 12 and WWE have formed a new partnership around the Big 12 championship game coming up on December 2nd. And the partnership will include a custom-made championship title belt going to the team's most outstanding player. So the MVP of the Big 12 championship game on December 2nd at Jerry World will be given a custom-made championship belt like we're doing some wrestling.
Oh, that's your guy. That's your Urmar guy. That's the guy who thinks outside the box. That's who's doing that crap.
That's awesome.
Now, what are we going to play? Are we going to do part country music and I am number one? I mean, are we putting that together too for the Big 12 championship? Those songs.
Nelly's going to be performing at halftime.
I know.
I'm surprised you know that song.
I hear it enough. Yeah,
big Nelly guy.
But that's Urmar saying, "Oh, I'm going to show you how innovative I am."
Yeah, well, the Big 12's trying to modernize. They're trying to connect with the younger audience, and they're obviously doing things to try to stay relevant because they're losing their two most relevant programs.
So we're giving away belts now.
So we're doing title belts. I think it's cool. Honestly, I'm a fan of this. Everyone loves a good title belt, right?
What do you do with that thing? I mean, I know you have trophy cases. Do you run around the neighborhood with that on?
Hang it up. I mean, shoot. If I'm a college student, I'm winning a title belt. I'm wearing that.
Are you wearing the campus?
Yeah,
you're not wearing that to class.
Of course, I'm wearing that to class.
God.
And then I'm hanging it up like right over my bed so everyone sees it.
All the people that are coming into your bedroom.
That's it,
man.
All
the chicks coming in. Hey, look, check this out.
Did you get this?
You see my belt, baby?
Big 12 title game MVP.
Oh, my goodness.
And they'll be like, BK, how do you have it? Well, I stole it from the Big 12 title game MVP. That's how I got that deal right there. I'm a fan of this, man. I am a fan of this. And
I'm not down with it. That's all right.
Apparently, there going to be some WWE superstars actually presenting the belt.
Yeah,
So gonna have
you're
some of the-
Mark. You're going to have to pay for those guys to show up. That won't be for free.
Some of the biggest names in wrestling will be at AT&T
Stu Myrick?
Stadium. I hope Super Bowl Stu's going to be there.
Hell yeah.
Suplex Stu. We need him out there.
For sure.
Now, let me ask you this. Okay, so there's got to be different sizes to these belts, right? Like, there's a chance if Texas is in it, Quinn Ewers wins
True.
the MVP and gets that belt. He's what, $195?
If the Iowa State guy on the offensive line, if they win it, I mean, that dude needs a belt a different size.
Yeah, old Pudgy Jared ain't winning that deal right there.
Okay.
Jared's going to be huffing all week long going up against Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy. Sorry about that, Mr. Hufford. But speaking of Tavondre Sweat, like, he could win that award if Texas is there. That guy's what, 350?
Yeah, you're going to have to put 3 belts together to wrap around.
I was going to say, it's because it's like, obviously with championship rings, you got to get them custom fit for the players, but you don't hand those out right when you win. The trophy is one size fits all.
God, he's a big dude. Can you imagine him coming? You know, all those wonderful plane shots that you have, all the things in a plane. Can you imagine that guy coming into a plane with that crazy lady who's pointing at and seeing MFers? Can you imagine
Tavondre
if she pointed
Sweat.
at him and said, that is not real?
Well,
So
yeah.
that is really for real.
Tavondre Sweat would have offed that woman.
That's what I'm saying. I mean,
speaking of WWE, he would have put her in a suplex.
she would have never got away with that madness.
The people's elbow.
Oh,
Something like that. It would have happened.
does he have to get like? I mean, when guys that big, do they make you pay extra on flights? I mean, I'm being serious. I mean, he's extra big, right? Will he take up a seat and a half?
That guy needs 2 seats.
He's good. Do they make you pay for it, or do they just look at him and say, "Oh no, you can have both seats. We're not going to say a word"?
I feel like you can pay for both seats in advance, but you can. I feel like what most people do is they buy 1 seat and then they go up to the counter before the flight and say, "Hey, is there any way there's an extra seat? Can I get a second ticket?" kind of thing. And I feel like most people on the plane are going to be okay with that. Normally it's like, oh, they're getting something free. I had to pay for it. No, it benefits everybody if there's a super big person and they get 2 seats.
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't want that spilling over.
No, I do not want that. I don't want that access floating into my arm or on my leg or anything. No.
As cool as it would be to sit next to Tavondre Sweat on a plane, yeah, I'll take the window, and Tavondre, you can have the middle and the aisle.
I worry about the turns on the plane. If we start to tilt, I like, no, man, move back that way again.
And we got plenty of people bigger than T Sweat as well.
Wow.
Like T Sweat, that's one thing, but you got the folks from my 600-pound life walking in there. They might need an entire
No,
row.
they go cargo.
You put them underneath?
Of course.
Just hang them on the wing. Let them fly outside the plane. Something like, is that what you're saying?
No, they could, they have to buy extra seats. You're right.
Yeah.
I believe they do.
Well, they've got seatbelt extenders, but you need seat extenders for some of those guys.
That's what they're going to have to do for the championship belt.
Yeah, Big 12 title belt. I like that. More incentive to try to win the Big 12 championship game this year, no?
Get out of here before this phony Big 12 turns into just like a freak show.
Yeah, there's going to be all sorts of bits. And I'm a bits guy, so I am intrigued to see what's going on. But
once Texas and Oklahoma leaves, this is going to be bit conference. You know that.
Oh, yeah. Bits move, absolutely. The picture I was trying to show you is we've got a new record for the fattest baby.
Like at birth?
At birth. About 14 pounds at birth.
That puts lots of stress on the chute there, doesn't it?
The chute. Is that what we're calling it these days?
That puts a lot of stress on the old chute, doesn't it?
It's not an all-time record, but it's the largest on record since 2010. A 14-pound baby. Once again, I would try to pull up the picture here, but a little worried that our internet's a tad spotty, so
I must hurt.
I don't want to take any chances there. What's going on, man? Grab a couple koozies and make sure you can grab 4. Absolutely. As long as you spread the word about Texas Sports Unfiltered. Download our app. Make sure you subscribe on YouTube. Tell your friends and enemies.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, man. Yeah, come get we got plenty of koozies here to still give away over the next couple of hours. So come on by. We'll be here until 1. I guess it's not a couple of hours anymore, just over an hour.
It's over an hour, man.
So come say hi. And I'll be here for like an hour after we're done doing some shopping. So
you got to get the rest of your shopping done, don't you?
Yeah, I gotta give me a rain jacket. I don't think I own a rain jacket.
I mean, just like a regular rain jacket,
just a regular rain jacket, nothing super nice, just literally like a waterproof jacket. I don't have one of those.
Well, get the might as well go ahead and get the pants with you too. With it, they go with it. They'll have some pants that'll go with it. Get that too.
Waterproof pants?
Yeah, they've got the whole setup.
When am I gonna wear those?
If you're going fishing, if you're going down the coast and it starts to drizzle and rain,
I'm going home.
And you're getting out of there and going home?
Yeah, I'm getting out of there.
No, you fish right through the rain, as long as there's no lightning.
Yeah.
As soon as lightning comes, I'm done. I'm done on the golf course. If there's a strike within 25 miles, I'm done.
You don't go Caddyshack?
No, I don't have that kind of luck.
What if you're having the best round of your life?
No thanks.
Seriously?
I'll have the next time I come, I'll have the best round.
No chance. You
No.
only have one best round ever.
No, dude, I drop everything.
Wow.
I used to, and then back in the day when they wore spikes on the bottom, I'd take the spikes off, I put everything in the cart, and I'd say, hey, you guys want to keep on playing? I was once with one hole to go, and the thunder and lightning was over the top of us. I quit right there.
Okay.
They said, we got one hole to go, and all kinds of money online. I said, later, I start walking off the course.
God.
I don't think getting hit by lightning is one of the ways that you want to go. That seems, I think that stings.
Does that kill you?
I bet it would sting.
It would definitely hurt.
Yeah, and even
like
if it
there's
didn't
been
kill you,
stories-
you would wish you were dead.
There's been stories of people who've been struck by lightning and who have survived. That'd be
Yeah.
a badass story, right? I'm
Lee
shooting,
Trevino's had it done numerous times to him and has never died.
I was shooting a 74, and on the last hole, I had an approach 150 yards out, got struck by lightning mid backswing, and then put it within 10 feet of the cup. And then after I regained consciousness 2 hours later, I putted out for birdie
No, dude.
and finished up the best round I've ever had.
No, I don't think my luck's that good. I think I'm that guy.
You get struck and it's over.
It's over. I just blow up right there.
That's a cool way to go, though, isn't it?
Just evaporate. Poof.
Plenty of worse ways to
That's
die than
true.
that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so this baby, 14 pounds and 8 ounces,
Wow, what a baby.
born overseas, and the parents aren't that big. Like, I guess you would think
They're not
like,
little people.
there must be no, they're definitely not midgets. Got to be careful saying
Yes,
that in
yes, you
public
do.
now, but I think that's the correct word.
Little people.
Now, well, they don't call it extreme little people wrestling. I've been to extreme midget wrestling multiple times.
They don't
Because
call.
I like
hey,
to
let me
support.
help you.
I like to
They don't
support.
call
They can
a lot of
work
things
too.
at the strip club the right way.
What are they supposed to be called?
Little people, little folks,
Not so fast, midget. Not so fast.
the littles.
I heard Lee Corso say it, and that guy's never wrong.
That guy's like 90. He's older than me. He
That
says
guy's-
a lot of things.
That guy's as woke as they come. I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
That dude right there says a lot of things.
That guy is in with the times right now. Yeah, so the average weight for a full-term baby is 7 pounds, 2 ounces.
Yes.
And this baby, once again, was 14 pounds and 8 ounces. He said through the chute, whatever you call that thing.
The shoot, that's stretching.
That's got to hurt right there. That's
It does.
major stretch.
It has to.
You got to hope that's a C-section deal, right?
Yeah, so they don't tell you about that, do they?
No, I didn't see this in the article. Been studying this thing.
That's
left
not
and
one where
right.
they tell you she's just a great athlete and she's got flexibility.
No, they're that big.
It don't work that way.
If I'm Steve Sarkisian, I'm offering that kid right
No
now.
kidding.
How big is that thing going to be?
No kid. I'm so looking forward to this game now.
Oh man,
I wanted to worry about this game, but I'm to the point of why are we worrying about these games? They don't have the kind of athletes Texas has. They, yes, they've got the scary stadium with no lights and all that stuff.
yeah.
We got that part down. We understand that part, but if Texas can see them, they will be able to hit them.
Yeah, I mean, people are worried for a few different reasons, right? Texas has struggled to put teams away. They haven't covered in 4 of their last 5 games. Texas has struggled against Iowa State, right? Everyone talks about what Texas has done in Ames. Well, overall, Texas has lost 3 of the last 4 against Iowa State. And last year was the only game that they won. And it was a 3-point win, even though Texas was a 16-point favorite. Grab a couple if you want, sir. And then obviously up there at Jack Trice, Texas has lost 3 of the last 4 there too. They haven't won there since
Yeah, that's the one you
2017.
can lean on because that's for real.
So I think that's why people are nervous. But
And the last time you'll play them, so be it.
then you walk too close to the sun for too long and you'll get burned, or whatever the
Yes.
hell the expression is. So it's like, yes, Texas is finding ways to win these games, and that's really what matters more than anything else, is that they are 9-1 on the year and 6-1 in the Big 12. But you run the risk of, you play with fire that much, you're going to get burned, whatever expression you want to use. And it's at some point, I think Texas fans are worried, like, man, if we keep playing these close games, we're going to lose at some point. And obviously Texas has lost once in a close game,
Yes.
but they are 3-1 in these one possession games. And
And
look,
2 of them were with the backup quarterback.
sure. And look, last year, I mean, the Minnesota Vikings went like 11-0 in one-score
Yes, they
games.
did.
So it's possible. Look, Texas could go 6-1. They could win 3 straight one-score games, be 6-1, and they'll make the playoff, and we'll all be happy about it. But one-possession games that are played down to the wire, obviously one play here, one play there, one call. You think of the Big 12 refs too,
Yes.
the way they've been screwing Texas, like you leave a lot to chance when
Yes,
you're
you
playing
do.
these close games. So I think that's why Texas fans are worried. It's like, we're letting these teams stick around, and at some point we're going to screw up. 2 weeks ago we got the goal line stand. Okay, well, if you don't get that goal line stand in overtime, you lose. Last week you had that 3rd and 12 deep bomb. That's a low percentage play. Texas hit it. What happens if you don't hit that? Like that's why I think people are worried. I think it has less to do with Iowa State and more of we were hoping to be over the Texas playing down to competition, right? Play to a standard. Don't play to your competition.
Yeah, but every once in a while, you've got to
weeks,
get a tip ball that goes your way where
Sure.
it tips in the air and your defensive backs who haven't been playing that great, well, they catch it. They intercept the ball.
We've kind of been getting some of those.
Yes.
Not all of them, but we've when you win close games, you get a couple of bounces.
They're going to
Texas
get
has.
a couple, but they have to get a couple bounces this weekend.
Yeah.
Because their running back, that's a big miss right there. You're going to have to make up for him not playing by – there's going to have to be an extra turnover somewhere.
Yeah.
This defense has to get that, or the opposing team has to give you one where it's time for one of their running backs to cough it up.
Yep.
Texas hadn't caused a lot of fumbles by running backs. Quarterbacks, yeah, strips, sacks, but they haven't made enough running backs run up in the line and snatch the ball from them. There hasn't been a lot of that this year.
No, I don't think so either.
There's been interceptions. There's been strip sacks by the quarterback, but a runner, Texas not hit a son of a gun hard enough to make him cough it up this year. Can you recall a running back that's given one up so far this year for the opposed team? Now you can count interceptions, maybe you can count, tip balls and things like that. But where Texas actually hit some dude, and that dude, last year you got a lot of those.
Yep.
The linebacker, he made a lot of plays, making running backs fumble. Not many of those this year.
Yeah, someone will hit us up on the Coda text line or on the YouTube chat line and let us know. I mean, Texas has been a opportunistic defense, right?
Yes, and they've got multiple turnovers, but they haven't been really running back fumbles.
Right, yeah, multiple takeaways in each of the last 4 games, but it does feel like the majority of those have been interceptions or strip sack fumbles, which, hey, they all count the same. We're not complaining about those. You will absolutely take that.
And whereas the Texas is only really having, when you look back, it's only have really 2 fumbles in the course of.
Yeah.
Now, they've had fumbles that they got back on. I don't count those. People count those as fumble. If you get it back, I don't count it as a fumble. Guess what? It never happened.
Well, there goes your bounces of the balls going your way a little bit, right? I mean, I think Jaden Blue lost a fumble against Rice, and obviously Jonathan Brooks
That's
lost,
been it. That's
that's
incredible for as many carries as they have.
I'll knock on wood.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. The K-State one, obviously not timely from Jonathan Brooks, but no, Texas has done a pretty good job protecting the football. Malik Murphy, notwithstanding, because he obviously struggled with the turnover bug in his 2 starts, but Quinn Ewers has done pretty good. Only 4 interceptions in 9 starts this year. You take that. And then, the Texas running backs and Texas receivers have been pretty good with the
That's
football.
True. You're playing against some pretty good teams in the country, and you've done a good job of protecting the ball. Just got a couple more games to do that.
Yep.
Got to do it, and you got to do it this week. This is where the momentum will change if you don't do it.
Yeah, that's how you let teams back into games, right? I mean, it wasn't so much that against Texas Christian, but against K-State.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you let them get back into the game, right? You had Malik Murphy threw a horrible interception on that screen pass. K-State's got an easy touchdown drive, and they score in like 1 play. And then the next drive, Jonathan Brooks fumbles, and then K-State scores, I think, on another 1-play touchdown drive. So, yeah, you did that at home. You had the crowd on your side, so you were able to, kind of stymie that and get things back on track when you absolutely needed to. You do that on the road, stuff starts to snowball a little bit more. So it's going to be – look, there were a lot of Texas fans at Houston. There were a lot of Texas fans at TCU. There ain't going to be a lot of Texas fans at Iowa State. There will be some, and shout out to those of you who are making your way to Ames. I don't even know how the hell to get there.
That'll be parents.
You couldn't pay – like, people are like, oh, this is your last chance to go to Ames. Do you want to go? No. I never wanted to go to that
There'll be
place.
girlfriends and family.
Yeah, football, basketball, baseball. No, they don't even have baseball, so that's not an option. But no interest in going to that game. But, yeah, I mean, this is not a 2 or 3 hour drive to get to this one. This is a trek. So this will actually be a very hostile environment on Saturday night, and you won't be able to see. They're not even going to turn the lights on.
That's right, the lights. They play with the lights out.
But all that stuff, it's like, momentum. I think it's important, man. Some people think momentum's overrated or not that big of a deal.
In this game, for sure.
In this game, and you're playing on the road in an environment like this, you've got to do what you can to take and keep a crowd out of a game.
Well, you've got to do what you've been doing, and you've got to get those leads, but you got to keep those leads. You have to do everything you can to extend your lead. This is a group who can get a lead. Obviously, we've seen them get leads, but they have to extend the lead. They get on a lead and they just let it ride. You know what I'm saying? They get real passive the way they play the game, and the lead never extends. It just kind of stays there.
I think I'd almost be more comfortable. I think I'd be more comfortable if Texas was up like 14-10 at halftime than I would if they were up 21-0.
I would too.
Honestly,
I'm
like,
serious.
as ridiculous as that sounds, it's just like, well, I know they're not going to take their foot off the gas because it's a 4-point game. It's a 1-score game. Anybody can win. Where if they're up 21-0, I'm going to be having flashbacks to Houston and DCU.
Yeah, and like I said, we tend to look at the head coach and blame him for that. That's on the players. I mean, he's still calling plays. You still got to execute the plays.
Yep.
You know, I mean, you got to give that extra so that you make the plays work. I mean, he calls them. Now, he doesn't call all the great plays all the time, but there's got to be plays where you have to execute them as the player. You know, if you're up by 20, it's almost like I don't care what the coach calls from that point on. You've got a 20-point lead. It's the second half of a football game. He calls the plays, execute the plays. You should be good enough with your talent to run the clock out, extend the lead. You got good athletes. Just pretend it's 0-0 and you're just started again.
That's it. They should honestly have their own scoreboard on the sideline.
Absolutely.
It just says 0-0 the whole game.
Oh, I would always love when you go into halftime and it's 0-0. The coach is always barking at 0-0 at halftime. The players look at the coach like, Coach, we know the score. You're not full. It's not 0-0. That's one of those deals where they try to talk into that's the coach speak. Hey, play it like it's 0-0. But coach, it's not. We're up by 3 touchdowns right now.
Yeah, you're not going to give us credit for this lead that we built?
Oh, no. It's like it was like my old offensive coordinator said, Ricky wouldn't have had that many yards if he didn't have that 79-yard touchdown run. I'm like, are we now taking these runs away? They don't matter?
I'm telling you, man. You need the visual element. You can't just tell your players that it's 0-0. You got to have a scoreboard. Maybe one of those youth scoreboards that you have
on the sideline,
where you like flip up the red and green numbers,
like those soccer kids.
Yeah,
do.
you just flip them up. Keep it at 0-0. Hey, what's the score?
I love that.
Boom, 0-0. That's the score right now. Have that visual aid to let the guys know. I'm sure that will work.
Once I get back into coaching when I'm 80. I will then do that, BK. Yes,
that's the time when you
get back in. That's the time to bring that scoreboard on the sideline.
I like that idea.
Innovative coaching right there. It's 0-0, guys.
Whatever it takes, man. Whatever it takes for this Texas team. Shout out again to our friends at Academy Sports and Outdoors, the brand new academy in Howe. 250 Alliance Boulevard is the address. If you want to come out and see us, we can give away one of these gift cards to somebody who shows up.
Next person that strolls past us, how's that?
They've got to be a big fan. They've got to prove that they are here for Texas Sports Unfiltered. Can't just be someone who's here at Academy doing some shopping. Oh, you guys are here. That's cool. No, we want somebody who's hearing us or watching us right now to get in their car, come to Academy, in Howe, get this gift card, and do some holiday shopping.
Just like that.
How about that? Simple as that. We're going to give away a $150 gift card to literally the next person that says, I am here because of Texas Sports Unfiltered.
That's perfect. That's a perfect play right there.
We've got you covered.
Doesn't even have to get into the randomizer.
No, but there's
all sorts
of cool stuff going on all weekend. It's not only like a grand opening day, it's a grand opening week at this academy. They'll be giving away gift cards all weekend long. So you will have other opportunities to get some free stuff out here. Also free food on Saturday. Spike, the Round Rock Express mascot.
I'm not a mascot. I'll tackle Spike.
Oh, I know you're not a mascot, but you're not.
I'm not a mascot fan,
you're going to tackle a person in a suit?
If I have to.
What do you mean if you have to? What are they going to do to you? They're just waving.
They're just very annoying.
Hugging people, taking pictures.
Making kids smile and laugh. No thanks.
Well, hold on. That might be an incentive. If you come back here tomorrow and tackle Spike, you might get more people out of the academy. Spike's going to be here. Great specials all weekend long. And it's cool. It's they're kind of hooking you up in more ways than one right here because they've got holiday deals going on.
Yes, they do.
Some Black Friday sales, but also they've got grand opening sales. So, I'm looking around. There's 20 to 25% off everything in the store right now. So they are hooking you up. There is no better time to get your holiday shopping done. Do it before the rush. The Buck did his earlier today.
I did.
I'm going to buy some stuff for me because I only like myself. I don't like anybody else.
There you go.
I'm going to
make sure you take care of you.
I'm going to do that as well. But, come out here today or anytime this weekend and cash in on some of the great deals here at Academy Sports and Outdoors. And, of course, we'll give some love to Covert BK.
Of course.
As well. Hey, if that's what you're
We'll be there on Saturday, correct?
We'll be there Saturday, 4:30 to 6:30.
That's our last one. Would it be?
Yeah, we're trying to figure out where we're going to be for the Tech game. Obviously,
have you made those calls?
We're making the calls.
Great.
We are
I hope we can be where we want to be.
We're making some calls.
That'd be awesome.
To Arlington too, just in case.
Yes. You got to do that.
Put an asterisk, if necessary, for potential broadcasts up in Arlington on December 1st and December 2nd.
Absolutely.
Obviously, we hope we're there. We hope you're there because that means Texas will be there. But yeah, we're working on all that
Dude,
stuff.
I just hope the Longhorns will come out and just smack the shit out of this group. I mean, just get it over with. No playing around. None of that. I mean, you're just better. You know what I'm saying? But I think this is going to be. It's not going to be baby steps because, as I said, the running backs aren't babies. They've played in games, but it's going to be some inexperience at that position where you're going to look as a coach or you're going to look as an offensive lineman and said, "Oh no, that's the cut right there. It's right there." And they're going to make some mistakes. As long as they take care of the football, that's all that matters.
Yeah, blow these guys out. It'd be nice.
Yeah, that would be perfect. If
Let me get Jeff on here for a second.
Absolutely.
We do have a third headset here. We can also give you a break at some point, Buck. We've got Jeff here. Jeff Howe, of course. Horns.
What questions that?
Texas Unfiltered.
It wasn't even an hour today.
Wasn't even an hour today. We got you for like 54 minutes.
54 more than I was initially going to be here for. So
how do you like this academy?
Dude, this is the nicest academy I've ever seen.
It is something.
Joe, I looked at the outside. I'm like, is this an academy? It's like a boutique.
Department store here.
And this is brand new. Like, there's not stuff all over the place.
Oh no,
everything's in order. It smells new.
Smells new.
It does smell new in here.
It's awesome.
New
you guys know,
smell.
like, people can say, like, "Oh, I show up at academy all the time."
We got Cowboy stuff too, right there,
People can
man.
say all the time. Well, you know, I'm in academy P1. Yes, we're in the Magellan.
Oh, I love the Magellan. Yeah, yes.
If I own a button-down shirt at this point in my life, it's Magellan brand. So,
you're gonna get yourself some.
$100 more to spend to get you another Magellan shirt or two.
Academy of Business with the Magellan.
Yes, that's their brand name, Magellan. Dude, they do tents. They do fishing gear with Magellan.
we were actually at a function this summer, and I wear the Magellan shirts. And my brother was joking. He goes, "Man, I'm surprised your shorts aren't Magellan." I'm like, "The hell you think I'm wearing?"
You just haven't looked down there.
These are my Magellan moisture wicking shorts. These are great.
I love Magellan. I do. I a lot of my fishing gear is Magellan stuff.
What's Magellan's bit? Like an explorer or something? What'd he do?
No, we're not talking.
Ponce de Leon,
Yes.
Fountain of Youth.
Okay, like Columbus.
The big thing I don't think Ponce de Leon's been canceled yet.
Okay, good.
No, he's still around.
Christopher Indigenous People is
one
of my favorites.
He hadn't choked out anybody.
No, I don't think so. All those explorers. I don't know what Magellan's bit was, but
Magellan, Ponce de Leon,
something with the Mayflower.
Columbus.
I'm still trying to figure out what Christopher Columbus did.
Hey, in 1492, Columbus got a day off of school. So,
that's how it is. He also had some racist tweets, I think.
I mean, he
choked out a few Native Americans. But
cancel culture came after Columbus with stone tablets and whatnot, whatever they were writing.
Jeff, let me ask you about
Quill and Scroll.
missing Jonathan Brooks for this football game and the young guys that are going to step in. Earlier in the week, when it was announced that he had an ACL tear, I thought this football team was still good enough to get to a championship game, but I didn't think they could. Whoever they would play in the championship game, I don't know if they could beat that team without Jonathan Brooks.
I think in this league they can.
You do?
I just don't. I don't think that highly of the Big 12 this year.
Mm-hmm.
What's fun? I'll get to the question, Bucky. But what's funny is like this tiebreaker rule now. It's the most Big 12 thing the Big 12 could have done, because you think, okay, they would change the tiebreaker to screw Texas or Oklahoma. If Texas wins one of the next two, like they're pretty much in based on doing the math and everything. And I could be wrong. I wasn't a math major, but like it's basically going to like screw Kansas State probably. So I'm like, that's the old. Isn't that the ultimate like don't S where you eat situation?
Yeah.
Like one of your people that's staying around,
right?
Like, you're going to screw them out of a conference title shot. But no, Bucky, I think they can. I think the backs are good enough. This group of backs is good enough to where your running game, it's probably not going to maintain where it was, but it's not going to fall off a cliff. There's still going to be parts of the game where you can depend on it. But two things here stand out for me on this deal. One, the consistency of the offensive line has to improve. It can't be so feast or famine with that group. There's got to be more of a baseline with that group. And I said this when Quinn Ewers got hurt. I said, hey, with Malik Murphy being in there, maybe Sark gets more creative. I hope it brings out the best in Sark. I think that with the Jonathan Brooks injury too. I mean, Sark's got to get creative. You can't just kind of go out and say, hey, here's what we do when we just got better talent. maybe now you get Jatavian Sanders involved. You get more of your perimeter weapons involved. So you can kind of manufacture that production.
Sure.
All right, hold on. Are y'all here because of us? Congratulations. $150 Academy gift card. I don't even know if y'all heard us say this, but we literally said the next people who come to this Academy and say that they came here because of us, not just randomly shopping, they came to see us.
Go get them.
$150.
There
Thank you for coming. Now we
you
can get some koozies too.
Yeah.
Like we're hooking you up.
You know how many Magellan dry fits I could buy?
Oh, yeah.
Thank y'all. What are y'all's names? Tina and Mark.
Thank you for coming.
Awesome. Thank y'all for your
y'all
support
so
and thank y'all for coming and congrats. Perfect timing. Love it. Y'all had no idea y'all were about to get one of those, did you?
Perfect.
Cool. That's awesome. That's awesome. So sorry to interrupt, Jeff, but I wanted to make sure while they were here, they got the chance to win that gift card.
Business while we're out here. I've got 50 some odd minutes to talk, so we're good.
There we go.
But no, it's just I think they can replicate the production. And the other part of bringing out the best in Sark too, Bucky, is you don't have your closer now that you can put the ball in his belly to close out games. So maybe this just tells Sark, dude, just run your base offense. Don't try to go square peg round hole and be like, all right, CJ Baxter,
take the dump offs.
Dude, check it down to your perimeter weapons.
Yes.
Jatavian Sanders, I think
he's the guy that I've
fill that
said.
void, man. And it's not that he's had a bad year. And when he has been injured, when you look at the production he's had, whether it's getting more downfield targets, yards per catch is up, average depth of target is up, all the numbers that you would think, hey, this guy's being used more in the vertical game. His catches are counting more. There's not that many of them. They're actually counting for more yards, though. It's a great way to get him back involved. Now, that doesn't mean let's put tight end screen back in the opening.
Well, no, not that. But you do. He has to make up for the loss of production.
Yeah.
He's the guy who can make up because he doesn't have that much production.
And you don't, dude, he's a guy you don't have a matchup for. I haven't seen a defense in this conference that can match up with him. Now, this weekend, you're going to face the best defense in the Big 12. That's not the one that this offense sees in practice when you're going good on some period. And they got some guys that can play. I mean, whether it's Bo Frailer, TJ Tampa, I think is a semifinalist for the Bednarik Award or the Nagurski Award. And they got some really good players. And John Haycock, they run that 3 high safety defense.
They were born with that.
Yeah, that's where it started. And anybody that runs that defense, they've consulted. They've had to go BK to Ames, freaking Iowa, to figure out, hey, teach me the intricacies of this 3 high defense.
How absurd is that? People have been going to Ames, Iowa to learn how to play football.
I mean, Brent Venables, when he was at Clemson, he went and met with John Haycock and was like, dude, teach me the 3 high. Because he knew, hey, we're going to play Ohio State. We're going to play a high-powered offense, in the college football playoff. I need to be prepared for it. I want to use this defense. Teach me how it goes. So you're going to get a taste of it this weekend. You'll get the full, live, real deal. But, yeah, I'm not worried about replicating the production, being able to do that. It's just I hope what Sark doesn't do is just say, all right, next guy up, and just kind of keep going as you were going.
Oh, no, you can't do that because they're not in that position that the kids are good enough. The offensive line is going to have to be a little bit of what we thought that they should be anyway, Jeff, when it comes to the run game now. They're going to have to overpower some individuals on that defensive line, especially a 3-man front. Those double teams got to get up to the next level.
Do. And when you're facing this 3 high defense, one thing that I love about the way Iowa State runs this defense is it lulls you. The main thing it's going to do, it lulls you into a false insecurity of thinking you can run the football. You're like, oh, dude, it's a light box. I got 3 high safeties. Yeah, we can run. Well, if your runs don't hit downhill hard and fast, and you're running a lot of stretch stuff, you're running a lot of zone stuff.
You're trying to counter and move guys off the line of scrimmage.
The way they fit the run, and they'll fit similar run plays different. They'll switch up their run fits, and these guys know how to do it. All of a sudden, go back to the game. The game where I really figured out what this defense is all about. The Texas game in 2019, the one they played in Ames, where how was Texas moving the ball? It was 2-minute stuff. It was tempo. It was Sam Ehlinger getting the ball out of his hands quick. And then Tom Herman and Tim Beck, what did they do? They got the ball with about 3 minutes left. Like, all right, let's just start ground and pound. Like, no, that's exactly what they want you to do. So your runs have to hit hard. They have to hit quick. They have to hit downhill. And this can be a big JT Sanders game too, guys, because one area where you can attack it. If you've got the kind of quarterback that can fit the ball in the windows like Quinn Ewers can, now you can get your stuff going down the seams. And if you can fit it in that window where the linebacker's shallow enough and the safety hasn't read it yet, now you can hit it. Boom. Those are easy 9 to 12 yard gains, and you're moving the chain.
Do you think those linebackers are moving back a little bit, Jeff? They're going to get more into coverage. more so that now that Jonathan Brooks isn't playing, they don't need to
well,
they still only have 3 down linemen. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those deals where I kind of think Iowa State they're going to run their defense the way they run it for the most part.
See if you can handle it, period.
The chess match is going to be, does Sark break tendency a little bit? We've seen Texas kind of be an early down passing offense before throwing the ball on first down. Does he go back to that, or does he want to see, hey, Jonathan Brooks be damned, like we're going to establish the run because we want to play with the physical edge. We hear Sark talk about that all the time. They want to play with the physical edge. They want to run the football. Is that going to be the plan? And if that's the plan, then that chess match with those two is going to be really fascinating to watch. I'll say this, guys. Folks, do not do your work the way I just did it on the drive over here. I had my phone as the hotspot. I had my laptop open listening to Sark Zoom calls.
There you go.
Please do not do what I did on the way over here.
Come on, man.
That's called dedication to the craft.
And you made it, so you're good.
And I made it here in one piece, so I'm good. And seeing the good folks
and everybody
out
else is still alive out there, yeah.
Yeah, so we're good.
We don't know about that. We're only seeing Jeff.
I got those blinders on.
Okay.
But I think that was the best Thursday Zoom. Like if you talk about winning the press conference or having a good week of practice, best Thursday Zoom call Sark has had all year.
Really?
By far. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Sark won the Thursday Zoom call.
That's huge.
If he can.
Well, I don't know a coach is good until I know he can win the Thursday.
Absolutely.
I think it was Anwar Richardson was asking him about just Sark's thoughts. Like, do we need to go with communication devices and helmets? Anwar didn't even get the question out. Sark's like, yes. It makes no sense to me why we don't. And he went off on that. He talked about the guys that were in Ames 2 years ago. He said it bluntly. He's like, this is what it is. He's like, it's returning to the scene of the crime. He's like, these guys are going back there, but the program is in a different place now. Just it's pretty blunt, Sark. Wow. I like where he's going.
In other words, we're good.
Yeah.
Did anyone ask if they were bringing headlamps because it's going to be dark out there? Apparently,
he
have to see.
He did say, kind of one of those. It was one of those answers to where I heard what he said. We know what he said. I'm not going to give credence publicly to anything he said.
Okay.
Yeah.
But behind closed doors, we're talking about it nonstop.
Dude, for Jatavian Sanders and Byron Murphy to be all over Twitter.
Yeah.
And right after it happens.
Are they rolling on Twitter? Nice.
Oh, yeah. Both of those guys.
I like it.
God. Here's what I'm trying to tell myself about this game. Bucky blows his nose right into the microphone there. It's 2023, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what position does Jonathan Brooks play?
Running back.
So I think I'm almost just trying to convince myself more than anything.
Which you should.
His loss is not going to be a big deal, but it's a running back in 2023. Like Texas has enough talent. If they were going up against Georgia, or like obviously if they make the playoff and they've got to go up against a top 4 team without Jonathan Brooks, I'm going to be terrified. I'd be terrified with Jonathan Brooks. But these games without a running back, and I know how consistent and how good Jonathan Brooks is, shouldn't Texas be able to be just fine here?
I was way more worried about Texas playing K-State with Malik Murphy at quarterback.
Yes.
Than I am Texas play. You know what's weird though? Like if we recorded our Longhorn Blitz podcast on Tuesday, and I said there, man, Sark can struggle against the 3 high. You're going to Ames. It is a night game. It's a road game. You're playing for something. My nerves were at about an 8. My upset alert was about an 8. After old boy popped off, I'm at about a 5.5.
Jared Hufford.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Gerard Hufard popped off, and I'm at about a 5.5 or a 6.
He doesn't look like a Gerard, I can tell you that.
I don't know what he's going to look like after Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy are done with that cat, but that makes me feel like, all right, this team, Texas will be locked in. They'll be ready to go. Look, when you talk about running back injuries, we can't all be as lucky as Bucky. Be like, oh, I don't have Priest Holmes for the year. I still got Sean Mitchell and Ricky Williams. Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Well, it's not the same. I mean, the production is not the same when you bring those other 2 guys. They haven't had that many carries this season. I mean, they've been a part of it, but your bell cow and your best offensive player. Now, we're not just talking about a guy on offense. We're talking about your best offensive player this season so far was the kid that you just lost.
You're most consistent at the very least.
Yes.
But, you're most consistent. By the way, you don't get enough credit for Juan Kemp scoring some touchdowns for you.
I did get Juan Kemp in the games. Yes, I did.
You did.
Phil Brown, those type of plays. Adrian Walker.
Juan Kemp was a Michigan transfer. That was a big deal. It's a big deal back in the day, BK, when you can get
bringing in transfers and getting them in games.
Bucky was in the portal before the portal existed.
And then I was sitting guys down saying, no, you can't No, you need to go play another position, Wayne McGarity.
That's why.
You need to go play and be a Dallas Cowboy at a different position because you won't be that at running back.
I know you wanted to whoop Chuck Reedy's ass, but Gerard Douglas wouldn't have taken that many snaps for you as he did at Baylor.
No, he wouldn't have. He would have never. By the time he got here, I would have just blackballed him. He would have never got on the field, probably.
Wow.
But I just understand about these young guys at that position, and the two guys that are going to take his place aren't. I know they're not up to speed of what he does, but they've got to be up to speed to be better than they have been. They've got to make some people miss. Yeah. They've got to make some people miss. And Jeff, they're going to take those 3 down linemen. And I think early in the football game, those linebackers, they aren't dropping, and they're not dropping back in coverage. They're going to be right where they normally play and say, let's see if you can defend what we do on our defense. We know how to play this defense. We know how to fit for runs. And if you vacate areas where you're trying to counter stuff and you're pulling guards and stuff like that, we're coming, we're shooting, we're going to be in your backfield. So
there's not enough Texas does that's overly. I mean, they do some unique stuff in the run game at times, but just in terms of kind of their base run plays, there's not enough, pizzazz to it that you kind of know what's coming. Yeah. The key for me there, Buck, is can Sark get those? I think you'll probably see Texas maybe run more 12 personnel in this game than you probably think they'd run. Just because I go back to that first Jonathan Brooks touchdown last week. And if you,
yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
We got a subscriber here.
There we go.
Should we give the gift card away?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, you've earned it. We were only going to give one of these away, but because you came by because of us, $150 on that bad boy. Thank you.
Thank you.
What's your name? Rio?
Rio, thank you, man.
Rio, appreciate you listening, man.
Thank you for your support.
Tell your friends and enemies, man. Everyone you know. Well, quit work then.
Quit work.
So you can listen to us
quit
more.
work. Yeah, come on.
Who needs a job? Just listen to us all the time, man. Yeah. We're following Serge Bar. Oh, have we checked in on Serge Bar?
Is he with Spurs? I know he's got the two-way deals. Is he with the Austin Spurs right now?
I have not kept up with him. We need to.
I know he's on the two-way contract.
Yeah, take a couple of
Take
deuces,
a couple, man.
Yeah.
Fair games. Spread the love.
But I go back to the first Jonathan Brooks touchdown though last week, and if you watch kind of the movement that they had, I mean, I thought it was just going to be a little split zone, but they're crossing tight ends, and it was just a simple zone play, but it's enough. That's the kind of stuff I wish Sark would do more of in short yardage. Like if it's just enough to hold the linebackers, just to give your back time to get a full speed ahead going, full steam ahead, and it's where he can get in the end zone like on a 2-3 yard run. I think that's great. I would think Texas can do more of that. My thing, Bucky, the thing where I think you really miss Jonathan Brooks, this is what made Bijan and Roschon so special. He got to the point where he could really maximize runs, and if it's not blocked perfectly, he can still get you whatever yardage you want to get on this play, and he can keep you on schedule. I don't know that any of these young cats are ready to do that, but you're going to have to figure out a way how to do it if you're not ready. I mean, if you're CJ Baxter, I don't know, Bucky, you've coached this position. It might just be, dude, son, just close your eyes, hit that hole as hard as you can, and just lean.
He knows where when he knows where the hole is and the hole is open, he can go because he's a big guy and he's got really his velocity going through now. If you stick an arm out, you're going to come back with a nub, but he doesn't. Jonathan Brooks makes you miss tackles. Yeah. I mean, you got to be a really good tackler, and even if you're not squared up to him, you bounce off of him, and he bounces to the next guy. These guys seem to they take the full brunt of the hit.
It's guys when runners figure out when it's not blocked perfectly, what is my best path to getting positive yardage?
Sure.
Maybe it is bouncing it out. Maybe it is cutting back inside. Maybe it is hesitating for a little bit and letting something clear out and then finding you a little crease. Whatever it is.
Well, CJ doesn't have that same little stutter step that Jonathan Brooks has.
Not yet, and to me, Bucky, that's some of Jonathan Brooks. Those are just, and I saw this with him in high school. Some of those are just natural running instincts.
Sure.
You don't coach that in camp. You don't coach that in spring practice. Dudes they either have it or they don't.
That's the Bijan stuff.
What CJ Baxter has, like CJ Baxter to me would be perfect in like that Mike Shanahan run game.
One cut, see you later.
Like one cut, boom, you're getting vertical, and wherever that hole is, it's going to be there somewhere. You see it, and you just keep going vertical. There's not a whole lot of needing to make you miss right there. But again, the offensive line is not to that point where you can rely on that consistently.
That's right.
So it's just kind of one of those deals where you have to hope either the learning curve is accelerated for your young backs or that offensive line has
they step it up.
Probably what's going to have to be there. their best performance since the Alabama game.
By the way,
Yes.
When my dad and I had the birds and the bees conversation, he gave me that same advice. Just close your eyes and hit the hole as hard as you can.
There he goes.
Yeah.
There he goes again.
So I've followed that for a long time.
And for Blue, I think this is a chance to get out on the perimeter on somebody. Your offense hasn't been, with the exception of your quick screens, your scary quick screens out there where you're asking certain guys to block.
One of the screens worked for a 74-yard play last week.
Man,
Let's not forget that.
If and I love what Xavier Worthy did last week, but if he puts a body on somebody, Jonte Cook doesn't get broken in half.
There's probably
that thing might go for positive.
There is a 70% chance he won't get that body on somebody.
Well, there's a decent chance that happens. But, hey, you win some, you lose some. But no, to me, it's a huge game for this offensive line to start start moving people off the ball. But Bucky, I may be crazy, but I think for this game, just looking at their running styles, I almost think Jaden Blue might be your more productive back in this game against that style of defense.
You may find those kind of creases that he can get and go.
He because I think he's more assertive. Look, Jaden Blue might run head on into a brick wall, but dude, he's going to go run head on into that brick wall as fast and physically as he possibly can.
Yes. I mean, he's more physical than you think when he runs.
Yeah, and in a game where, like I said, against this 3-high defense, the way they fit the run, the way they can sling run fits, when the runs need to hit downhill, they need to hit hard, they need to hit aggressive. It just might be a game where you're relying a little more on Jaden Blue.
This is not a sideways, that wide kind of zone deal where you get bubbled around and get bounced outside, because they're coming. Because they do fill the gaps pretty well. They really do. Did your dad tell you that too?
Yep.
About filling the gap?
Yeah, it's very important.
I thought so.
Gap integrity.
Yeah, gap integrity.
Tell me everything I needed to know.
Remember what the great Will Muschamp told us about gap integrity? He said, just do your job, and then he punched that whiteboard.
Ah, yes. Who could forget that? That was awesome. Daryl brings up this comment, and I probably don't need to fact check him, but I will anyways. Jonathan Brooks against Alabama, 14 carries for 57 yards. The reason Texas won that game was because Quinn played the game of his life. Yes, you're going to have to run the football. That's obvious, but we talked about it earlier, Buck, and Jeff, I think this is common sense. Like, okay, your other positions are going to have to step up to mitigate what you're losing at running back. This is why losing a running back shouldn't matter that much. You've got a quarterback who's been in big spots and performed well in big spots. This is one of those games where, hey, Jonathan Brooks was the best offensive player before he got hurt. Now the 4 best offensive players are all in the passing game. It's your quarterback, it's Worthy, it's Mitchell, and it's Sanders. Use those dudes. This is a game where Quinn's got to – I don't know if he has to play as well as he did in Tuscaloosa, but he's got to put the team on his back this week, next week, and in the Big 12 title game. It's going to be on Quinn to lead Texas to a championship.
Every time I see games like this for when there's somebody hurt, I always think of Jordan Whittington. These where he has his weirdest games, 9 catches, 10 catches. Too. But it'd be nice to use them in that way where you win the game, not – waste 10 catches and you lose a football game.
Yeah, to me, BK, to your point, I think it drives home kind of how Sark has built this program. This is why recruiting matters. This is why sites like the one that I run, why we exist and why it matters, and why you pay attention to stuff when the early signing period comes in December and when guys are signing on the dotted line in February, because this is why versatility matters. This is why scheme matters. Like, everything that's been wrong with this program, player development, scheme, all that stuff that's been wrong with this program for a decade plus, this is why that stuff getting fixed, why it matters now, and why you can tell. Because think about under Tom Herman or Charlie Strong or Leighton Mack Brown, if you lose a piece as he is Jonathan Brooks, dude, it implodes your entire scheme. It implodes your entire offense. Now you're just thinking, all right, just be more of a pass-first offense. Just lean on your NFL caliber quarterback.
Right.
And receivers are going to be playing on Sundays, and a tight end that's going to be a top 100 draft pick. Lean on those guys instead of take some of the burden off of your run game. It's not, man, we lost David Ash.
We're done.
Let's just pray and hope that Case McCoy can get us through the rest of the season into a championship. Those days are over, man. You don't have to do that anymore.
Yeah.
That young guy was the number 1 back in America that's playing right now. They thought he was good enough to be the starter at Texas over the guy that we're talking about.
And Jaden Blue was that guy too before. I mean, he didn't play his senior year. That's kind of what set him back. But I mean, you've recruited well enough at that position. You've recruited well enough on the offensive line. You damn sure recruited and developed and gotten in the portal good enough at wide receiver and tight end this is the time when it matters. And you can say what you want about Texas' depth, but this is where depth matters.
Sure.
And this is where how you build an offensive game plan. I mean, Sark has talked ad nauseum about versatility is the strength of our offense.
That's what he does every week.
This is where you see it, though, where, you lost Jonathan Brooks, but this is why I think you can still go win a Big 12 championship. God forbid you got to lean on Quinn Ewers and some talented wide receivers to go win a championship.
That's the thing. Like, there was obviously that report earlier this week that said Quinn Ewers is likely coming back for another year. And I don't want to see Quinn Ewers here next year. It's not because I don't like Quinn Ewers. Like, would I rather go into the SEC with a 3-year returning starter at quarterback? Hell yeah, absolutely. Like, Texas's chances of being a great team in 2024 would be higher if Quinn came back.
Sure.
But man, like, this is the opportunity for Quinn. I know right now, if the draft was tomorrow, he'd be a 3rd-round pick, maybe.
Probably, yeah.
But what if he goes out and balls out in these next 3 games and Texas makes the playoff and he puts up, maybe he does what C.J. Stroud did in a loss in the semifinal where against a really good defense, he's putting up ridiculous. Like, that dude's got a chance to still be a 1st-round pick. So I almost hope that report is hogwash and Quinn plays so well over the next month to where it's like, no, he should go to the NFL.
You use the example, and it's a perfect example to show you, to prove to everybody, and you should always have it in the back of your mind, why until the season's over, that position especially, because we over-evaluated in recruiting. It's overdrafted in the NFL draft. Like, I'm convinced nobody really knows what they're doing at quarterback. Some guys just have a better hit percentage than others. I mean, dude, look, the late great Bill Walsh once said, I've seen the next Joe Montana, and his name is Rick Meyer. Like, if Bill Walsh once drafted Giovanni Carmazzi over Tom Brady. Like, if Bill Walsh can get it wrong, anybody can get it wrong at quarterback. But you use the Cardale Jones example, BK, and if Quinn goes on some kind of run where, dude, he's got 1,500 yards in the next 3 games and wins a conference championship, and you're going into Selection Sunday with a chance to get in the playoff, his stock might be back in the 1st round.
Sure.
At that point, So, I mean, there's so much football left to play that regardless of where it is, to me, it's all pretty much irrelevant. Like, we had the insider at Horns 24/7 this morning. We keep hearing the same thing from our sources that Quinn's not even thinking about the draft right now because there's so many variables that can change. You can think, yeah, I'm coming back. But, I mean, here's another example that'll hit closer to home for Texas fans. I'm almost convinced Vince Young was coming back for 2006 until he crossed the goal line on 4th and 5. Until that play where it's like, dude, you just won a national championship. You had maybe across all sports the single greatest championship game performance I've ever seen by one individual player. And, oh, by the way, your hometown team has the #1 pick in the draft. Yeah. Now, I know I thought about coming back, but, dude, I'm out of here.
Yeah, there's no thought of me coming back here.
And remember, Buck, though, back then, rookie contracts then are not what they are now. You didn't have the rookie wage scale back then. So VY's thinking, dude, with my signing bonus, I'm getting 35, 40 million guaranteed right off the bat, and maybe I can play
I'm not
for
coming
my
back.
hometown team. Yeah. He wasn't coming back at that point. So, dude, so many things can change between now and whenever the dust settles. If the dust settles for Texas, in a non-CFP bowl, if it settles in a CFP semifinal, in a national championship game, whatever it happens, there's so many factors.
It's got to, what it has to finish is in a Big 12 championship game, in the game.
Win the game.
In the game.
Win the game.
Did you see the initiative the Big 12 announced today, their new partnership?
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. The WWE bit.
Stone Cold Steve Austin going to award Sark the Big 12 championship.
Yeah, because the commissioner's not going to do it.
I was going to say, this is perfect. Brett Yormark doesn't even have to do it now.
Wow. I think the belt goes to the MVP, though, right? So Yormark will still have to give the trophy to Sark?
I guess, yeah. I want Oklahoma to backdoor their way into this thing.
Don't you?
Yeah. I want Brett Yormark to wake up that Saturday morning just chugging Pepto-Bismol, just being like sick to his stomach, like, I got to award one of these effing teams this trophy today.
He might OD on the Pepto so he doesn't have to go to the game. That might be what he wants to do.
You think he's still coming to Austin for Black Friday?
No.
Yeah, Trey says he's going to get COVID like next Wednesday, so he won't be able to attend. I don't know. Yeah, he'll do what he can. He's got to make the call from the suite down to the refs on the sideline. to
he can't be
screw over.
He can't.
Texas.
He can't be back in Lubbock where he lives.
Is that like that episode of King of the Hill where Hank was at the Big 12 championship game and they answered the phone, told Nebraska to punt on 4th down, and Texas ended up touching it. Nebraska won the Big 12 championship game.
I haven't seen that one, but that's hilarious.
Oh man, that may be the best King of the Hill episode ever.
Yeah, I need to watch more of that show in general.
Hank was telling Bobby, he's like, maybe we'll go to the Rose Bowl or the Orange Bowl or the Culligan Holiday Bowl.
We've done that a couple of times.
Yeah. Or the Alamo Bowl.
Not again.
But BK and I were talking about that yesterday, Bucky. People are like, wouldn't it be fitting if Texas won the Big 12 and made it to the CFP? I'm like, no, it'd be more fitting if the Holiday Bowl was still an option for a Big 12
my
team.
Goodness.
Like San Diego, like the stadium where they played the Holiday Bowl is not even there anymore. They play in a baseball stadium now. So like the Holiday Bowl or the Alamo Bowl, that would be more fitting.
Holiday Bowl was what, Qualcomm, where the Chargers used to play?
By the way, like everybody I knew from those Texas teams that I've talked to that played in that stadium, like Craig Way's called games there, everybody agrees like biggest dump on the planet was the old Jack Murphy Stadium.
Jack Murphy.
Wow.
Qualcomm.
Over the Coliseum in Oakland, huh?
Well,
but they all feel really right at home, though.
That is a literal dump because once or twice a year you'll hear about the raw sewage leaks in that place and the basements getting flooded.
Those are the 2 games I go to
with numero
ghost tickets are cheap.
Tickets are always cheap out there.
Do they even take tickets, or they just let you walk in?
That's why they have the Alamo Bowl, because that's still a fun stadium. Everything's still good. Everything works.
They need to play that inside the Alamo. Then I'll be a fan of that game. But until they move it inside the actual Alamo, which it's amazing that that's still standing after all these years, the original one.
What if you played the old Alamo movie with John Wayne in the Alamo Dome while the Alamo Bowl is going on?
Very nice.
Now we're talking here.
That's the real Alamo movie, isn't it, Buck?
That it is.
Yeah.
For John Wayne, yes.
It's one we watched in school back in the day.
Wow.
When it's somebody who's Hispanic, I'm like, hey, I'm not quite comfortable with you guys cheering. All these Mexican soldiers getting shot. Could have been my cousin or something.
What are you doing?
God, I think I'd give up my kidney to not go to the Alamo Bowl ever again, man. And it shouldn't happen, right? Because it's Big 12.
Now, the Mexican food in San Antonio is overrated anyway.
I'm cool with San Antonio. I don't have too much.
You know what's great about Hutto, along with this brand new academy, which, by the way, folks, I'm telling you, the nicest academy I've ever set foot in.
Ridiculous.
And as a P1 of Magellan merchandise, I do frequent many academies.
They've got plenty. I was over there earlier. They got a ton.
I'm looking. It's right over that BCG signage. I'm going right there whenever we're done here. Yep. But there's a Taco Casa in Hutto, which Taco Casa, that Craig Way is a Taco Casa P1.
What is Taco Casa?
Craig Way has described Taco Casa. If you think about what Taco Bell was like in the late 80s and the early 90s, that's what Bucky's saying. Wow, that's Taco Bell in the heyday. So you might want to stop by Taco Casa.
Was Taco Bell even around in the late 80s, early 90s?
Taco Bell in the 80s and 90s was probably when it was at its best.
It was at its peak. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the crunch was really good.
Like the cinnamon
crunchy tacos.
Cinnamon twists were like a delicacy at that point.
Well, the old value menu, I mean, even in the early 2000s for Taco Bell, it's just you get 29-cent cinnamon twist and 49-cent tacos.
Taco Bell in San Marcos should have like 59-cent taco Sundays.
Oh, man.
Oh, my goodness.
That's what you're telling me Taco Casa's doing that now?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but curing a hangover. Wow.
That's why I used to go to Taco Bell. I used to get my 3 crispy tacos, mild sauce, and stick them in my lap and try to drive the car at the same time while I'd eat the crunchy taco.
Oh, those things would destroy.
Oh, they would be everywhere. They would be all over the place.
Only 3 tacos? That's it?
That's it for me. 3 crunchies, they're good.
And they got that. They advertise that taco 12-pack. It's like the party pack, and it's like,
wow,
that's
just dinner for you.
That's dinner 1. There's going to be a dinner 2 in a couple of hours, but that's just dinner 1 for me. So you're telling me inflation has not hit Taco Casa yet?
Evidently not.
Wow, I'm gonna have to hit that on the way home then.
Yeah, there was a Ponchos out this way off I-35. When I first got to Texas, I originally went to Ponchos.
Sweet, merciful Lord.
Yes.
You talk about good eating, man.
Dude, I had tears coming out of my eyes after I left that place one time. I was like,
in a good way or in a bad way?
In a bad way. I ate so much of that stuff. I was raising that flag, and all of a sudden it was coming out. Tears just came out.
Here's the question. Did you get you some sopapillas?
Of course I did. Oh, I did. That's what brought the tears. I had that flag up about 4 times, and they kept coming over like, sir, are you done? No, hell no, I'm raising the flag again. Bring me something else.
I'm old. We're in Williamson County. I'm old school Williamson County.
Yeah.
I can remember the days where you would get off on that Sam Bass Road exit. You get off right there at 79. There'd be the Wieners right there on your left, and the HEB right now. I think there's an AutoZone there. there would be nothing there until you got into Hutto. So none of this stuff used to be here, man. But I remember in that shopping center where like the Gaddy Land is now, there used to be a K-Bob steakhouse in there. Bucky, that back in the day, like, hey, if somebody like got an A's on the report card or something, it's like, all right, load up. We're going to K-Bob's. We're going all the way to Round Rock, going to K-Bob's for dinner. Like, oh man, somebody did something good if we're going to K-Bob's.
K-Bob's. You're not talking about Bob's steak and chow. You're talking about
old K-Bob's, man.
Wow.
Get you like one of them $2 steaks. I didn't know the difference when I was like 8 years old, man. We're going to the steakhouse, man. This is great.
It's still all about the Chili's or the Outback Steakhouse steaks. That's what you need right there.
The old chuck wagon back in Georgetown.
Chuck wagon.
Just that big old fat hanging off the steak. steak that they probably bought off of a truck like the day before. Man,
I missed out. Shout out to Dina who got the gift card and now hopped on YouTube saying, thanks, guys. Thank you, Dina, for coming by.
Absolutely.
And supporting us. Slurricane with the story. Got to my seats at Jack Murphy once. Seats were covered in puke. Game hadn't even started.
Oh my goodness.
Seems par for the course.
That was for last. That was from the week before.
Got moved to the owner's box. Worked out. There you go. That's a happy ending to that story right there.
Yeah, but let's be honest. Like, what is the owner's box at Jack Murphy?
Yeah, really.
Probably puke in that one too. Maybe some number 2 or something in there. Who knows? Who knows? Did you hear? We talked about this earlier, Jeff. The A's are officially moving.
Are they really?
And the vote passed this morning, unanimous. The Oakland A's will be in Vegas. I don't know if we have an exact time yet, but within the next couple of years, it's happening.
So what? So I guess the old Oakland Alameda County Coliseum it's not long for this world at this point.
Well, no, it's just going to be a place for the homeless. It's going to be an encampment.
Well, yeah, I mean,
it always has been. And as a matter of fact, it's not going to just start to be.
I mean, if you've been to Oakland, right, BK?
I have.
Like, you leave the Oakland airport, and like the first thing you see is like the Coliseum and Oracle Arena is like right there.
It's gorgeous,
right next to the airport. You got to do something with it, man. That's a lot of real estate just not doing anything. I think they have a flea market out there on the weekends. When I was there for the Cal game a few years ago, I saw it was like flea market or swap meets on the weekend. That's what they're doing at the old Warriors arena.
Jeff, the basketball team last night and the great news for Coach Terry. I mean, that is awesome.
You can't, like, Trey Johnson. And I know this day and age, everyone's like, what about the G League? What about the pro ranks? Everything I've heard about Trey Johnson, his family's approached this from a very level-headed process. They've done their homework. Like, they understand kind of what the deal is. And, you know, I think at this point, Texas can probably come up with a nice enough NIL package to keep him on campus, 1. 2, his family knows the NBA is going to be there. And 3, I think it's better odds than not he makes it to campus. This is every bit as big as TJ Ford, Kevin Durant. It's one of those type deals. You think about just the position he plays. I'm not saying he's Kevin Durant, but that was the last time Texas got a guy coming in as a freshman that is the type of instant impact scorer that Trey Johnson's going to be.
Wow. And yeah, Trey Johnson, I've got some highlights playing right now. So if you're watching on YouTube, you can watch some Trey Johnson highlights while we're talking about Texas basketball's newest signee. But yeah, he talked about Kevin Durant when he was on the McAfee show yesterday, and he was like, no, KD and I talked a lot. KD was a big reason why I ultimately decided to come to Texas.
You know what's crazy about Kevin? There's some UT athletes that if fans want to talk trash about him, I'm like, okay, you're well within your right to do that as a fan. I don't tolerate much Kevin Durant slander. Like, do people realize, like, when he comes back, like, that's not even really RT and Frank Haith, those guys tell him to come back. Like, he'll just show up at the facility, be like, hey, awesome. I'm going to hang out here for a couple weeks.
Yeah,
like, I just want to get some work in.
One of the best players in NBA history.
Yeah.
And, you know,
like, I've talked to, Tyrese Hunter and Dylan Mitchell. We're like, yeah, we're just coming in here one day to get some work. And, like, Katie's in the gym. It's like, dude, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, and this guy's already, like, dripping sweat like he's been at it for a few hours.
That's how I get to be a Hall of Famer.
Exactly, man. Yeah. So the impact Kevin Durant will continue to have, and down the road is going to have for this program. You can't. That's the kind of stuff, man. You can't put a price tag.
Absolutely.
I'm glad you brought up the position that Trey Johnson plays too, because like Mo Bamba was a huge get for Texas.
Oh yeah.
Miles Turner was obviously a huge get for Texas, but those guys are big. So like you can't impact the game as much as a 2-guard, a guy who's going to have the ball in his hands all the time. And those guys weren't pure scorers, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, those guys did some good things. Rick Barnes, if only he played Miles Turner a little bit more, that would have been nice. And Mo Bamba was, solid, more of a defensive impact player and a rebounder than an offensive weapon. But Trey Johnson, you watch the highlights, you watch any of his game, like you said, I mean, that guy could go out and get you buckets. It's been a long time since Texas has had a recruit. We were hoping Ron Holland was going to be that guy.
And Ron, Ron's probably going to be the number one pick in the 24 draft. So we're talking about a kid who's uber talented, but he's a scorer, but he does so many more things for you.
Sure.
He can legitimately guard 5 positions. He's a hellacious rebounder. He's a nonstop energy guy. But yeah, Trey Johnson is coming in. He is instant buckets the minute he steps on the floor.
I think Tyrese Hunter is going to have to change his Instagram name because Tyrese is his walking bucket. That's got to go to Trey Johnson because that's what Trey Johnson is.
But, you start thinking about this roster, BK, and I mean, roster building in college basketball, as you know, it is a year-to-year proposition now more than ever. But you start thinking about it, man. You bring in Nick Cody, so you got you a nice forward in this class. You got you a guard that you think is going to be here for a couple of years, and Cam Scott. You know what the deal is with Trey Johnson. If Kendall Weaver comes back, you get Zarek Onyema back for another year. Sorry, Brock Cunningham can't come back for another year.
Are you sure?
Brock is done.
I don't believe
after this year, but he might finagle away. He might do one of those Bobby Valentine bits where he disguises himself.
Gets in a game
for a 17th year.
Yeah, it's like Croc Bunningham. Who is this?
Yeah, what are the odds?
Bowie High School. What is this deal? They've got the makings of some guys. Rodney Terry can start thinking about, hey, there's a couple guys we can count on actually being here next year. Mm-hmm. Now you can go maybe, identify a late bloomer, a guy that might pop up. But the rest of your work now, it's like, all right, now the rest of our work's going to be done in the portal to build that 24-25 roster.
It's exciting, man.
It's a really good place to be.
Yeah, and Rodney Terry, look, I mean, wins and losses. I don't really get excited in any sport when Texas recruits well. And now with the Moody Center, I think it's easier to recruit Texas basketball than it's ever been. Wins and losses are obviously what's going to determine Rodney Terry's tenure. Yeah. It's tough to say. But, I mean, recruiting was a little bit of a question for him. And the fact that he's been able to recruit the way that he has to this point, both in the portal and obviously from the high school ranks, that's a really, really good sign that, last year was not the anomaly. The Texas fans should expect. I don't want to sit here and guarantee Elite Eights every year because that's hard to do. But Texas fans should expect this basketball program.
Well, yeah, I mean, this signing alone should tell you this guy can recruit.
Yeah.
This is one you don't have to keep. This is done.
Yeah, he's already signed. Yeah, this is not just a commitment. This is a pen to paper. So ink is dry on that deal.
BK, you've been around the recruiting game of college basketball enough to know there are some pretty high profile head coaches that they fancy themselves as closers. Like, hey, you guys do the work, bring him to me when it's time to close, and I'll do it. The thing I love about RT, you like this about Frank Haith too, Ty Larson in that role as director of recruiting. Those guys love getting out on the road. They don't mind being, in Atlanta or Vegas or Indianapolis at an AAU tournament for that whole 72-hour window when they can get out during the summer.
Yeah.
And I mean, RT, if there's 3 or 4 tournaments going on, he might try to be at all 3 or 4 places during the weekend. So it's what I dig about this basketball staff, man. They love getting out on the road and getting after it in recruiting.
That's awesome. Buck, I'm going to make a proclamation here.
Okay.
We talked a little bit earlier about the Louisville game coming up on Sunday.
Yes.
Texas losing to Louisville in basketball would be worse than any Texas football loss to Kansas. That's how I feel about this.
Dude, really?
Yep. They are so bad.
I know. Like I said, I've seen them the last 2 years. It just, I was like, is this really Louisville basketball?
They got run out of the gym by Chattanooga the other night.
Yep. And they lost to a D2 team in a scrimmage. It doesn't count against their record. And they needed a game-winning shot in the final seconds to beat UMBC. The Retrievers, they are bad. They were awful last year. They're the worst team in Pat. I think they're worse than Georgetown, which is saying something.
Kenny Payne's got to be one of the worst Division I basketball coaching hires we've ever seen in our lifetime, right?
Yeah, and I can't believe that he got a second year.
I mean, dude, Chris Mack was only winning 20-some-odd games and couldn't get us to the Sweet 16. Dude, the only Sweet 16 you're having is if one of your kids is having a Sweet 16.
Yeah, really.
You ain't sniffing that thing.
A kid's sibling is having a Sweet 16.
You can't even think about the Sweet 16 on the CBI at this point.
They were 4-28 last year.
Man.
And they're 2-1 this year. Once again, a 1-point win over UMBC, and they beat something called Coppin State.
And that's why I can't believe Georgetown has gotten to be that bad in basketball. I mean, I never thought that would be possible.
I heard about,
speaking of bad hires,
I heard some of Patrick Ewing's habits on the recruiting trail, and it was just like, all right, I'm here. Like,
Yeah.
and you actually have to like scout and pay attention to what you're doing. And it's like,
you show up at the home, you have to actually go to the home.
like
I'm taller than everybody here.
Even
What do you mean?
Coach K and Tom Izzo are over there. Like, I don't really want to be here, but I might as well work while I'm here. And
yeah.
It's like Patrick Ewing sitting in the corner over there, slamming down a couple hot dogs. It's like, dude, you need some talent here, man.
Yeah, he's gone. They got Ed Cooley now, the former Providence coach at Georgetown. So Georgetown will turn things around, but Louisville, like this. I said it earlier, you'd never want to put too much stock into any early season basketball game at any level. But like if Texas loses to Louisville, I'm going to be like, oh.
Have you ever been to MSG, BK?
I have. I have seen a hockey game there, and I watched a St. John's basketball game back when Doug McDermott was at Creighton.
Dang. Bucky, I know you've been to the Garden.
I've been to all the Big East tournaments.
Dude, that's on my bucket list to go to a Big East tournament at the Garden.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
I grew up, obviously, who wasn't a Michael Jordan fan that's around my age, but remember some of those Bulls-Knicks playoff series. And last year, I'm not joking, guys. This is how much I love sports. It almost like brought me to tears being in the Garden for the first time, like going down the floor level and looking up and seeing that ceiling kind of caving in. And I was like, this is
the Mecca.
Yeah, it really is, man. It is the most and it's so cool. Like when, you walk in and I meet the PR guy and he's like, you never been here? He's like, no, it's my first time. He's like, let me show you the tour. Welcome to the world's most famous arena. And I'm like, my God, man, you think about all the stuff that's happened in this place. If you're a Texas fan going to MSG for the first time, I went last year when they played Illinois in the Jimmy V Classic. If you're going, man,
you can just feel it when you walk into place.
There is really you turn the corner. I'm walking down, crossing 33rd, going to 34th, and you turn the corner and you start to see lights, man. And I'm like, dude, people are right, man. There really is nothing like the Garden.
Is that the coolest venue either of y'all have ever been?
Well, it's been Well, I've also been to the Boston Garden with the old Boston Garden. That was special. I mean, and I had seats up there in the heavens.
You either went in the summertime and sweated to death, or went in the winter and froze to death. One of the other.
Well, I never saw. I've seen a hockey game there, but I've never been in a good seat at the Boston Garden. Every basketball seat that I ever had was so far up. You could barely see the figures down on the court, but it was just the feel that you had going into the Boston Garden that got you when you went into the arena. It was magnificent.
You've seen those pictures like when they open up the Carrier Dome for Hoops BK, like there's somebody sitting behind like a big beam. That's pretty much every photo I've seen. It's pretty much what every non-floor seat was like in the Boston Garden.
Oh, man.
Like you're sitting behind a
Fenway
beam
Park.
Yeah, never been to Fenway either.
That's another place that I've never been in a good seat. I've always been one of those.
Obstructed view.
Oh, yeah, looking around.
For me, it would be the Garden and Notre Dame Stadium would be the two places I've been in that just it like takes your breath away.
Yeah,
touchdown
Moses just staring you down.
And I think yes, thank you for that, BK.
Yeah, of course.
As a confirmed Catholic, I'll give you a pass on that.
I need one.
But Bucky, I think I'm going to go into one next year when I go to Ann Arbor next fall at the Big House.
Been at the Big House, yeah.
That's going to be another one.
Didn't do anything. The Big House never did anything. I was more excited about being at the Shoe.
Really?
Than the Big House. Yeah, the Big House is just a big bowl. I mean, it looks like a big bowl of lettuce with a bunch of heads sticking up. It's not. It's not very loud.
I think it's different for you though, growing up kind of in Western Pennsylvania, playing like in the Big 33 game. I think probably I could see Ohio State being a bigger deal for you.
Oh yeah, that was a big deal. And when I was a player, went to the University of Tennessee to play a game. Boston College played at Tennessee. That's striking when you walk into that place now.
Yeah,
Neyland.
Oh yeah, by the river right there. That's it. But there weren't a lot of stadiums, but for Illinois, I was at the Coliseum for football to go there because I always wanted to be a coach at USC. That was my big deal, is to be the running back coach at USC or Texas. So I got to go there twice to the Coliseum, and that's like no other place. And there's nothing special about the Coliseum except for you think about the history of Olympic Games being in the Coliseum there. It's just that special feeling that you have.
The one thing I was told about the Coliseum by some USC people and even some national media, because Texas played there at night. They're like, follow your directions in, follow your directions out. So they said if you take a wrong turn,
don't get lost now.
They're like, dude, you take a left out of the Coliseum and like you're in Compton. Like don't mess around. Like get in, get out. Like,
yes, know where you're going.
Yeah, handle business. Like when you start. And I do this in I've done it in LA, New Orleans, New York. Like when you start seeing street signs that you recognize from hip hop songs, you're like, all right, probably need to not linger in this area for too long.
Man, they got the torch though. They like the
They do.
torch. at
It's
the end of the
awesome.
third quarter.
They got OJ's jersey out there too. Still,
What was 32?
yeah.
Nah,
Yeah, and my
wasn't
friend-
Marcus Allen also 32 though?
He's
So they-
33 at USC.
Ah.
And my grade
remember.
school buddy had to wear his helmet, Vince Young, because his head was so big. They couldn't find a helmet, so he had to wear OJ's helmet.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
What's wrong with that? OJ do something wrong?
No, his head was that big. Vince Young had a head that was like this table, and so did OJ. He had a dome on him.
Oh man, yeah.
Yeah, there were some stadiums that were, special. I mean, for me, still, out of all of those, no matter where I played, where I've been, Yankee Stadium, the old Yankee Stadium is still, it just doesn't.
It's like a youth baseball field now.
Oh yeah, it's just
Yeah.
it just
Yeah, it
was
is.
different to be walking inside of that place, and you always had that feel. Certain places you get that. It's like Notre Dame Stadium when you first go down out onto the field of Notre Dame Stadium.
I'm not gonna lie. Notre Dame fans might hate this. I love Rudy. I love the movie, not the person Rudy Rudiger per se, but I love the movie, dude. I made sure I got there as early as possible because you bet your ass I went down into that tunnel.
Oh, the tunnel,
and jogged
yeah.
out of that tunnel like Rudy did when they finally let him dress.
I still haven't seen that movie.
Oh, look, I'm not.
Well,
Dude,
all I know about the movie is there were Big 12 refs and they missed a call. I don't want to watch that. It's just gonna piss me off,
look,
dude.
man, it's like Joe and Joe Montana. This is why I don't like Joe Montana. Joe Montana telling you, well, not all that happened. It's like the dude telling me if I'm watching pro wrestling, like, this isn't real. Like, yeah, dude, I know. I don't need you pointing out the obvious. Just let me suspend disbelief. For a
Yes,
minute.
yes,
Have
absolutely.
fun, Joe Montana.
Next thing you know, they're gonna tell us the blind side isn't real. Like,
Yeah.
oh, these are all real, man. Like, let us have these.
So that's really not his mother.
Oh yeah, no, Sandra Bullock.
Really is the mother, isn't
Nah,
she?
she sucks. Her and Tim McGraw, they've been
Come
canceled.
on, man.
They've been canceled. It's not my fault.
By the way, the only time in hindsight I've ever openly rooted for one of the NFC East teams other than the Cowboys is when Leonard Marshall cracked Joe Montana's back in like 3 places in that NFC Championship game.
You were celebrating that one.
In hindsight, yeah, because I'm like, no, yeah, props to you, Leonard Marshall. You did what I would have done had I had the power.
If we had the chance
Knowing what I know about how Joe Montana felt about what he's had to say about the movie. Say what he can feel how he wants to feel about Rudy Rudiger, but dude, just let me have this.
Yeah.
Like, I don't ask for much in this world.
People are just out here ruining things. for
Absolutely.
everybody.
You know what you can't ruin though, BK? A shopping trip at Academy.
A couple
baby.
minutes
Ruin
away.
that, man.
Yes.
Yeah, one final shout out, of course. Chip and Zay are coming up next from 1 to 3. Shout out to all of our great sponsors, by the way. Great Blue Heron Furniture, and Covert BK, and Altstadt Beer.
Dude, I was in the drive-thru at Chick-fil-A this morning getting breakfast, and I saw 2 vehicles that had just recently been purchased. They had the temporary plates.
Yeah.
In Kyle, Texas, 2 vehicles had just been purchased from Covert.
There you
BK.
go.
Boom. I wonder if they learned about them from us.
Hey, you can get those. Hey, if you need those cars adjusted or fixed up, you can take it right out there to BK.
Absolutely. Covert B Cave, new pre-owned cars, trucks, SUVs. No one's got better selection. No one's got better service. No one's got better prices. Shout out to our friends at Covert B Cave. Of course, AV Consultations. I'm going to mention it again. This weekend, it's Hockey Fights Cancer Weekend at the HEB Center at Cedar Park. The Texas Stars have a home game tomorrow night, and they've got a home game on Saturday night. They're looking for a couple of sellouts. The proceeds are going to go to the Texas Stars Foundation. Of course, AV Consultations, our buddy Tom McKay, a huge part of the Texas Stars Foundation. They're also going to be auctioning off game-worn jerseys of some of the Stars players. And there's some talent with the Texas Stars now, some guys who are going to be up in Dallas at some point making things happen for the big club. Go watch these guys play. Obviously, go help support a great cause as well. And Altstadt Beer, got to give them some love, the best beer that you can find all throughout the state of Texas.
I thought you were going to say that Tom McKay was going to have a boxing match against cancer, like put the gloves on and have the cut. Because, dude, honestly, Tom, I believe this much in Tom McKay. And Tom did such a great job putting together my home entertainment setup. I would put a sizable unit play on Tom McKay to take out cancer in a boxing match.
Absolutely.
If it was Tom McKay v. cancer.
I'd watch. Any 1,000 unit
Absolutely.
plays for tonight's game, Buck, while we're here? You're going to wait for tomorrow.
I was all over the action. I'll wait for tomorrow. I was very good with the Ohio teams last
You
night.
should have made them big unit plays.
I should have.
Because you're down 16.
I don't like. By the way, I don't like the MAC. It's one of the more.
You don't like the match.
I like
That's
it.
high quality football.
Dude, that's junk.
What do you mean it's junk?
That is junk.
That
I'm
is
sorry
air
about all you-
raid, high scoring.
Dude, they don't even throw the ball. All they do is run around.
That's 4 degrees out there.
I know.
Yeah, Fahrenheit and Celsius.
The MAC's not. That's not good football. Not
Disagree.
this year. It's not good. They don't throw the ball. They just run into each other.
So no unit plays tonight. Then,
No.
Yeah, that should be right up your alley, Bucky. That's like wide receivers getting 3-point stances.
Oh, it's just awful to watch, Jeff. I've watched that for the last couple of years on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Why am I watching this stuff?
Oh,
I should go coach a Pop Warner team or
You know what
something.
you need to get on the fun belt. You need to be paying
Oh,
attention
now I
to the
play
Fun
it.
Belt.
I love the Fun Belt.
Yes,
with
you do.
the fight and TJ Kinney's down there in San Marcos.
Bowl game.
Jumping into the San Marcos River.
Wait a minute. Are they bowl eligible?
Hell yeah, they're bowl eligible.
Somebody's actually going to ask them to come to a bowl, though.
I'll declare it again.
You're not going to their bowl game.
I will not even get the media pass. I'm going with Gen Pop. I'm going to go buy a ticket and put my Texas State shirt on, and I will cheer the Bobcats on it. Even if I have to drive to Mobile, Alabama, if I have to go to Boca Raton.
Oh, they'll be playing somebody like Illinois.
If I have to go to Boca Raton and ask Tom Herman if I can borrow his spare bedroom for the weekend, I will go to Texas State's bowl game.
I've heard A&M's ducking Texas State. They don't want any
They
part
don't
of
want
that.
it. They don't want that smoke.
Nobody does.
Wow.
Nobody does. Shout out again to our friends at Academy Sports and Outdoors. This has been a ton of fun.
Yes.
But the fun doesn't stop. They've got big
All
specials
weekend.
all weekend long, celebrating the grand opening of this brand new academy. As the Buck said, as Jeff said, this place is beautiful.
Dude, if you're getting ready for baseball season,
Telling
parents, look at that, man. That's the Under Armour, Marucci. Like, they got all the.
Let me just say this.
all the
You know,
stuff you need,
I
yeah.
know there's great sales here. If you want a glove, you need to come to Academy. I didn't realize baseball gloves cost that much. I used to get like 6 or 7 of those things, or you used to pass them around between your buddy. But a baseball glove is no joke.
All right,
It's like a suit.
BK, you
It
had
costs more than the suits I buy.
you had the Rawlings baseball glove when you were a kid, right, with the player signature in it.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Who was your Rawlings baseball glove? Your first baseball glove?
Oh, man.
I can tell you exactly.
I
who
can't.
mine
Mine was Orlando Cepeda.
God.
Barry Larkin.
Goodness
Barry
gracious.
Larkin was my first baseball glove.
Good memory. I have no clue. I have no clue who it was, and I should know that.
My mom tried to give me a new glove. It was a Kevin McReynolds glove. I'm like, nope, I'm sticking with the Barry Larkin glove. And I wore that.
Did you
thing
cherish that thing? I mean, did the
thing-
neighborhood, the kids use it? Everybody around the neighborhood have it?
until my hand got too fat for it, Bucky. I wore that thing for every baseball season.
Catcher's mitt.
Now kids get a new glove. They get like 3 new
Yeah.
gloves, 15 bats.
Yeah.
They got a bat. They got a bat sack that they put the bats in.
I remember if you just had a single bat bag back in the day.
Oh,
that
yeah.
meant you were not to be trifled with on the dime. Now it's like
You got to have 6
now
bats.
it's like kids see there. I see people over here shopping for bats and whatnot. Dude, the kids, have you seen bat prices, man? The kids are going through all kinds of bats, man, because they need the newest and latest and greatest. But dude, you got your pick of the litter here. I don't know if Academy's got that old green TPX model I used back in the day.
Back in the day?
But we were loading and rolling bats, BK, before we knew what we were really doing. It's like, hey, the ball goes further when you kind of roll this bat a little bit. But
There you go. Well, I see the fellas coming up from 1 to 3.
There they are.
And it's Zay. Boys, how we doing today?
What's up, y'all?
Look at my wounds.
Chip's got the backwards hat going on. Chip's ready to go, man.
Yeah, shout out to Fred Durst, Limp Biscuit.
All
right, man.
Well, this has been fun, guys. We're excited to listen on our way back, and y'all have a great show.
If y'all want to play some Limp Biscuit while you're on the air, feel free. I'll approve of it. Zay.
Yeah, I'm with that, Jeff. Limp Biscuit. That's my joint, man.
That's right in my wheelhouse, man.
You guys need new wheelhouses there.
Yeah, really.
I would argue.
Later, boys.
All right, fellas. Out to you.
Yeah, fellas.
Oh, man. In the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we're happy you spent some time with us. Chip and Zay on an Off the Rails Thursday. And Zay, I just came in from the club championship men's doubles.
Oh, man.
And my partner popped his calf.
Oh, no.
And we had to retire in the 3rd set.
Oh, man.
Oh, it was an unbelievable match, too.
Is he good?
I don't know. I hope so.
That sounds horrible.
I felt so bad. I got him some ice. I was like, let me give you a ride home. So I literally just rolled up, and oh my goodness, I've been chasing this thing for a while because I'm old, Zay.
I know, man.
And the guy who keeps beating us is like 35.
Oh, come on.
Moves like the wind. And man, they beat us the first set 6-4. We beat them the second set 6-3, and we were on serve 2-3 when my man Jesper, my partner, man, he went for a volley and he said his calf popped, and I was like, oh Lord, have mercy.
Yeah, so, that sounds awful.
It sounds awful. I hope he's okay. It was I don't even know how to feel. Like we were playing so well. It was such good tennis, and then to just have it end, it just is like, what happened? It's like you don't even know how to feel because you knew it was going to be a battle. You knew it was probably going to go deep, but so I'm hurting. I'm hurting today, Zay.
I hear you, man. I feel for you.
Need you to pick me up and dust me off, and I don't know. So we can talk about whatever you want to talk about today, Zay.
That's where you're at, man. We go
I'm
off
like,
the rails.
What on earth happened? I missed Sark.
Dad, I was wondering. I was like, I haven't heard Chip's question. I listened to the Twitch presser today. I was like, where are you at?
We were supposed to play at 9:30, but the fog and the wet, we didn't get on the court till 10:30.
Damn.
And of course, Sark's at 11:10. So what did my man Sark have to say?
He went off about how college football, it's BS that he has to go and change his signals from week to week, and how he wished he could worry about just coaching football and getting his team prepared for this week against Iowa State and not having to worry about changing the signals and all that stuff, thanks to hardball and what's going on at Michigan. And he also talked about college football just being so behind with technology. They need to get to what the NFL's doing so the offensive play caller and the quarterback can have communication, again, without all the signals and stuff. Like, I don't know if we got Stretch coming on today, but you hear Stretch talking about, when you got SpongeBob SquarePants on one side, and then on another side, you got John Travolta, back when he was Saturday Night Fever and shit. Then you got Castaway, just random bullshit with these signs and stuff. So that's what stuck out for me when Sark was talking today. And he also said that his running back room, guys are itching at the bit. He feels very confident in Savion Red and Jaden Blue, and he mentioned Keelan Robinson. So I'm expecting Seven to get some run in the backfield. And of course, CJ Baxter, who's going to get the start. He's very confident in all those guys getting the job done. And hey, you gotta be, because that's all you got. You know what I'm saying? Jonathan Brooks out for the season. We all know that. So who's going to be able to step up? If anybody, is anybody going to be able to step up and fill that void? And Sark's play calling going to be different because of that. So those are things that I'm interested to see for Saturday night. But yeah, it seems like Sark's still pretty confident about the way this season could go and getting this team to a Big 12 championship.
Well, I'm excited to see how CJ Baxter and Jaden Blue handle this opportunity, because we've seen different kinds of situations. Remember when Mac wouldn't play Cedric Benson against OU as a freshman? And of course, Cedric Benson was totally equipped to handle it because he's the only running back in Texas history, I think, to run for 1,000 yards in all 4 seasons. And so, look, Jonathan Brooks and CJ Baxter have been getting the bulk of the carries. You're going to get Jaden Blue, I think, some opportunity here. He runs hard and he's explosive. Obviously, there was a concern. He fumbled in the Kansas game, and got to make sure he's secure in the football, that kind of thing. But that kid's been waiting a long time. Remember, he didn't play his senior year in high school because he didn't want to, take a chance of getting injured and COVID, whatever. So it was a weird time. And then he decided he wanted to play, and it was left. The coach said, I'll leave it up to a vote of the team. And they said no. And so Jaden Blue's been waiting for an opportunity to show what he's got. And I'm excited for the guy. I mean, look, he's waited his turn. He's being patient, and now they need him, and they need CJ Baxter, and everybody's, like Jalen Ford said, there should be alarms going off in every player's head this week, knowing that Jonathan Brooks is not playing and that we all have to pick it up. And look, you got this dude, Jared Hufford, kind of running his mouth just to
Big
give
dog.
just to remind you that you need a little extra focus. So I'm eager to see how this whole Longhorns team handles this moment, because I think a lot of people are looking at Texas and saying, okay, you've been leaking oil. Are you about ready to run out of gas here? And Texas needs to answer, because this thing's getting a little hectic here with teams ahead of them. Now, listen, they just got to win the Big 12 title. That's number one. They got to win the Big 12 title because they are in pole position with 2 to play. So, bless you. So, let's see how they handle this moment. Let's see how they rally. Let's see the culture. Let's see it in full effect, because this is the school that called you out for having no culture a couple of years ago when Tom Herman inexplicably went for a fake field goal up 10. I don't get it. I still don't get it. There are some calls you just don't forget. Unfortunately, I think I'm probably not going to forget the 3rd and 1 last week, the bubble screen, but the fake punt that Texas had against Iowa State in 2020. It would have put, if Texas wins that game, they're in the Big 12 title game. And they botch. They just don't convert the fake punt. And then Iowa State gets some momentum. And next thing you know, it's Iowa State going to the Big 12 title game. So this is a moment.
Yeah.
It's a moment in time.
One of my favorite comedy moments and one of my favorite comedy movies ever, Superbad. Jonah Hill tells the kid that pissed himself in the 3rd grade. And the dude was like, dude, that was in the 3rd grade, you freaking asshole. And then Jonah Hill goes, people don't forget. People don't forget, Chip. They don't. When you have bad, memorable moments like that, and people don't forget the good ones either, but people definitely don't forget the bad ones. And I feel you remembering Tom Herman just mucking that whole thing up for a team that had Big 12 aspirations. And, I went back with the Jared Hufford comment, and I was like, yo, dude's not that stupid, because offensive linemen, they're usually the smartest on the team. You would think just stereotypical, since they're big guys and, they're jocks, they'd be like doofuses. But no, like offensive linemen, they're very intelligent majority of the time, especially when it comes to the football team. So I'm like, this dude, there must be something strategic here that we're missing. And I was like, okay, so we know Texas's defensive linemen, specifically the interior linemen, Tavondre Sweat, Byron Murphy, those are the guys that do the serious damage. Rocco Beck, he has the quickest release and the quickest time getting the ball out of his hands out of all the Big 12 quarterbacks. I want to say it's like 2.8 seconds. That's literally get it out your hands. There's my read, bam. So if Jared Hufford and this offense is seeing Kansas State and seeing U of H and seeing Pete Kwiatkowski's secondary, which gives you a lot of space, then it's going to neutralize the defensive line. You know, that's what I talk about every week about a lot of these teams with how good this defensive line is. They're just going to pick up, and once they get it, they're not even going to have time to do a 3-step drop. It's just catch it, make sure the laces are tight, bam, quick slant. Catch it, make sure the laces are tight, bam, quick out. All short stuff. Rocco Beck, he's really good. 7 yards or shorter. His deep stuff, it's all right, but they just really want to dink and dunk their way up the field. Now, their running game is non-existent. So hopefully, you know, that could play a factor, but we thought the same thing about, you know, U of A, Oklahoma, those guys. Exactly. So that's what makes me a little bit nervous. You know, this defensive line, they're really going to have to get their hands up on deflections and stuff, because it's going to be very difficult to get their hands on Rocco Beck due to him getting the ball out of his hands fast and just his mobile ability. So
if they're playing that zone coverage again, I'm going to lose my mind, because Sark went off this week on Monday saying, we got to play tighter. We got to be more aggressive. We can't lose our aggressiveness. That was a message to Pete Kwiatkowski that this defense doesn't do well shifting from aggressive to zone and keeping everything in front of them. I mean, that's been a red flag in these kids' minds. Like when we've done this in the past, it hasn't worked out so well. Stop doing it. Yeah. Stay aggressive. If they get one over the top of you, look, again, I'd rather die on my shield than die on my knees. So stay aggressive. That's the personality of this defense. I mean, be smart, but don't play off coverage, because you're getting eaten alive when that happens. And Sark said it this week. So to me, that was like, okay, Sark's finally pissed. Because when we'd ask about it, you know, before, he's like, how many rushing yards those guys get?
Oh, man.
Remember
he was probably like, oh, Chip ain't here today? All right. He ain't here to have to go crazy. Cool. I'm good.
Let me see if we can find that. Because this is actually a good week to play that. This was going into or coming off the K-State game. If we still have it.
Yeah, because I mean, even when you're up, you know, if you're up by 20 points, stay aggressive, man. Because then that's when the Styles points could come in naturally. Once you start, you know, playing back and just having those guys trying to keep what's in front of them, and everybody smoking tackles and getting juked and stuff, like these receiving core for Iowa State, don't sleep on them either. Like Jalen Noel, that dude, yo, man, got a little Christian Kirk in him. That dude's pretty damn good, and he's good in the special teams too. And then Jaden Higgins, who's around 6'4", he could take the top off a little bit. Like, they don't got no scrubs. I know Xavier Hutchinson's gone off to the National Football League, but Rocco Beck, he has some weapons around him that could get the job done. So a lot of people thought that TCU's wide receiver core was a little suspect, and you saw what Homeboy did for 100 and something yards, leaping over dudes and stuff. He went absolutely crazy. So, yeah, man, I'm gotta be a little nervous. Because we talked about, Chip, with this run game for Texas, keeping Iowa State's offense off the field and keeping Texas defense off the field to get them some time to rest and fuel up and stuff. Like, you're going to have to run the football. And again, you're without Jonathan Brooks. How difficult is that going to be? Because the interior lineman for Texas, you know, we know Kelvin Banks has been good. We know Christian Jones has been good. The interior lineman for Texas, when it comes to their run blocking, it hasn't been the best. Like, it's really just been Jonathan Brooks breaking tackles and him breaking the big gains. So they haven't – those guys, you know, Jake Majors and DJ Campbell and stuff, like those guys aren't making many holes. You know, they're protecting Quinn a lot better than they did earlier in the season when he was getting sacked by Rice in Wyoming.
And now they have to protect him.
Now they have to. They have no choice. But when it comes to running the football in the A and B gap, it hasn't been very effective. As good as Jonathan Brooks has been, it really hasn't, which is pretty ironic if you think about it.
Well, this is the Thursday before the TCU game when I asked Sark, we're going to do a compare contrast to his response to my question and then to what he said on Monday. Here we go.
Steve, against Houston, gave up 378 yards passing, 3 touchdowns. Against K-State, 300 plus yards, 4 touchdown passes. TCU is the number 2 passing offense in the Big 12. Then looking at your pass defense, how many yards those guys rushed for that game? Yeah, not much. But just as far as the pass defense, is there anything you've noticed that because obviously, giving up some yards and touchdowns as those teams were able to come back into the game?
Yeah, I think a couple things. One, when you fall behind in the game by 3 scores, and you have to throw it, you're willing to take a few more risks. And inevitably, in those games, we got a couple really critical turnovers. Both games, we got 2 sack fumbles that we recovered. Both games, Michael Taft gets interceptions. Okay, and so I recognize when you get behind, you start throwing the ball and your pass attempts go up. But when you're stopping the run, you can affect the quarterback. You can create turnovers. Okay, people are going to get some numbers in the passing game. Would I like it to be a little tighter? Sure. But we can also do our part offensively and not turn the ball over and not give them short fields, because I think that inevitably had much of an impact in that game as well. And so if we can continue to affect the quarterback, if we can continue to create turnovers, if we can continue to stop the run, and then ultimately not give up explosive plays in the passing game, that would be ideal.
Okay. So that's Thursday before the TCU game. Now, this is Sark on Monday when he's talking about the pass defense. It's going to take me 1 second here. Let's see. Okay. Okay, here we go. Ready?
There we go. Let's go.
I think it's probably a combination of things. I think in the first half the other night, we gave up 98 yards passing. Okay. In the second half, we give up 200 and something yards passing, and why is that? We're looking at, did we call it as aggressively? And I think there's something to be said about that maybe we can stay a little bit more aggressive. 2, are the players feeling they're behind, let's make sure I don't give up a big play, and they're looking at the scoreboard, they're watching the clock. We've got to maintain the mental intensity and focus of, we're trying to be a dominant defense. It's not about what's on the scoreboard. It's about playing that play in the most dominant manner. And I don't think there's a better example of a play, like I said, than the 8-yard curl route they throw. And we've got, 3 of our pretty good defenders that are, all trying to leverage the ball. We don't leverage the ball, and I don't know if we get him in flag football, and he runs down the middle of the field and jumps over the next guy, and we look like a shell of ourselves defensively of who we really are. And so, 1, there's calling it aggressively. 2, there's playing it aggressively and playing fast and physical defense the way that the standard is. And the standard is a standard. It's not what the scoreboard says or how much time's left on the clock. And so, I think in the end, when you start to play not to make a mistake, not to give up plays, naturally you're going to start to give up plays, and then you're going to start to drift in coverage and let people get open. And so we need to stay aggressive in our play calls. We need to stay aggressive in our style of play. And we need to play a physical brand of football. And I think that's something that has starting and slowly have become a trademark of ours, that we try to punish you. We try to punish quarterbacks. We try to punish runners. We try to punish receivers when they catch the ball. And we did not do that in the fourth quarter. And it looked like 7-on-7 out there. And too many times, even when we got a pass rush and we were affecting the quarterback, it was too easy of a throw and catch. And now we're trying to rally and play in space. We need to make tight quarters on people. We need to make contested catches and challenge catches and get tips and overthrows and get interceptions. And we just didn't do that in that second half. So we've got to get back to that.
All right. I like that answer a lot better than the first one he gave me.
Right.
Because now he's like, hey, we gotta get after these guys, And yes, James, you're right. I'm looking for volunteers. You know what I'm saying? Because me and Zay, we do it the
bootleg way.
Do it the bootleg.
Old school.
Baby.
I told y'all before, sometimes y'all need some of that, man. Life's too easy.
That's right.
There's
gotta grind.
Billionaires, millionaires out there that have just made our life way too easy with this technology stuff. Sometimes we got to go back to the roots.
What?
Old school.
How did CB get blamed for the downfall of the Texas program after the 2020 loss to Iowa State?
Yeah, CB, you're going to have to elaborate a little more on that,
CB.
dog. Appreciate everybody.
You have to help us out on that.
Yeah.
But I think Tom Herman pretty much handled that for you. Don't beat yourself up on that one.
Hey, Chip, it's been a while, but you missed it with Sark today. He had to give his mentors a shout out once again. I don't know how it came up, but Pete Carroll and Nick Saban got a shout out.
What'd they get a shout out for?
I think it was about celebrating wins. And he talked about nobody celebrated wins more than Pete Carroll and how hype he is in the locker room after a win, because they're difficult to do. And for Nick Saban, a lot of people don't see how happy he is after wins or see the joy when it comes to college football for him. And Sark said it's because cameras aren't usually on Nick Saban dancing in the locker room and stuff.
But he does?
But I guess he does. I guess he celebrates more than we think. It's not just 4th and goal like people say up there in Tuscaloosa. But yeah, man, I haven't heard Pete Carroll and Nick Saban brought up in a while. I was getting a little antsy, you know what I'm saying? I was like, oh, Sark hasn't brought up his mentors in a minute. And sure enough, he did it today. So that makes me feel good. His head's in the right place.
Man.
But
that is crazy. Sark, you need to give up that bootleg video of Saban dancing in the locker room.
Seriously, I need that. Only thing I've seen Saban where I was like, okay, is when he wears that sun hat during the summer or whenever it gets hot down there in practice, when he be styling and stuff.
All right, we're going to talk to Lance Taylor coming up in just a minute, but I want to tell you about Apple leasing and getting into a new car. You don't have to just buy used cars. If you were like me, I used to buy used cars because I'm so smart. I'm going to make sure the depreciation is out of that car. So I'm just getting the pure value. Well, guess what? You can do that with a new car. When you lease from Apple Leasing, you're getting into a better car than you thought you could afford because you're not paying for the future trade-in value of that car. When you buy a new car, you drive it off the lot, it depreciates thousands of dollars. Apple Leasing, you're only paying for the car while you're driving it. So you're paying for the part that's new. You're paying for the warranty. You're not paying for repairs. You're enjoying it. And they're going to get you any make or model of car. And that's the magic of Apple Leasing. They don't care what car you pick. Maybe you know exactly what you want. They're going to get you exactly what you want. If you don't, and you just want to talk it out, like maybe I kind of want a sedan or a sports car, but I got kids. Maybe I need a SUV. They'll talk you through it. They're like your car concierge. You can go to appleleasing.com and they'll start a chat with you, or you can call 346-9977 and get the wheels in motion. And that's what I recommend. I've been a client for 15 years. great customer service. They'll get you whatever you want. How about that? Look, you're going to be in traffic in life. So you better love your car and get into a new car, whether you want to keep your payments in the $400 range or get a Range Rover. Apple Leasing has got you covered. AppleLeasing.com, 346-9977. So Zay, our man Lance Taylor, we got to get his thoughts on what this weekend looks like, because the Pac-12, I don't get it, man. I don't understand how Washington is still behind Florida State. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because to me, Washington's got the better wins, and now they're gonna have to prove it again going to Oregon State. And of course, you got Washington at 5, Oregon at 6, Texas at 7, and Alabama right there at 8. And every Texas fan I talk to is like, man, Texas better start looking better or Alabama's going to pass them. All right, there he is. There's our man, Lance Taylor. He is, you can hear him on Next Round Live, nextroundlive.com in the mornings. And of course, he gives you the picks at lanceslock.com. Lance is, there he is. LT, can you hear us?
I got you. Yeah, I got you guys.
Beautiful. So I don't know if you heard me when you were, kind of logging in, but Texas fans are worried. They're worried that they're not looking impressive enough to stay ahead of Alabama. Now, I don't know why Washington is still behind Florida State.
Yeah, I agree there, because I think it's really subjective when you got undefeated Washington, much better conference in the Pac-12 than undefeated Florida State. And Florida State's one signature win, so to speak, was against LSU week 1. And, LSU's got 3 losses. I think they've got the best player right now in college football in Jaden Daniels. I just don't know how great that win is. I think Washington's a better team. Look, I honestly think Alabama's a better team, but if I'm Texas, I don't worry about this. Because what you would have, if it comes down to it and we don't have any chaos and Texas does win out, and I think Texas, and I think you guys would agree, they really need to worry about Iowa State this week in Ames. But if they do win out, Alabama wins out, you've got 12-1 SEC champion, and you've got Big 12 champion. On any other year, Alabama would go in front of them. But if I'm on that committee, and I don't care who's playing better football right now, there has to mean something with head-to-head. And it wasn't head-to-head in Austin. This is head-to-head in Tuscaloosa. And you won the game by double digits. So, to me, although I think Alabama's a better team, if I was on that committee, all things equal, I put Texas in over Alabama. And I think ultimately would. Texas is a big brand. If this is Oklahoma State, I think we might have a different argument. But Texas is still Texas. And I think that they would get the benefit of the doubt. And I think they should by the head-to-head.
Yeah. Staying in the state of Texas, Lance, how shocked are you about Texas A&M getting rid of Jimbo for $75 million and some change? And yeah, where do you think A&M goes from here?
Well, Zay, I'm not shocked. I think it was inevitable. I've said it for the last couple of years. Look, this isn't going to work out. They're not going to get to where they want to get. Ross Bjork said basically we're stuck in neutral. They've been stuck in neutral for a couple of years. I thought the interesting thing was after a 51-10 win, you get rid of the coach. And the amazing thing was he got fired before Zach Arnett, the guy that lost 51-10. But to me, I think you can make an argument that Texas A&M, just ride with me, Texas fans aren't going to want to hear this, is one of the best jobs, if not the best job to take in the Power 5. And the reason being, you've got all the resources. You're in the best conference in the world in the SEC. And you can do something nobody's ever done in College Station. Mac Brown won a national championship. Darrell Royal won a national championship. A&M, you can have a statue immediately erected if you go there. And, oh, by the way, I know if it doesn't work out, guess what? The last guy just got $76 million to go sit on the couch. Yeah, he's making $26,000 a day for like the next 8 years. I mean, that is insanity. So I think you make an argument it's the best job out there. I don't know anybody that would turn it down outside, and we had this argument today on the next round, outside of established coaches that have big-time Power 5 jobs. I think anybody else that is asked to take this job takes the job.
Yeah, A&M's not very good at, the economy of contracts to coaches. They will burn through cash. I mean, I'm stunned that this buyout is not like leading every newscast, like news segments, not sports. They're going to burn $76.8 million to make a guy go away. And it is the most embarrassing thing for college football, in my opinion. But look, John Sharp, the A&M system chancellor, he wakes up every day trying to figure out a way to get Aggie land ahead of Texas. And by God, that's why I said don't discount Texas being 9-1 and on the verge of winning a Big 12 title with talent, and that impacting the timing of their decision. But Lance, when you look at, like, I heard they were real interested in Dan Lanning. Dan Lanning is saying 0 chance. Do you believe Dan Lanning? Who do you think A&M ends up with?
Yeah, I think Dan Lanning does have the resources he needs to possibly win a championship, and he's going to the Big Ten. But the Big Ten still, as close as it is to the SEC, is not the SEC. Dan Lanning's been in the SEC. He knows all about it. I think Dan Lanning probably would have a little loyalty. I think it would be a tough job for him to turn down, but because he's already at Oregon, and look, he's got everything in front of him. If he wins out, he's in the college football playoff. He's got a chance to win a championship this year. Here's what's interesting for me if I'm A&M. You've got to get this hire right. And a lot of people thought they had it right with the guy that had won a national championship. And now in retrospect, when you look back, it was more of a generational player with Jameis Winston, more so than Jimbo Fisher. So now you've got to get this hire right. And Dan Lanning, do we have enough of a sample size? I think he's going to be outstanding. But, I mean, 10-3 last year. They've still got to stick the landing this year. We don't know exactly what's going to happen down the stretch. He has got a quarterback that's got more experience than any quarterback in the history of college football. So
transfer.
Yeah.
Right. We don't know how he recruits and develops quarterbacks.
We don't. We have no idea. But I don't know who that guy is. Mike Elko, I'm a big fan of Mike Elko's. Now he's taken on a little water, and a lot of that has to do with the health of Riley Leonard. But the luster's off a little bit from where it was 2 months ago. And we don't know how Mike Elko would do in a program like this, taking full control. So I don't know if there's a perfect answer. Like, I truly believe, and I don't know if A&M fans would want this guy or not, but like if Urban Meyer was to take this job, I think Urban Meyer would win a national championship in 2 or 3 years. He is a proven established coach that's done it at, not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 different programs. Nick Saban is a guy that would obviously win a national championship. I think we've seen enough for Kirby Smart. But, there's not like a given. So I think it is a dicey hire wherever they go here. And I'm going to be fascinated. Again, I don't think anybody really turns this job down, but I don't know if there is a slam dunk. Like I heard Cliff Kingsbury. I would be disgusted if I was an A&M fan if Cliff Kingsbury got this job. I've heard it from multiple people. Like, you got to remember, Cliff Kingsbury can recruit. His hands were tied at Texas Tech. His hands weren't tied. He had Pat Mahomes. Couldn't even get to a bowl game on certain years with Pat Mahomes. So, I'm hearing that a guy like that would be, a win the press conference kind of guy, which I think is insanity. I don't know who the guy is, but it's going to be awesome to watch this stuff play out. And I would hate to be Mississippi State, because if you're Mississippi State, which to me in the pecking order of now Texas and Oklahoma coming in, they're 15-16. Right in front of Vanderbilt. More importantly, like, who can they get right now?
Yeah, the Cliff kind of makes sense just because he's worn the colors before, Lance, with Johnny Manziel and stuff as the coordinator. But yeah, it's just a very interesting job. You mentioned Texas has their hands full against Iowa State this week, which Chip and I think the same thing. What do you think the Longhorns are going to get themselves into Saturday night in Ames?
Iowa State, Matt Campbell, all of a sudden when people were like, oh, man, he missed his window of getting out of Ames, they're a really competitive team. And you saw the last time Texas was there. I think that was the infamous Bo Davis rant, was it not? Yeah. After the game.
You think this is funny?
That was incredible. Now, I will give Bo Davis and Sark and that entire coaching staff a lot of credit. The culture seems to have really changed from that moment, and maybe that was kind of the tipping point. But I still think this is a tricky game, and Texas is not playing great football right now. And, if it wasn't for a late conversion, you got to give them credit. Kind of a ballsy call there, going downfield, picking up that first down. If they don't get off the field there, I don't know. I don't know if they win the game. They were fortunate to survive Kansas State. I thought they were fortunate to survive a very average Texas TCU team last week. And I don't know if Quinn Ewers is 100%. I mean, I don't know what you guys think.
I don't think he is.
And I even think the bigger factor for Texas is going to be Jonathan Brooks. You lose Jonathan Brooks. To me, that was kind of the balance of the offense. Now, C.J. Baxter's good, but I don't know how good he's going to be without Jonathan Brooks there. So I think this game gets really, really interesting Saturday night. I lean Texas wins, but we've seen Iowa State pull off some miraculous upsets in these spots before that has cost the Big 12 opportunities to play for national championships.
Yeah, Oklahoma State in 2011.
Yeah, Alabama fans remember that well. That was one of the wildest scenes we've ever seen on the Strip in Tuscaloosa because nobody expected it. It was a Friday night. It came out of nowhere, and all Oak State had to do was hold serve, and they're playing LSU for a national championship.
And it went, I mean, what, Tuscaloosa party in the streets?
Oh, it was insane. Yeah, that was one of the – I mean, when they've won national championships, you could rival that. But that moment, the elation, like it went from – there's no chance we're getting in. This is, LSU beat Alabama 9-6 in overtime in Bryant-Denny. LSU is going to win the West. They're going to Atlanta. There's no chance we get into this game because Oklahoma State with Brandon Weeden can't lose a game like this. I think they were like 26.5-point favorites. And again, reminder, Texas is only a 7.5-point favorite against a much better Iowa State team than you had in 2011.
Yeah. Well, what does Washington have to do? I guess they absolutely have to beat Oregon State to finally move ahead of Florida State.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, this would be a quality win in Corvallis. I think Oregon State's a really good team, and there's a reason Oregon State is favored in this game. Washington, over their last 3 games, defense hasn't played good. They've given up 103 points. They've won all 3 of those games, but you get into a spot in Corvallis, that small, intimate atmosphere where the chainsaws are cranked up. They are so well coached with Jonathan Smith. And how about this? Their last 3 games against top 10 opponents, he's 2-1. And the game he lost was last year to USC by 3 points. So guys like James Franklin are making all this money. And they can't beat a top 10 team. And Jonathan Smith's beating all these top 10s with no talent or talent that they have gotten there and they've developed. But this is an extremely dangerous game. I honestly think the way Washington's defense is playing, they're going to have problems. I think Penix is going to be pressured all night, and I think Oregon State ultimately wins this game. So, as much as Washington's bitching about being behind Florida State, and I think they're the better team, I think they ultimately lose in this spot. If they do get past here, I think they probably jump in front of Florida State.
Ooh. Lance, obviously, Texas is leading the Big 12 right now, but there's 4 teams that are tied for second: Oklahoma, Oklahoma State, Kansas State, and Iowa State. Which 2 teams make it to Jerry World to play for a Big 12 title as of now?
Oh, gosh. That's tough. I mean, Oklahoma State had it all in front of them, and then they get, completely dick whipped against UCF. I mean, I don't know if they recover from that. I think Kansas State is the better team of those teams. But I just, they did bounce back. And that's the thing about Chris Kleiman. And he's talking about good culture. He's got a really good culture going there. I still think they look back at that Texas game, and I know they want the rematch with Texas. And I think that is the team Texas really doesn't want to play. So I view they're the biggest liability. And I think they actually beat Kansas this week. But if Kansas State wins out, are they in the Big 12 championship game?
Yeah, the timing. K-State has played nothing but backup quarterbacks this year. It's phenomenal. I mean, they got Malik Murphy. Now they're going to get some third stringer at Kansas. It's phenomenal. But all right, so when you look at the SEC, How do you see this thing playing out? You think it's Georgia, Alabama in the?
Yeah, I mean, it's already locked in. Actually, technically, it is locked in. Alabama, Georgia could still take on a loss, still win the SEC, and still, get to a college football playoff. Alabama, no room for error. But they've got Chattanooga this week. They'll blow them out. It's going to come down to the Iron Bowl next weekend. Auburn's playing much better football right now. I do expect Alabama to win out, one loss, play probably an undefeated Georgia, although Georgia's got a test this week. Georgia's gotten up for a really good Missouri team, which they beat by 9. They got up for a one-loss Ole Miss top 10 team at that point, completely crushed them last week. That's the best we've seen Georgia look. I just wonder if for third consecutive week, if they can get up, Neyland is going to be insane. And I don't think Tennessee can match up with them. But if Joe Milton has a game, and we really haven't seen that yet, they can force a couple of turnovers, and Carson Beck really hasn't turned the football over. Then I think Tennessee can kind of hang with them and make it interesting. But I think Georgia ultimately wins this game. I think the story right now in the SEC, not only are we going to have this mammoth matchup again with Georgia and Alabama, the traditional powers, but what Eli Drinkwitz has done with Missouri and what Missouri did to Tennessee last week. And they've got Florida left, and Missouri has Arkansas. So they should finish out 10-2 in the regular season. I think that's just an incredible job by Eli Drinkwitz.
Yeah.
Lance, did the Wolverines of Michigan show you anything by beating Penn State? I mean, they ran the football, seemed like 80 times without a pass in the second half, and they got their coach crying and cussing on national TV and shit. Just an absolute disgrace. But how impressive was that win, in your opinion?
So right after that game, Alabama and Kentucky had just ended. We did a quick post-game show, like a 15-minute hit, and one of my on-air partners was like, "Were they impressive to you?" And I was like, I don't know if they were, but if I look back, and I would have said they go into Penn State, win that game by 9 points, really never sweated it, and you're able to run 32 consecutive runs to end that game where and not one time does J.J. McCarthy have to put the ball in the air in the second half. I mean, that's kind of impressive, just saying, hey, we can do this. You can't stop it. Here we go. I wanted to see J.J. McCarthy make some plays with his arms and didn't have to do that. So I still think Michigan is the best team in college football. Georgia's right there with them. So overall, yeah, I guess it was impressive. I mean, their defense is lights out, but Penn State doesn't really have any playmakers.
Just to finish up on Georgia, Alabama, who do you think wins that game right now in the SEC?
I think Georgia would probably be listed as a 4-point favorite, just based on the fact they'll have 29 consecutive wins going into that game. But Alabama is playing right there with them. I mean, Jalen Milroe has been unbelievable. I looked this up. So it's funny. Joe Namath in his final season in Alabama in 1963 played 10 games, 10 total touchdowns. Jalen Milroe over the last 2 weeks against LSU and Kentucky, 10 total touchdowns. He is playing at the highest of high levels. On that broadcast on Saturday morning, Joe Tessitore and Jordan Rodgers were like, is he in the Heisman conversation? Which is a little ludicrous when you think about it, because the Heisman should be based on 12 games and then a conference championship game. It should be the full sample size. And let's face it, you guys saw Jalen Milroe. He wasn't good in September, made multiple mistakes that ultimately cost him the Texas game. But he is so improved from that moment to where he is right now. He is playing like a top 5 quarterback in college football. And so to me, with that said, I kind of lean Bama. Now, Brock Bowers coming back is a big difference maker, but boy, that would be a coin flip. I think it would be an outstanding game, a lot of outstanding games we've seen over in Mercedes-Benz between Alabama and Georgia, and I think this will be another classic.
Yeah. Lance, today, Steve Sarkisian in one of his press conferences said about Nick Saban, how the guy really does have fun and likes to celebrate. He's just not like a lot of these coaches, and the cameras don't capture it. How true is that? Because Saban always gives off the vibe of just a hard ass, you hear the 4th and goal mentality about him and stuff, but those guys, like, he gets the best players for a reason. Like, he has to be fun in some way, even though he's a hard ass, right?
Yeah, and I think he still is a hard ass. He's loosened up a little bit, and I'll tell this story, which I'm sure Chip remembers from the Rose Bowl in 2009 when he won his first national championship. And after the game, he comes in, he's like, seniors, he was like, congratulations on a great season. Congratulations on winning a championship. That was our goal. And then he was like, for everybody else coming back, that's not the way we finish games. And they had just whipped Texas. And I will never forget the day after press conference where he was like, we can't be content. We can enjoy this for 24 hours, 24-hour rule, all that stuff. I do think where he is in life right now at 72 years old, I think he does appreciate every moment he's got in coaching, because you start to think about, the mortality of a coach and how much longer does he really have and how much longer is he going to have his fastball. And right now he's got his health. He's still recruiting at a high level. His team's still playing at a high level. But I think not only that, I think Alabama fans took winning for granted. And I'm not going to say Nick Saban ever did, but Alabama fans did. And I think Alabama fans are really enjoying this ride, because outside of Kentucky last week, coming into that game, of the 6 SEC conference games, Alabama had trailed or been tied at halftime in 4 of those games. And this kind of looked like the old Alabama teams under Saban, where they jump out 21-0 and the game was over, right there in the first quarter. But I do think Nick Saban's living more in the moment. I think he's smiling more. And I think he realizes whether this is the year or in 2 or 3 years, he's only got kind of a limited window moving forward.
Who's his successor right now, if you had to pick one?
2 years ago, people were saying Dabo. I never agreed with that. I just didn't think Dabo was going to come home and take a job. I mean, it's going to be a difficult follow after Nick Saban. Maybe the most difficult outside of a John Wooden, or maybe even more difficult than that. Who knows? I've heard Dan Lanning. Dan Lanning's kind of that hot name now. I'll still stick with, I don't think we really know. It might be a complete name off the radar if Saban doesn't retire this year. It's obviously an incredible job, but I think the one drawback would be if you don't immediately win 11 games, people are going to be like, what the hell's going on here? So it would be the highest pressure job maybe in the history of sports.
Yeah, because you inherit the Saban expectations.
Yeah, and that's not going anywhere. I mean, I was hearing after the Texas game, I mean, there were internally Alabama fans saying, oh, man, I just don't know what's happened to this program. And I'm like, you got one loss.
Right. And didn't Greg McElroy say the Alabama dynasty was over?
I don't know. I've heard that a lot. I've heard that a lot over the last couple of years. I did say coming into the season, I thought Alabama was going to lose multiple games in the regular season for the first time back-to-back years under Saban. And, that could still happen if they were to drop one in Jordan-Hare. But I'm surprised. And you can make an argument that 2023, although Eli Drinkwitz, I think, is going to be your SEC Coach of the Year, you can make an argument this is Nick Saban's best job of coaching. For him to bench Jalen Milroe after the Texas game and the South Florida game, and then to bring him back and how he has matured and progressed since that moment, I think that was a key coaching moment for Nick Saban. And this team, they are playing together right now. They're playing clean football. And this is outside of Georgia or Michigan. This is the team I would not want to see.
Yeah, and he has to change out coordinators every year.
Every year.
I mean, Kevin Steele and Tommy Reese this year.
And they've always got a bullseye on their back. Georgia's there now. I mean, everybody's going to show up with their A game. And if you go 10-2, it is a disaster. And, we remember the old college football, man. 10 wins was huge. And that's just not the case at certain programs anymore.
Yeah, Lance, bullseye on the back. When the Horns won, they were smoking cigars in the locker room, man. A lot of people thought it was a national championship win. So
Texas A was playing their best football back in September. And they can get it back. I mean, that defensive line is still, it's still the tops in college football. And if Quinn Ewers can come back 100%, again, I think the Jonathan Brooks injury is so massive. And I haven't heard a lot of people talk about that. I'm sure you guys have. I just don't think you can take
devastating.
A piece like that out when you've got still so much work to go. And it starts with Iowa State, the Big 12 championship game. And then if you are able to get to a college football playoff, you got to win against 2 elite teams. So I just think that's a lot to ask.
Yeah. I look at
any more college football questions?
Well, how's Lance's lock looking? You got any picks for us?
I will tell you, it was a bad week. It was a great Saturday. I was 10-3 on Saturday. Fantastic Saturday. But we gave it all back on Sunday, Monday. But we continue to roll here. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. I like Oregon State a lot. I really do. I like Oregon State in the primetime games minus the 2.5. Again, Jonathan Smith, so comfortable in his role. That team plays for him. Washington's kind of taking on water on the defensive side of the ball. I think Oregon State will be able to run the football on Washington. I think Oregon State pulls the upset, or not even the upset because they're favored now. 6:30 ABC game. And then in the 11 o'clock window, I think we've got another top 10 team that goes down in Louisville. I think Miami is talented. Tyler Van Dyke is not playing well. But I think this is one of those moments at Hard Rock. I think it all comes together for Miami, and I could see them win this game by double digits as a 1-point favorite.
Yeah. How about that?
I like it.
How about that? All right, Lance, NFL, baby. What, who's the best team?
Well, maybe we'll see tonight if the Ravens are able to hold serve here. 2 disappointing losses last week. The Ravens had 2 double-digit leads against Cleveland. They blow those leads. Cincinnati loses to C.J. Stroud, who's had just a incredible rookie season, and rookie head coach D'Amico Ryans, former Alabama linebacker, is doing an incredible job there. Maybe your NFL coach of the year right now. I think when you look back at the Ravens' losses, man, they're all on possessions that came down in the final 90 seconds of the game. So they got to be able to close out some of these games, but I'm going to lean Ravens best team right now. The Bills have obviously taken on water. You could change my mind tonight if the Bengals have a big outing, but obviously in the NFC, you've got Philadelphia, who will be playing Kansas City this week. That should be a fantastic game. And I think San Francisco bouncing back with a dominant performance in Jacksonville. I think Philly and San Fran are your 2 teams in the NFC. And right now, I would lean the Ravens in the AFC, but we'll see what happens tonight. But I do have a play on that game. I got a side on that game. Bengals, Ravens -3.5, LancesLock.com.
Are you surprised by the number 1 and number 2 pick of the draft? Bryce Young obviously having struggles in Carolina. You watching them at Alabama a ton, and then C.J. Stroud doing what he's doing in Houston. You just mentioned D'Amico Ryans possibly being NFL Coach of the Year. Are you surprised on both of their, first kind of half of the NFL season of their career?
Yeah, I will say this. I do think there's more talent around C.J. Stroud in Houston. I think Houston fans are probably, they're breathing a sigh of relief that they got the 2nd overall pick and Carolina got that 1st pick and took Bryce Young. I still think Bryce is going to be a good quarterback. You just hope he doesn't lose his confidence. He's running for his life nonstop. He doesn't have any weapons around him. But CJ Stroud, man, he looks like the real deal. Guy has played incredibly. And if I'm an Ohio State fan, I want to kick Ryan Day in the ass because that final possession against Georgia, he let them down. And then you get so conservative and you rely on a college kicker. And I think if they would have continued to press in that final 90 seconds, CJ Stroud was making no mistakes. I think they ultimately beat Georgia. They won a national championship, and the narrative in college football has completely shifted. But to answer your question, I'm shocked CJ Stroud is playing at the level he is right now.
Yeah, that's a great point, Lance, because I think a lot of people felt like CJ Stroud was carried by Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson, but someone had to get him the rock,
Yeah, and really, think about this. So Georgia's won 27 consecutive games. If they lose in the semifinals, we're talking about Ryan Day. I don't even know what the win streak would be right now for Ohio State. I guess they would have lost to Michigan last year. But they would have the longest win streak right now in college football. They would be your reigning national champions. And Georgia would be sitting there. They would have had the national championship the year before, but it would be totally different.
Yeah. He struggled against Michigan, so that puts some taint on him.
Yeah.
But what a phenomenal rookie year. All right, man. You're not sold on my Lions. That's okay. We'll wait.
I went against them last week. I had the Chargers. I got burnt. Chargers, they're in every single game, but the combination of Brandon Staley and Justin Herbert cannot win big games. Detroit looked so good in the first half, and they blew so many opportunities early on. That game should have been out of whack. And when San Diego or LA was able to come down and tie it on the Keenan Allen touchdown, I was like, why don't you go for 2 here? And they didn't go for 2, and ultimately Detroit goes down and wins the game. But Detroit's really good. I'm not going to take that away from you. I'm excited as a Rams fan. We're 3-6, but Matt Stafford is back in the lineup against Seattle, team we beat in week 1 in Seattle. And Seattle's been kind of schizophrenic. So I want a W this week.
What do you make of Denver?
I got to give Sean Payton credit. I always said Sean Payton was a above average coach with a really good quarterback in Drew Brees, and it was a nice system. But the way Russell Wilson's playing right now, the way their defense has turned the corner after giving up a 70 spot to Miami, they're playing good, man. You got to give them credit. On the other hand, Buffalo is not playing good football right now.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey,
so
what about-
is Gia the monkey going to make an appearance in Ames this week?
Woo! Probably on some student signs.
Oh, I'm sure. I heard about the signs last time they were in Ames.
Oh yeah,
Horns down from Gia.
yeah. They had a stripper on one half of the pole and a monkey on the other half of the pole.
Hey, man, you got to have a freak show going, right?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
I like this. Anybody going to Ames? I've never been to Ames. I've never really had the desire to go to Ames. If I could teleport, you're going.
Oh yeah.
I've heard it's a fun town.
Yeah, I mean it's lively. I mean it's an intense atmosphere. Those fans are into it. There's no doubt. I stay in Des Moines. I just drive in the 45 minutes to Ames because it's literally surrounded by cornfields. But I hear there are a couple decent bars in Ames. I actually got some names of them. So
I was talking to this girl that worked for Fox last year, and we were talking about Iowa City. She went to Iowa, and I was like, "What's Ames like?" She was like, we call it lames." She was like, "It's awful." Such a rival to say that, but I'm sure it's a fun college town.
Well, Lance, you're the man. Everybody get to lanceslock.com for the picks, and let's do it again next week.
Would love to. You guys enjoy the games, and we will talk. Maybe we talk some Thanksgiving next week with the big rivalries coming up.
Yeah. So you think Iowa State covers, Texas wins?
Yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't play that game right now. I mean, Texas still, the offensive line, the defensive line, they should dominate. If Texas doesn't play scared and Ewers continues to get healthy, I think they should be okay, but nothing's going to shock me right now. I just don't think Texas is playing great football right now.
Yeah. I mean, if you think back, when they played Alabama, CJ Baxter was the starting running back. So
that's true.
That's what they got to channel. If I'm Steve Sarkisian, I'm like, hey, we went to Alabama.
Well, and they gotta learn how to, when we get up 3 touchdowns against inferior talent, you have got to put foot on throat and choke these teams out. The scary thing now is all of these teams, you got them huddled up. Hey, look, they had a 20-point lead on Kansas State. They should have won that game. We can still come back and win this game. So every team is going to believe they're in it. But Texas has got to have the mentality of choking somebody out. They got to go Draymond Green on somebody.
That's what I'm talking about. Lance, you're the best.
See you guys. Enjoy the games.
Appreciate you, Lance. Lance, Taylor, lanceslock.com. All right, Zay. Real quick, before we're going to talk to Stretch here. I think he's coming on at 2:30, but quick ollie pop for Lance. Always appreciate the conversation. But hey, get to greatblueheronfurniture.com because you're going to be blown away. Like if you've been thinking about redoing or renovating, just changing some things up. Maybe it's bar stools because Great Blue Heron Furniture has it all. Bar stools, recliners, couches. Just go check out the furniture so that you, A, know what I'm talking about, and B, realize that they help you design exactly what you want, which I think is really cool. So that you're not just picking what they have. You can take their whole line and, hey, I want to try this with bar stools, whatever. I want a couch like this. It's awesome. And this is just furniture that is high end. I mean, it's built for a lifetime. It's not like going to a box store and getting furniture made out of balsa wood and 3 years in your recliner's breaking down. This is built for a lifetime. GreatBlueHeronFurniture.com. And then when you're chilling on your incredible furniture from Great Blue Heron, you're watching your big screen from Audiovisual Consultations. Look, if you don't have a big screen that makes you feel like you're on the sideline of the game, it's not big enough. We got to get you a big screen. And here's the great thing about Tom McKay and Audiovisual Consultations. You don't go shopping around for TV. He's going to bring you the best price on the best big screen, and he's going to take care of it, hang it. And maybe you want new lighting. Maybe you want surround sound, electronic shades, surveillance. Audiovisual Consultations. They've been doing it for your favorite restaurants in Austin for 30 years. They can do it for you. They've done it for me in 3 different houses. They're the best. Just call 255-8678 Audiovisual consultations, avconsultations.com. And by God, get to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking and enjoy the happy hour 3:30 to 6:30 every day. 3:30 to 6:30. $5 off the beginnings menu, which has the New Orleans barbecue shrimp, the grilled oysters, the chowder fries. I mean, just go grab a date and have a night. You can order the family style off the beginnings menu and eat like a king and queen. Come on. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. Zilker in Austin and Round Rock. All right, Zay. I don't feel good about, I don't know. Here's the thing. And I've been thinking about, coming into today. When this Texas team went to Alabama, CJ Baxter was the starting running back. Jonathan Brooks really didn't get a ton of carries until later in the game. So, look, Quinn Ewers, we can all agree, won that game with his arm. He hit deep ball touchdowns to A.D. Mitchell. He had big plays with Jatavian Sanders. He just made big plays. And I don't think that deep ball is going to be there because of the way Iowa State plays its defense. It's going to have to be smart underneath. And this is where Quinn's experience has to kick in. He's got to be the best player on the field, and they have to protect him because he's the best player on the field, and he might be at 75%. And that's not good. But Quinn can do it. He's got the talent. He's got the weapons. And CJ Baxter, this is your moment, Jaden Blue. But it doesn't sound like there's a lot of, I'm seeing all these conversations about the Big 12 tiebreaker with Texas involved with 2 losses. And I'm going, damn. People are already expecting Texas to drop another game. I'm like, yow.
Yeah. That's what happens. You heard Lance. They have not been playing good football right now. We've seen that from week to week. At times, they play really good complementary football, but then they just give up these leads. And, yeah, you got to Draymond Green these fools. That's what it is. We're going all the way back to Latrell Sprewell on PJ Carlissimo. We got to choke these dudes out when they're down. And I'm also hearing, Chip, that their leader in interceptions, Jeremiah Cooper, might be available. So he went out in their Baylor game, and it's looking like he will be available Saturday night. They don't know for sure. Matt Campbell, unlike Sark, is doing a good job by not showing his hand and letting people know, oh, Quinn Ewers is playing. Yeah, this and that. He'll be ready by Friday. Come on. Let him jog out on the field and see what happens. So if you see number 4 out there for Iowa State, that is not good because this is a team that probably has the best secondary in all of the Big 12. TJ Tampa, that dude's going to be playing on Sundays. You got, Freeler, who's an absolute dog, go out there and looking like John Lynch, number 17. So, and I just mentioned Cooper, who has 5 interceptions, which is pretty ridiculous in itself. So, yeah, Quinn Ewers, he's got to be on point. He's got to be huge. And we've talked about Xavier Worthy and Adonai Mitchell. Besides those guys in the Pacific Northwest, they might be the best wide receiver duo in the nation. They cause problems. And Xavier Worthy, he has another huge matchup with TJ Tampa probably this week. I don't know what Matt Campbell or those guys are going to do with him. Are they going to move him around like TCU did with Josh Newman, or are they just going to keep him on, side of the field that he's comfortable with? And if he picks up Adonai Mitchell or if he picks up Xavier Worthy, so be it. Do they have confidence in the other guys on the other side? When you talk about the other cornerback and Purchase, he's not too bad either. But if that's the case, Sark, you got to take advantage of those mismatches. That's just what it is. You mentioned JT Sanders having a big game against Alabama. He needs to have a big game in this one, because those intermediate throws in between 10 and 20 yards, they should be available. They're going to want to give you that stuff the way you have to dink and dunk your way up the field. And sometimes this Texas offense, specifically Sark, they don't have the patience enough to do that. And they'll try some deep stuff or try to pull a rabbit out of the hat when you could just play what the defense gives you. So will we see that on Saturday? I hope so. But with no Jonathan Brooks, it's kind of a to be determined situation. You don't know what ball club you're going to get. And like I mentioned earlier in the first hour, this interior line, they have not been the best, man. It's just, again, Kelvin Banks and Christian Jones, they've been solid, even though Christian Jones kind of struggled last week. But you're thinking about Cole Hudson, Jake Majors, DJ Campbell, who've kind of all been in and out of the lineup. When it comes to those A and B gaps, there's not too many holes. So CJ Baxter, Jaden Blue, Keelan Robinson, Savion Red, they got to be very strategical when it comes to finding their holes and taking their time and absolutely busting through them. So this ground game could give you a little something. So the passing game could also give you a little something, and you could have that balance that we know Steve Sarkisian wants. Because at the end of the day, if that run game isn't working and Quinn's going to have to throw around 50 times, I think that plays in the Iowa State's hands, and I don't like that at all.
Yeah. Jeremiah Cooper would help. I mean, Iowa State has 15 interceptions this season.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you hear that, Gustavo? 15 interceptions. You saying we acted scary? I think we need to put some respect on Jonathan Brooks' name. That's why I'm scared. If Jonathan Brooks is playing in this game, I feel pretty comfortable. Like, I lay my head on that pillow and get a good 8 hours in. But this is what keeps you up all night. This is like that Freddy Krueger type shit. Like, it's scary hours for a team that hasn't won in the Big 12 championship in a long time. So, yeah, you said that on the money, Chip. Like 15 interceptions. These boys ain't playing no games. And Quinn Ewers not being 100%. Shit. Hell yeah, I'm scared.
Doomsday, baby.
Shit, man.
Doomsday. And well, here's the thing. If you talk to people at Iowa State, their linebacking core is the question. And normally they've had unbelievable linebacking play. God, it seemed like Mike Rose was there for 6 years, but they got some young guys playing at linebacker, including Jack Sadowski, who's a freshman, and Caleb Bacon, who's been playing a lot as a sophomore. So this is a Jordan Whittington game. This is the short stuff over the middle. Tax those linebackers. That's where you need to be, let them worry about Adonai Mitchell and Xavier Worthy. And if you get single coverage, we know Sark's going to go to it. But this is a Jordan Whittington game. Let him mess with those linebackers. And look, we've said this could be a 5 field goal game. This could be a 15-7 win for Texas. You need to dink and dunk. And if you run into your red zone issues again, did you see David Ash tweet last week? If Savion Red comes out one more time in the red zone, I'm going to lose my freaking mind. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that.
I was like, ouch.
Yeah.
David Ash is sick of the code red package.
Yeah.
But bottom line, look, if you got to have Bert Auburn kick 5 field goals to win it 15-7, okay. Just get out of there. Just get out of there with the win. And, I'm really counting on Quinn Ewers and his experience against this defense for it to mount up. I mean, look, we've got Sean, who said Quinn excellent at night in these big games. And he has been. He was fantastic against Alabama. And this is it. You got this is your last road game of the year. You gotta figure out a way to solve this puzzle. And usually the team with the better quarterback wins these games. So Quinn, baby, let's go.
Yeah.
Protect him, though. Protect him.
Gotta protect them. That's what I'm saying. Jaden Blue, like, we want you to get those touches, bro. But if you ain't protecting nobody, then sit your ass on the sideline. And Keelan Robinson, I know you're tough, but he ain't nothing but about $170, $165, if that. So depending on who's blitzing, that could be a little disastrous, in itself. So yeah, Gustavo, man, I am scary. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I want to put on a tough Suge Knight type front, but I can't do that right now.
I want the defense to win this game too. I mean, get creative. Get creative. Find a way to get this guy off of his mark. He's a freshman. I get he's talented. He's probably going to be a freshman All-American, blah, blah, blah. But this defense, they don't have much of a running game. Don't let this quarterback beat you. I feel a lot better about this game with the Mo Blackwell package. Now you've got that where you move Anthony Hill up and you put Mo Blackwell and Jalen Ford and Jahdae Barron at the linebacker level. I like that. That worked wonders against K-State. It wasn't until K-State started attacking further down the field that, they found success. But, they had good pressure on Will Howard, and they obviously had great pressure on him on the final play of the game. But you got to get this kid rattled, and you got to sucker him into throwing you a pick six like he did against Kansas, like he did against OU. He struggled against Baylor too. Come on. I mean, Texas has the players. They should be able to play an aggressive style of defense and control this game. You should be able to win it with field goals, 5 Bird Auburn field goals. I'm not saying, I'm just saying, look, if that's how it has to be done, great. If you're able to find a way to get guys in space like you did with Jonathan Brooks on the catch and run screen for 73 yards, fantastic. 71 of that was JB. Yeah. And you got guys to do it. Don't throw that bubble screen with Xavier Worthy as the lead blocker, for God's sake. Jay Witt has to be the lead blocker on that play.
Yeah, but, you're right. You're right, man. And you mentioned Jordan Whittington, being a go-to guy, going across the middle, maybe on some of those rub routes and stuff, crossing routes. JT Sanders, same exact thing. Like, both of those guys should be leading in receptions. I know it's easy to get locked in on Adonai Mitchell. It's very easy to get locked in on Xavier Worthy. Those guys are going to be playing on Sundays. I get that. But that's what this defense, that's what they're going to focus on. So are you going to be patient enough to take the underneath stuff? Because we saw, as good as Quinn Ewers was, 23 for 33, over 300 yards against TCU, there were times where he missed Jordan Whittington wide open, cutting across the field. Sometimes he missed JT Sanders. And when he hit JT Sanders, it was big time gang. Like, JT Sanders should be that security blanket that you have on 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, because again, he's just such a dominant, figure, like that size, that athleticism, his hands, like you can't beat that. So go to those guys more, because you're going to need them. You know what I'm saying? Like, every time Patrick Mahomes gets in the situation, which I'm pretty wild for comparing Quinn Ewers and JT Sanders to Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, but still, that's what JT Sanders probably wants to be. You want to look at Travis Kelce as someone to monitor your game after, especially if you have Sark out here talking about Andy Reid and he likes what they do on offense with the Kansas City Chiefs. So yeah, like when you get in those situations to where it's 3rd and long and the crowd's getting crazy and stuff, go to people that you could rely on. And Jatavion Sanders, he's somebody that you could definitely rely on, just like you did in the Alabama game. Again, that one-handed catch that he had against Baylor, nobody's done that this year. Nobody's had a catch that nasty. Like that's different, Chip. That's different. So I want JT Sanders to get involved more because that 3-high, defense that they run over there, Iowa State, it could be a problem if you let it, but you got to be very patient. Your throws got to be on point. And like you said, that deep shot past 20 yards, it ain't going to be open very often. So don't play in their hands by trying to take it and get greedy. Take the underneath stuff, work your way up the field, and let it get into those Iowa State's guys' head like, damn, they don't even have Jonathan Brooks and they're shoving it down our throat and they can move the ball any way possible. Like that gets in the defense's head. And if that can happen, then I like Texas's chances. But as Gustavo pointed out, I am scary. Yes, absolutely.
Hey, Gustavo said he's going to take a shot of Tennessee whiskey for us.
I appreciate that. Appreciate that, big dog.
Saturday night.
Yeah, man. Beautiful family. I see the picture, the kids, wifey, man. Beautiful family. You're doing it big, man. But, woo, yeah, that's 15 interceptions, this Iowa State team. Come on, man.
All right. Let's bring in our man. He's on a short, limited schedule. Our Cowboys insider, former Cowboys offensive assistant coach, the one and only Glenn Stretch Smith. Stretch, how you doing?
I'm good. What's up, fellas?
Well, we're just talking about your Longhorns and whether or not they're going to man up and play like men of steel in Ames like they did in Tuscaloosa, or are they going to not play like men of steel?
You ever been to Ames, Iowa? Chip?
I have many times.
Zay, you ever been to Ames?
I have not, and I feel like I'm a better man for it.
Well, it's time to get off your ass and go experience that. Then it's
last time,
buddy. It is. I'm gonna tell you that. I mean, it's not an easy place to go to. Number one, you got to fly into Des Moines and drive an hour, and it depending on what time of the year you get there, they cut the corn down. It is. A lot of people say a one-horse town. That is a one mule. I said mule town. They got one mule there. That's a rough place to go play. I mean, I can remember I was at Oklahoma going and playing in there, and I mean getting in a dogfight every year, and they were not near as good as they are now. So I hope I hope Texas is ready to go because it is a tough place to. It's a tough place to go play for sure, fellas.
Yeah, it's surrounded by cornfields. It's cold. It's going to be cold Saturday night. Yeah,
it's gray. It gets dark about 4:20.
Yeah, yeah.
It is. Yeah, it is. It's. I'm telling you, it's a tough place. It is tough to go. It's just tough to go in there. It just is.
Who was the quarterback at OU? Who were the running backs when you were there?
Well, Mike Gaddis was the running back, and one year we had Gundy's brother, and the other year we had Tink Collins.
Cale Gundy.
Cale Gundy. That was it. So it was. Well, literally, I mean, we get in a dogfight with them. This was in '88 when Charles Thompson was still the starter, and I don't know. I mean, it's a 13-12, 14-13. We're up one, and they try an onside kick, and I do remember that I think it was Tink Collins that the ball just happened to bounce right to him. He grabbed it and went and scored a touchdown. But I mean, it was one of those games. It's just tough. I mean, it's hard to play in there, and I hope Texas is ready to go play because they will be ready, and they're sitting around. This is probably kind of their bowl game. They can knock Texas off here. It'd be, it'd account for their season. So again, I don't know where Texas is staying. I'm sure they'll stay probably somewhere in Des Moines.
Which
means now you got to, even with the police, motorcade, you got a 45-minute ride. So you better get yourself a Mountain Dew and some stinking Starburst so you can get you a damn zing on the ride to the stadium, because
Zing.
otherwise it's just there ain't a damn thing to see there. It is, yeah, it's a tough place for sure.
Well, the Cowboys are either incredible or awful. Stretch. They were incredible last week.
Well, I mean, hey guys, I mean, we got, I've been plenty critical of Dak, and I've been critical of, some of his decision making, but right now, it looks like he does have control of the offense. He understands what they want to do. They ran the football some versus a 6-man box and 11 personnel, which is what you want to see. You want to see the ability for them to match up and be able to run the ball. He made really good throws. I mean, obviously CD catching 10 balls, 3 games, over 150 yards. It was some kind of ridiculous record. But, I like that they got Cooks involved. I like that, he threw the go ball to Gallup for the touchdown. And everybody says they try to style point the win. Well, it was the Giants, and the Giants are terrible, and whatever the scenario is. I mean, you don't style point wins in the NFL, and the fact that Dallas went into the football game and whipped the Giants for the second time in a row. I mean, that's what you want to see, and you want to see Dallas play Carolina, which is not a good football team. Again, a tough place to go play. They're going to go play there at noon, but you want to see them go over there and whip them, and then come back Monday night and see if the chefs can get it done against the Eagles, because I really believe when the Eagles come in here in 3 weeks, it will be for first place, because I do believe that the Eagles are going to get beat by the Chiefs. I love the commercial, the chefs. That's one of my favorite commercials. And then I think they get beat by either the 49ers or the Bills. And guess what? They could lose all 3 of those. I mean, let's be honest. It's a week-to-week league right now with Buffalo firing Dorsey as the offensive coordinator. They're going to come in with some different wrinkles with Joe Brady, so they're not going to have any film to study. And I do think I truly believe if Dallas handles business here like they should, they've got Carolina, they've got Washington, they got Seattle. They ought to go into that game a month from now playing for first place in the NFC East. And I think it's a result of how they're playing and what they're doing. And again, style point in the fact that they're going to beat the Giants. They should beat Carolina. They should handle business against Washington. You beat who's on your schedule, and I think that's what the Cowboys will do, is handle business here.
Yeah, Stretch, as someone who's coached in the NFL, you talk about style points and stuff, and I guess some guys think there's a certain etiquette that you have to have with, not blowing teams out or not trying to embarrass them, which is complete bullshit to me. Like, stop us if that's the case. We're all getting paid millions. You stop us, and if we throw our second strings out there, I'm not saying we're going for 2-point conversions or 4th downs up by 30, but there has to be a point to where we're still trying to get better from week to week. And if you can't stop us, it is what it is.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see. I mean, that's exactly what you want to see Dallas do. I mean, you make a point, Dak was throwing the ball all over the yard against the Giants, and if you don't like it, then, bow up and stop them. And everybody is kind of, always talked about what a great defensive mind Wink Martindale is. And you're trying to, as a coach, you're trying to challenge your football team. And that's, let's be honest, Texas is doing the same thing. They're facing what I feel like is an average Big 12 team in Iowa State. Dallas was facing a very average to below average New York Giants team. Your players walk in and all week they see the cut-ups. They see the team that you're playing is average as a bowl of grits. But guess what? You're constantly challenge your team to say it's our responsibility here to go get better. And hopefully that's exactly what, Mike McCarthy is telling his team going to Carolina. Hey, we're going to go play, and it's going to feel like it's 11 o'clock in the morning, but it doesn't make a whiskey rip what time of day it is, and it doesn't make a whiskey shit where we play them. We'll meet them halfway if they want to meet us over in Nashville somewhere. you go in with the mindset of, winning the football game. And I think that when you challenge your team that way and you say, hey, man, we're going to go do our thing and we're going to get better because we're pointed towards winning this thing. And I think that's exactly what I hope the message is from, Coach Sark, and it's what I hope the message is from Mike McCarthy. We're going to get better because we're trying to win the NFC East and we're trying to get multiple home playoff games. Same message coming out of, Coach Sark in Austin, Texas. Hey, we're going to go win this thing because we're pointed towards playing for the Big 12 championship and getting in the tournament. And that's what you want to do. And when you have these kind of games scheduled, it makes for good talk show and what we're doing right now. But just go in there and handle business and challenge your football team, not only to win the football game, but to go beat somebody that you should beat. Go whip their ass. I mean, that's how you challenge them.
Who do you like better, Michael Gallup or Cedric Wilson?
Well, I mean, right, and I like Cedric a lot, but I always thought that Gallup, before his injury, he can really track a football. I mean, he can run, and I don't know if a little bit of what he was doing was coming back with confidence out of that injury, but it was good to see him run right by the corner and go make a play. But Cedric can do the same thing. I mean, at this level, guys, the one thing I can assure you of is that they can run. So, if I had to bet my last $1,000, I mean, I'd bet on Michael Gallup. That takes nothing away from Cedric.
Yeah. Stretch, these last, 3 out of 4 games for the Texas Longhorns, they've given up 20-point leads. Against Houston, they were up 21-0, ended up winning by 7. Against Kansas State, they were up 27-7. They came back and went to an overtime, and then they beat TCU by 3, and they were up 26-6. What do you tell your team moving forward? Because it obviously starts to get in your head like, man, even though we get up, we keep giving up these leads. Like, how do you go about that as a coach? Like you mentioned, just keeping those guys locked in and prepared to where it doesn't become such a mental thing.
Well, I mean, I don't watch every snap of Texas football. I know like you guys do and like you have to for your job, but I will say this. I watched every snap against TCU. And in a 26-6 game, I remember calling Chip and thinking, okay, it was, 5 minutes left in the third quarter, and Ewers throws an incomplete pass on first down. Second down, it's 2 and 10. They run the ball for 9 yards. It's 3rd and 1, and they line up in a quads look and throw a bubble screen outside. It makes you think, okay, now wait a minute. Is Texas working on something here? Do they know they had the football game? I don't know how Coach Sark answered the question, but I certainly would pose the question as just ran the ball for 9 yards. What was your thought process here? And are you working on something, trying to get something better? We know that the former Wisconsin head coach, Paul Chryst, is in there, and they run. You can tell Texas has adopted some of that run scheme mentality, that pin and pull, that, a lot of that counter stuff, a lot of that power stuff. And they played an inferior, TCU team who runs a 3-3 defense. They should have been able to run the ball whenever they wanted to, for 1 or 2 yards. I know you're asking me a question here. How about putting the football game away? And I think that's probably what their message is right now down there in Austin is, hey, we got to go. And not only do we have to assault these teams for the first, half and part of the third quarter, but then we got to go finish the football game. And you got to be able to put people away. I don't like that they left TCU back in that football game. I think if you're being honest with yourself, you have to say, well, we got to do some self-scout here and figure out why we're allowing these teams to kind of hang around because sooner or later it's going to bite you. And I think that, I'm sure that's what they're going through right now, but I don't know, I really looked at that and I looked at it again and I thought, okay, is this just something that they're working on or is it something they're trying to show on film? Did they feel like the game was already out of reach and they weren't going to come close? Because it's
Uh-oh.
Oh, you're getting that too? I thought it was just me.
Stretch. Can you hear me now? Stretch.
Yo, he was preaching, man.
He was rolling.
He was rolling, baby.
He was rolling.
Damn.
Maybe we'll get him back. But yeah, I mean,
he called you. He called you after the bubble screen to Jonte Cook.
Yeah, he texted me.
Okay. Yo.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, don't get me started because
because you and I've been on that play all week. So the fact that Stretch noticed that too,
that was egregious.
Obviously,
that was egregious. There he is.
But I don't know where I cut out there, but yeah, you gotta send a message to your football team, and you got to challenge your football team. Hey man, we're not only going to go in here and we're going to win this game, but we're going to finish this football game. And then I think it's something that you got to come out at halftime, and that's got to be really your focus. Is we're going to go, we're going to go win this football game. We're going to go beat a team that we ought to beat. And guess what? In the second half, they ain't seen nothing like they're going to see what they saw in the first half. We're fixing to get after this bunch.
Yeah, and the thing about when they went to Alabama, Sark said, we're going to be aggressive. Stick with us. We're going to be aggressive. And they were aggressive. Offense, defense, the whole game. Just do that. Like, quit trying to play zone and soft coverage once you get a 20-point lead, because that is not the personality of this defense. They want to be aggressive. They want to get after people. And I think Sark said that finally on Monday after they've given up, chunk plays in the passing game in 3 of the last 4 games. I mean, I
think a certain part of that, though, too, guys, is it's imposing your will. That's what it is. I mean, I can remember, and again, when I was with the Cowboys, I can remember saying, we're going to run the football right there. And you know what? We're running right at your ass. Now stop us if you can't. And, and it's a mentality, right? And I don't like to get into all that coach speak, that iron sharpens iron and all that. But the bottom line is you go impose your will, and especially when you can put football games away. Everybody talks about 4-minute offense and being able to, handle yourself in those situations and go put games away. And I think that's what you need to see Texas do. I think that's what you saw the Cowboys do. I don't care that it was against a terrible New York Giants team and they had some guy playing quarterback that sounded like he ought to be tossing pizzas over in Long Island. I don't care about that. I care about God bless you. I care about imposing your will and going and winning the football game and putting the game away. I mean, knocking them out. What's wrong with that?
I know you're on a tight schedule. I do want to ask you a lot of talk this week about Quinn Ewers and whether he should turn pro or not after this season. Obviously, 2 games left in the regular season, but you evaluated college players. Your thoughts on Quinn Ewers at this point and what his future might hold?
Well, I mean, I think, when he got hurt, he had to sit out. I think when you go back even farther than that, I mean, he came, went to Ohio State, obviously, wasn't comfortable there, came to Texas. I think, personally, I think he needs another year of development. I think he would do good with another year of development. I think when you look at the NIL, and I don't know what he's getting from an NIL standpoint, but I'm sure it's pretty good. It's not like you're having to make a decision from a monetary standpoint. So, you know what? If it's just about what we want to do professionally, if it's just, and again, I'm saying that just because I don't know, if it's just about how you want to enter the NFL draft and what you want, the tools that you want to have and the things that you want to go to the combine with, and then have your pro day there and then have all the scouts there. I mean, personally, I think you stay another year. I think you work on gaining your diploma. You're in a great town. You're in a great place. You're playing for a good coach. Go handle that and go play another year of college, because I think he needs that time to develop, and I think everybody sees that, and if he's honest with himself, he sees that too. Now, if he goes in this year, there's still a lot of football left to be played. I mean, if Texas gets into the tournament, and so I think it would. Some of it could depend on that. So just go. I say this: you only have one chance and one turn to be in a great place. So go enjoy that and continue to sharpen your tools and be the player that you think you can be. We all think he's got all the intangibles to play at the next level. So go continue to grow in that manner.
Last one for me, Stretch. A&M firing Jimbo Fisher. Your thoughts?
I wish I was Jimbo Fisher. I'd like to be getting that 10-year payout. Golly, y'all wouldn't hear from old Stretch no more. I can promise you that. It'd be KMA yo-yo. Let's kiss my ass. You're on your own. I'm gone. What is A&M gonna do? I've heard now that it's that John Sharp is involved. It's going to be a heavily incentive-laden situation. I think that kind of limits your pool on who you can go get. Is it Kellen DeBoer at Washington? Is it Lanning? I mean, you're going to get two guys that, are kind of unproven commodities. DeBoer's done a great job at Washington, and Lanning has done a heck of a job at Oregon. Are they going to go hire? I mean, Lane Kiffin, again, wearing a visor in November. That's just not the best look. So, it'll be really interesting to see what A&M does. I'm going to finish by saying this, though, and it may make a lot of people upset or whatever, but the bottom line is A&M is always going to be chasing the University of Texas. They always have been, and they always will be, whether they like it or not. That's a fact. And so, are they going to, how do they go about managing? That's a great place. I'm not saying that. They got a lot of money, great facilities, great place, but you know what? It ain't Austin, fellas, and that's the difference.
That's an ender.
Man.
Stretch, you're the best, man. We appreciate it.
Hey, I hope you guys have a great day. Happy Thanksgiving to you fellas. Are you guys going to be working that Thursday? Is it you going to be I think you're going to be taking the day off? Hey, let me tell you what happens today. Let me give you a little rundown here. Chip texted me trying to want a little information last night. I texted him back, hey, guys out of the country, I'll get you the info. Well, I got the info about 4:30 this morning. I got up at 6. I, immediately forwarded the info to Chip. I hear nothing. I mean, it's like crickets. Finally, at 8:45, I call him. I think he's just rolled over and farted when he answers the phone. 8:45. He's like, hello. I'm like, get your giblet ass out of bed. He didn't even know I'd answered him. He's asking me a question. I answer his question. He's still in the bed at 8:45.
I was trying to get ready to go play this championship doubles match.
Yeah, you were. You were sleeping your ass in because it didn't start till 11 o'clock.
You're killing me. I appreciate you, though. I do appreciate you.
Hey, I know you appreciate it. And hey, I just had to bust you a little bit. Get your giblet ass out of bed. Happy Thanksgiving, fellas. See you later.
Happy Thanksgiving, Stretch. Appreciate you, man.
My man, Stretch. With friends like that, who needs enemies? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's hilarious.
Hey, Stretch is the man, though. He came through. He came through as usual. All right. Interesting stuff there, Zay. I'm gonna launch into the chip shot, and I've kind of been hinting at it a little bit. Look, when Texas went to Alabama, CJ Baxter was the starting running back. and Jonathan Brooks had not exploded on the scene yet. He did that against Wyoming the next week. But against Alabama, it was the CJ Baxter show. And so that's what you plug into. That's what you remind your team. If you're Steve Sarkisian, hey, CJ was the starter when we went to Alabama and we took care of business. We're going to take care of business again. And Jaden Blue's ready. And we're going to win this game, and we're going to, be aggressive. Put that mindset into your players and go out and play your style of football. Texas has looked fantastic in 3 of the last 4 games for a half, or for, I guess, against Houston till that fake field goal blew up, for most of 2 quarters. For K-State, it was most of 3 quarters. For TCU, they were leading 26-6 going into the 4th quarter. So Texas has looked really good. They've just got to maintain an aggressive attitude. And to me, with no Jonathan Brooks, this is, it's a potential. I mean, when Jalen Ford says alarms need to be going off in every player's head, that they need to each collectively do a little more, focus a little harder, do a little more film, bring a little extra juice to Ames, Iowa, that tells you something. There's concern. But you're still the most talented team on the field. You're still the team that went to Alabama and won. You're still the team that had 20-point leads on Houston, K-State, and TCU. So go out there, be aggressive. The coaches need to help. The coaches need to maintain an aggressive approach, and Sark needs to be smart about when to run the football, because you don't want to put it in the air. Quinn's probably going to throw it 30 times in this game. I would love it if he wasn't. To me, it's like a law of diminishing returns, but he might throw it 35 times in this game. JJ McCarthy threw it 8 times last week. And Texas has a, really solid offensive line. This is an Iowa State defensive line that is not tested. Their secondary is tested. You should be able to run against a 3-man front. You should. You've got Calvin Banks. You've got Christian Jones. You've got CJ Baxter and Jaden Blue. I mean, look, Texas ended up winning this game last year because they ran the ball late in the game. Once they got that fumble forced by Anthony Cook and recovered by Jalen Ford, they ran the ball to kill the clock. And Texas, look, just go in with the right mindset. And old Jared Hufford helped you. So no excuses. If we don't see, and good starts have not been Texas's problem here lately. So let's, something tells me it's not going to be a 20-point lead to, lose. It's going to be more of a back and forth kind of slugfest. But hey, you turn that kid over, you turn Rocco Becht over. That's how you get separation. But bottom line is, you went to Alabama with CJ Baxter as your starting running back. Don't freak out over no Jonathan Brooks. This team is still a 7.5-point favorite on the road for a reason.
Yeah, you're right on, Chip. And to what Glenn Stretch Smith was talking about, like when we asked him about the blown leads, he referred to that really bad play that Sark had when you have a 9-yard run with Jonathan Brooks and now it's 3rd and 1, and then you throw a bubble screen and you have your smallest receiver out there lead blocking. It questions your judgment. What the hell is Sark's thinking? Like, Sark can't have any of those like ill-advised play calling opportunities. Everything has to be on point, because this Iowa State team, like, it's their Super Bowl for real. Like, you heard Jared Hufford, he said it straight up. When he got there, all he heard about was the Hawkeyes and the Longhorns. That's it. Not all the other teams, everybody else, whatever. It might be a conference game, but screw that. No. And this is the last year you're going to get to play them. So, yeah, like that team is going to be juiced up. Matt Campbell's squad getting prepared all week. And you talk about this offensive line, they got to be more disciplined. Like they put themselves in bad situations by getting false start penalties. Like I know people.
Unless it's in the red zone and it means you're going to.
Yeah, unless it's in the red zone, it's a blessing in disguise, and you get a false start
you to kick a field goal.
Force them to kick the field goal. Yeah, you're right there. But Cole Hudson, Jake Majors, DJ Campbell, I need y'all to have big games this week. Huge, because I know what Kelvin Banks and Christian Jones are going to bring, but the interior offensive linemen, I need y'all to have huge games. And there's been a lot of shuffling around with those guys. A lot of them haven't been healthy 100% throughout the season, probably still aren't healthy, but once you're here towards week 11, week 12, ain't nobody healthy. So that's just another excuse. I ain't trying to hear that shit. Hey, man up. These guys are talking shit. They're in your way on getting to the Big 12 championship. People are saying that you're going to have 2 losses by the time the end of the season is. You should be saying, bitch, where those 2 losses at? Y'all let me know, because I don't see no 2 losses if I'm in that Texas locker room. Everybody should be just, locked in as much as possible, knowing that Jonathan Brooks is out. All what Jonathan Brooks had to go through, like that should hurt everybody's hearts and make them play harder for him, because the dude not only tore his ACL, but he lost his father, not too long ago. So the guy, he's been through it. And y'all should not only want to play for yourselves, but play for that dude, because he's really helped the Horns offense and this team have some serious balance and give them some serious confidence. So, yeah, next guy up, next man up. That couldn't be more, accurate for this week. And I think they got the dogs to get it done. But Quinn Ewers, he's going to have to be on point. And everybody around Quinn Ewers, they're going to have to help protect them. And guys like JT Sanders, Jordan Whittington, Xavier Worthy, Adonai Mitchell, they're going to have to make big plays. That's what the game's all about. And if they do that, then the Horns should be leaving Ames for the last time with a dub.
Let's go.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go. It's also time for the right call, baby.
Let's get it, man. Let's get it. Before we get to the right call, though, got to shout out Covert BK. They are a great sponsor of ours down there at the beautiful 42 acres over there towards Lake Way. And they've been doing it for over 100 years, helping the greater Austin area people get around safely. And, hey, you don't want to be sitting in horrible Austin tracking in that bootleg bucket that you got, that 1978 Pinto. You don't want to be sitting in that 1985 bootleg station wagon. You don't deserve that, man. You deserve to be happy. So go to Covert BK, check out the 7 brands from Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and get hooked up by Dan and the family. And you could go to covertbk.com for all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip, the right call today, little Texas basketball. The Horns got themselves a solid 16-point win against a scrappy Rice Owls team. That team, man, you remember last year when Chris Beard got the boot, that was a very difficult game that they played with the Owls coming in. And this year, a little easier, but there were some things that this Texas team they just gotta get better at. They go to Louisville this Sunday to be in New York for that. What's it called? What's it for? I don't know what classic it is, but they got Louisville this weekend in New York on Sunday. That's going to be their biggest test of the season. And too many turnovers. 16 turnovers, that is not good. When you have 16 turnovers, only 17 assists, that is an absolute issue, especially against a team that is not Power 6. Dylan Mitchell had 5 himself, not good. But the Texas defense, they've been solid. Those guys play hard for Coach Terry. They got them scrapping, locking up, playing tight D. They're not giving up many threes. 4 for 22, the Rice Owls were for 18%. So they're covering the perimeter. Rice went 23 for 60 from the field, only 38%, while the Horns went 29 for 48, 60%. So the defense has been great. You know, I talk about Dillon Mitchell and him turning the ball over. Offensively, Dillon Mitchell, he just has to let that come to him. I think he's kind of rushing it, but defensively, Dillon Mitchell, like I said before the season started, that dude should be Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year. A couple of blocks that he had just earlier in the game, pinning the ball off the glass, just snatching that thing off the glass like a rebound. That's different, man. That's what the NBA scouts want to see. Like, you got to be a willing defender, because guys like LeBron James and Kevin Durant and Giannis and the Wembanyama's, those big guys that can guard on the perimeter, they need guys that are around that same frame to stop them. And Dillon Mitchell, he fits that mold beautifully. So last season, I think in his freshman year, Chip, he kind of got lost just by being a freshman and not, you know, understanding the college game and the pace and all the different assignments that Coach Terry threw at him defensively. This season, you could tell that he's gotten a lot better at that. His help side defense has been terrific. His on-ball defense has been solid. He should be able to guard, you know, the best wings of the game week in and week out. And it's going to help guys like Max Asmus, who's going to get attacked. You know, Max Asmus, barely over 6 foot. Teams are going to attack him. You saw Rice do that yesterday. Anytime somebody had Max Asmus on them, they tried to take him to the cup just because, you know, he's little out there. So Brock Cunningham, Caden Shedrick, Zerek Oyema, Dillon Mitchell, all those guys got to be on high alert whenever Max Asmus is guarding the ball, because that dude is going to attack, and you got to be ready to help. And I think the Horns have done a good job, you know, at playing help defense. And Tyrese Hunter, I like what he showed yesterday, leading scorer with 18 points. You know, he's getting to his spots. His jump shot looks good. We know he went on a slump last year, but if he could stay consistent, I think that's going to be huge for the Horns, because everybody knows Max Asmus could shoot. They know IT Horton could shoot it. They're going to need somebody that could get in the lane and not only create for other guys, but create for themselves. And Tyrese Hunter, I feel like he's gotten a lot better since last year at doing things like that. So still early in the season. You know, we saw Kansas the other night. They look good. Baylor, obviously, they always look good. Kelvin Sampson bringing U of H in. They've made the Final Four a lot recently. So the Big 12, it's going to be a gauntlet per usual. But I think this Texas team, we're going to see a lot on Sunday against Louisville. Caden Shedrick's getting better and better every time he gets the ball. Hit a 3 yesterday, which is huge. You know, him showing his range, that's going to make defenses, you know, think twice about, okay, do we go out? And if we do go out, what are we giving up? Because usually big men, they don't want to go out there and guard those guys on the perimeter. They want to stay in the paint. There's no defensive 3 seconds in the college game and kind of clog stuff up. So if you could have Shedrick, Brock Cunningham on the outside, knocking down shots, I think that's huge for an inside-out game, dribble penetration, dribble drive type game that Coach Terry likes to play offensively. But at the end of the day, they're going to rely on their defense. You know, I know that's cliche, but their defense can really set the tone to what they want to be. And we know this Texas team, they're not really a finished product until we see what Dylan Dessou is going to be coming off that injury. So that's very exciting. Rice win was solid. I know people are saying, damn, they only beat Rice by 16 points. That Rice team is pretty good. Like, they do a lot of backdoor stuff, kind of an unorthodox style of play. So I'm not really tripping on, you know, them barely beating Rice by 16 points. What I would trip on would be the missed free throws. You talked about that early in the year. Zerek Oyema, that dude's a clank waiting to happen from the free throw line. Dillon Mitchell's not the best free throw shooter. So that's...
Yeah, what did you make of Dillon Mitchell's 5 turnovers? Because
awful. It's awful. Like, he presses it too much offensively. You know, he's trying to get himself buckets, and it's just, it doesn't seem natural. It reminds me so much of Greg Brown when his lone year at Texas, just trying to do too much offensively instead of letting the game come to him. Like, he's not that crisp with his moves yet to do some of the things that he's trying out there. And I know he's hit a fadeaway every now and then, but, you know, if he's not catching lobs or cutting to the basket, getting easy buckets, then he could be kind of invisible offensively. So it's up to Coach Terry and this coaching staff to keep him engaged by just giving them easy baskets, maybe maybe some back to the basket stuff. If they get the mismatch where maybe him and Ames are in a pick and roll situation and the big man switches off on Ames and Ames's man switches off on Dylan Mitchell, maybe you could get D Mitch in the post for a jump hook or something basic. But once he starts trying to shoot pull-up jumpers and fadeaway jumpers and threes, that's the last thing you want. And once he starts trying to create and, beat guys off the dribble, that's when you see the 5 turnovers that you saw last night. So, yeah, he'll get better. It's just he has to let the game come to him instead of pressing so hard.
Yeah, that he doesn't need to put the ball on the deck ever.
No, I said before the season, like, that's what he had to get better at. He hasn't gotten better at it.
Yeah,
he hasn't got. It ain't there. He can't. He's still the same dribbler that he was last year, which is unfortunate. But I'm glad his defense has got significantly better. That's one thing I could point out. His defense is night and day from what it was last year. Like, he's always, what I've seen this year, he's always been in the right spot. And yeah, I think he could be one of the top defenders, not only in the Big 12, but in the nation. And if he has that type of mentality and not worried about his offense so much, then this Texas team is going to be better off.
All right, kids. Thank you for that right call. Very well said, Zay, the right call, Collier. All right, so I am having a rough day today. Not only did we lose the finals of the tennis tournament because of an injury, not mine. But my flight to Des Moines is tomorrow at 3:45. So we might have to see if we can talk BK and Trey into letting us go a little early or something. But we appreciate everybody for tuning in to today's episode of Chip and Zay. We are fired up. We are fired up as we count down to kick off Texas and Iowa State. Thanks, everybody, for listening. I guess we are signing off today because everyone was at Academy doing the midday show. So thanks, everybody, for listening. We'll be back bright and early tomorrow, 8 a.m. with Bucky and BK.
That'll be
Cheers
cool.
and thanks. Peace.